Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 2599, Self-Destruction, Breakthrough, 7th Level. 5. At first, he didn't have high hopes for Wang Teng. It was too reckless and stupid of someone to register for all 7 secondary career competitions at once. But after seeing Wang Teng's performance in the Illusion Heart Pagoda, his impression of him changed gradually. He might really be a peerless genius in secondary careers. The 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, Wang Teng floated in mid-air silently with his eyes closed. No one disturbed him. Only invisible wisps of spiritual power held him up and surrounded him as if they were protecting him. The cocoon of light had disappeared. Only a faint fluctuation could be felt in the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda's space. At a certain moment, all the spiritual power gathered towards the center and flew into Wang Teng's forehead like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual power flowed back at a fast speed, forming a huge whirlpool above his head. The whirlpool was invisible, but the colorful mist started spinning too. That was why he could see it. This was a majestic scene. The whirlpool formed by the colorful mist was at least a few hundred feet wide. It hung down like a funnel, and the hole below kept shrinking. Finally, it connected with Wang Teng's forehead. Fortunately, this process didn't last for long. Within a few seconds, all the spiritual power had returned to Wang Teng's small universe. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The pupils in his eyes were deep and pitch black. They were shimmering like stars. He frowned as if he hadn't woken up completely. His consciousness was a little slow. But within a split second, Wang Teng's eyes regained their clarity. He was overjoyed, and the corners of his lips lifted up. Ha ha ha! I achieved a breakthrough. A peal of laughter resounded in the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, venting the happiness in Wang Teng's heart. After enduring so much pain, he finally achieved a breakthrough. Damn it, it wasn't easy. The pain was inhumane. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Wang Teng managed to hold on until the end. Oh, right, where's my soul elemental crystal? Wang Teng suddenly remembered something and looked at his hand hurriedly. The soul elemental crystal was gone. Where did it go? Wang Teng frowned. You absorbed it. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It sounded a little bitter. In the end, it was still absorbed and nothing was left. Heartbroken. Oh, right, I remember that before I fainted, I absorbed the power of origin of soul in the soul elemental crystal. Wang Teng finally remembered. He asked curiously. So I absorbed all the origin of soul inside. Yes, you absorbed it all? Round Ball sighed. You're too scary. You only broke through to the heaven realm, but you absorbed so much power of origin. I'm beside you, but I don't know why you're so scary. Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng burst out laughing. Round Ball didn't understand some of the details, so there was no need for him to explain. However, his breakthrough this time was a little scary. Not only did he experience so much pain, but he also absorbed so much power of origin of soul. It didn't feel like a breakthrough for a Cosmos stage martial warrior. The soul elemental crystal wasn't small. The power of origin of soul inside was terrifying. Even a universe stage martial warrior would have a hard time absorbing it. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He immediately looked at the attributes board origin of soul. 30,300,000. Spirit, 60,000, 6,000, heaven realm, huh? I reached the first level of the heaven realm directly. Wang Teng was surprised. It looked like he didn't absorb the soul elemental crystal for nothing. It helped him to advance to the first level of the heaven realm and was quite stable. He didn't look like he just advanced, but these attributes, Wang Teng felt his head hurting when he saw the origin of soul and spirit attributes. It was too high. The upper limit of this attribute was too high. It was twice as high as before. It would be harder and harder to improve it in the future. Wang Teng suddenly had the urge to cry. His cultivation career was full of difficulties. For some reason, he felt that the difficulty had increased. Forget it. I advanced to the heaven realm and completed an impossible task. Wang Teng's mood brightened instantly. He smiled brightly and stretched out his hand. He activated the spiritual power in his body to test its power. Wisps of powerful spiritual kinesis swept out from his small universe. But at this moment, gasp. Wang Teng gasped. He lowered his head and saw many cracks on his body. What the fuck? How was this a good thing? Was the self-destruction not over? He subconsciously remembered the self-destruction. His eyes widened, and he felt a sense of fear for some reason. No way, isn't the illusion over? Why did he self-destruct? This doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Round Ball was speechless. Cracks have appeared because your body can't withstand the magnificent spiritual power. If it was someone else with a weaker body, your body might not be able to withstand it. Wang Teng was stunned. Then he understood Chapter 2600. Self-destruction, breakthrough, 7th level, 6. That's right, the physical body of a cosmos realm martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the heaven realm spirit. This was why he couldn't break through to the heaven realm. Looking at the attributes board, he knew that his origin of soul had changed, but his origin of life was still the same. This was the problem. Now, he was using this special method to force a breakthrough, but he didn't have the time to make a breakthrough in his martial arts realm. One was stronger, and the other was weaker. This was inevitable. In the past, it was nothing. After all, at that time, no matter how strong his spiritual power was, it wouldn't be that strong. But now, with every breakthrough, his spirit would become extremely terrifying. Normal bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, so he could use some spiritual power. However, if he exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm, it would cause great damage to his body. I won't be able to use my spiritual power then. Wang Teng was speechless. It can't be helped. Roundball shrugged. Also, you should seal your spiritual power. If not under the influence of your spiritual power, it might cause some damage to your body. Wang Teng was exasperated. Why did he feel that his breakthrough was in vain? He had no choice but to retract his spiritual power. There were only some small wounds on his body. They were slowly recovering. Huh. Roundball's eyes lit up when it saw this scene. It pondered and said, anyway, with your powerful physique, you might be able to use some heaven realm spirit if you prepare some pills that are extremely effective in restoring your body. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that when he activated his various physiques, his strength had already exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm, 10th level realm power. At that time, the tolerance of his body should have exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm. Thus, he might have a chance to use this heaven realm spiritual power. Ha ha ha, Roundball, you reminded me just in time. This method is feasible. Wang Teng was elated. Be careful, Roundball said. Don't worry. I won't joke around with my body, Wang Teng said. That's good. Roundball nodded. It asked, You're already at the 6th level. Do you still want to continue? Do you know which floor the others have reached? Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he asked. Here, the 6th floor. No one has passed the 7th floor. You should have felt it just now. The 6th floor is probably the limit of the Grand Master level, Roundball said. That's right. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered. Since they have only reached the 6th level, Let me try the 7th level. I'm afraid the 7th level will be difficult. Roundball hesitated. Let's try. Wang Teng didn't say anything else. He picked up all the attribute bubbles around him and rushed to the 7th floor. Outside the level behind Wang Teng's name changed instantly. It went from the 6th level to the 7th level. Fuck, the 7th floor. Wang Teng passed the 6th floor. He really passed it. Wang Teng is quite powerful. I wonder if he can pass the 7th level. Of course not. Look, none of the talents pass the 7th level. Wang Teng is already very powerful to be able to reach the 6th level. I'm willing to call him a genius. Indeed. I heard that the 6th level is the limit of the Grandmaster level. No one can pass the 7th level. So that's how it is. Everyone was in an uproar. They stared at the changes in the number of levels on the screen in disbelief. Discussions were heard everywhere. However, before they could finish their discussion, changes appeared on the screen again. The number behind Wang Teng's name changed to the 7th level. Everyone was puzzled. There was dead silence. Then there was an uproar. Chapter 2601, Great Elders Speculation. Everyone's reaction, 3 planets, 1 the 7th level. There was a huge commotion in the plaza. In an instant, everyone regained their senses and exclaimed in astonishment. This was unbelievable. Someone actually managed to pass the 7th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. What's more, it was that slow fellow. Everyone wondered if they were having an illusion. A moment ago, many people were confident that no one could pass the 7th level. The 6th level was the limit of the Grand Master level. Now someone passed the 7th level immediately. What was going on? This was a direct slap in their faces. Their faces were green and white, and they felt a burning sensation on their faces. They kept quiet and didn't dare to make any more sounds. The truth was right in front of them. They didn't dare to say anything. Aren't they afraid of drowning in their saliva on the high platform? Great Elder Dan Chen and the others sat up straight. There was a sharp glint in their eyes as they exchanged glances with one another. He really passed. Great Elder's Byers couldn't control his expression anymore. There was astonishment in his eyes as he spoke. How did he do it? Great Elder Tambeli widened his eyes in disbelief. The 6th level is the limit of the Grand Master level. However, he passed the 7th level. Does this mean that his spirit has exceeded the limit of the Grand Master level? Great Elder Dan Chen's eyes shimmered as he pondered. That's impossible. That young man is just a cosmos stage martial warrior. He's still a long distance away from the universe level. His spiritual power will never reach the universe level. How can it exceed the limit of the Grandmaster level? Great Elders Byers analyzed. He was in deep thought. He's at the cosmos stage. No matter how powerful his spiritual power is, it's impossible for him to reach the heaven realm, much less the universe level. The difference is too great. Great Elder Dan Chen immediately dispelled his thoughts. Even with his experience, he couldn't imagine that Wang Teng was able to reach the universe level at the cosmos realm. This was impossible. As secondary professionals, they knew that if one's spiritual power didn't rise after reaching the cosmos realm, one's spiritual power wouldn't rise either. No one knew better than them how difficult it was to raise one's spirit realm. It was almost impossible. Since ancient times, only a handful of talents were able to raise their spiritual realms above their actual realms. Even though they had lived for a long time, they had never seen a talent who could skip realms. Such talents were all legends. It wasn't that there weren't any, but there were too few of them. What's more, they could only skip one major realm. It was impossible for them to skip 2 major realms. Wang Teng was at the cosmos realm now. It was impossible for him to raise his spirit to the universe level. They hoped that they would be able to meet a talent who passed the 7th level, but they couldn't believe that Wang Teng was a talent who could raise his spiritual power above his level. Actually, in the past, some talents who passed the 7th level as Grandmasters voluntarily left behind relevant records to explain how they passed the 7th level. These talents didn't break through to the universe level because their spiritual power was exceptional. They had some special spiritual skills, so they were able to pass the 7th level successfully. Hence, it wasn't impossible for a Grandmaster to pass the 7th level. The 3 great elders thought of this situation and felt that Wang Teng was similar to those talents. This little fellow is the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract of the Virtual Universe Corporation. He must be extremely talented in martial arts. Although he's only at the Cosmos realm, he's extremely powerful. His spirit shouldn't be weak either, Great Elder said. That's right. He's still at the Cosmos realm, but his origin of soul should be much stronger than a normal martial warrior. This is a huge advantage. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. He's at the Cosmos realm. Being able to reach this stage proves that he is extraordinary. What an unexpected fellow. Great Elder Tambeli lamented. I'm curious about his ranking in the competition. Great Elder Dan Chen thought that he had guessed the reason. He let out a long sigh and continued, his spiritual power has already surpassed all the talents in this batch. He has a huge advantage. In that case, the other talents will be furious. Great Elder Tambeli looked at the plaza below and gloated. That's more interesting. The appearance of an abnormality will stimulate the potential of these talents. Great Elders smiled and nodded. But did you notice that the time he took to pass the 7th floor is shorter? He's like a different person now. Great Elder Tambeli suddenly thought of something and frowned in confusion. I've been thinking about this since just now. He spent too little time on the 7th floor. It was much shorter than the previous floors. Even the 1st floor wasn't this short. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. Could it be that the illusion on the 7th floor is countered by him? Great Elders Buyers guessed that's possible. Although the illusion of the Illusion Heart Pagoda is born from the heart, if the spiritual realm is too powerful, the Illusion Heart Pagoda can only use the most powerful illusions. There might be a situation where it's countered. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded in deep thought. Chapter 2602, Great Elder's Speculation. Everyone's Reaction. 3 planets, too. A strange expression appeared on the other 2 Great Elders' faces. Was it really so simple? Mind you, that was the 7th level. To a Grand Master, the 7th level was much harder than the 6th level, but in the end, they couldn't think of any other reason. They could only nod in agreement. They could ask the little fellow after he came out. Even the 3 Great Elders were astounded by Wang Teng's success, much less the others. The talents from the core families were dumbstruck by this scene. They were extremely proud. Even when facing talents from all over the universe, they never thought that they would lose to anyone. But, in the first round, they met a talent who surpassed them. The 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Anyone who had experienced it would know how terrifying and difficult it was. How did Wang Teng pass it? Also, the time he spent was too short. This was a stark contrast to the previous levels. He spent much time passing the first few levels, but he only used a little time to clear the 7th level. Did he cheat? This thought appeared in many people's mind. Normally, they wouldn't think in this direction as talents. Even if they lost, they wouldn't slander others because they couldn't afford to lose. This time, the difference was too great. They had no choice but to think this way. Many people knew that it was almost impossible to cheat in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Cheating was less likely than the Illusion Heart Pagoda making mistakes. Of course, they couldn't guess that Wang Teng was cheating in a way. After all, he had absorbed a huge piece of soul elemental crystal. However, he was able to pass the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda because of his real ability. He just achieved a breakthrough at the last moment. If other people had the ability, they could achieve a breakthrough too. The problem was, they couldn't break through. You couldn't blame Wang Teng at the same time. The core family members who were close to Wang Teng were astounded too. Their expressions changed instantly. On the Lei family's side, the family head of the Lei family, Lapan, took a deep breath and shook his head. He lamented. I didn't expect Wang Teng to pass the 7th floor. Dad, how did he pass the 7th level? Lei Yan asked in disbelief. She didn't understand how Wang Teng did it. This was almost impossible, but he did it. The truth was right in front of her. She had no choice but to believe him. I don't know either. However, based on the records of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, there are indeed some people who manage to pass the 7th level at the Grand Master level. However, there are very few of them. Le Pan shook his head. Does this mean that someone did it? Lian asked. That's right. It looks like Wang Teng has an extremely powerful talent. The 7th level is indeed astonishing. A strange glimmer appeared in Le Pan's eyes. Lian had a complicated expression. At first, she thought that Wang Teng would at most reach the 6th level like her. She was even praying that he wouldn't lag behind. But after some time, the other party didn't fall behind. Instead, he surpassed everyone else. Lian was in a mess. Weren't we supposed to be star students together? Why did you secretly become the god of studies? Yanner, what do you think of this young man? Le Pan glanced at her daughter and suddenly smiled. What do you mean? His talent is not bad, Lian replied subconsciously before she could react. I'm not just talking about talent, Le Pan said in a meaningful tone. His daughter was good at everything, but she wasn't very bright sometimes. Lian was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed and said, Are you asking me to pursue him? How is that possible? He's the one who should pursue you. Why will I let you pursue him? Le Pan glared at him like a cat whose tail got stepped on. My daughter is so outstanding. Giving him a chance is good enough. That's more like it. Lian nodded and raised her snow-white neck. What do you think? Le Pan asked. Let me take a look. That fellow is quite handsome. At least he's more handsome than the talents pursuing me. Lian touched her chin and squinted. Le Pan rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Her daughter only cared about looks. She was too shallow. Unlike him, who valued talent. The core family cared about talent the most. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat's talent was not bad, he wouldn't have allowed his daughter to interact with him. It was good enough to be friends with him. Dad, what's wrong? Lian asked curiously when she saw his constipated look. Cough. Le Pan coughed awkwardly. Then he said earnestly, Yanner, you can't just choose your future husband by his looks. You need to look at his talent and temperament. Appearance is the most unreliable thing. I know. That fellow's talent and personality are not bad, right? But since he's so handsome, why don't I pay more attention to him? Lian said calmly. You make so much sense. Le Pan was speechless. However, we don't know the details of that fellow's secondary career talent. It's too early to say this, Lian said. Yes, that's why I'm asking you to interact with him beforehand. Don't let others beat you to it. Le Pan nodded. Chapter 2603, Great Elders' Speculation. Everyone's reaction, 3 planets, 3. I should be looking for him to form a team when I enter the Herb Garden planet, Lian said. This is a good idea. He's able to defeat Latun as a Cosmos Realm martial warrior. We mustn't underestimate his ability. Le Pan's eyes lit up. That's right. Latun is a Heaven Realm talent. I didn't expect him to lose to a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Lian lamented with a strange glint in her eyes. He's the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract from the Virtual Universe Corporation. His martial arts talent is already extremely powerful, which is why I view him with high importance, Le Pan said sternly. If that wasn't the case, Wang Teng wouldn't push his daughter out just because the guy passed the 7th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. To core families like them, recruiting talents was extremely important. Absorbing powerful bloodlines was unavoidable if they wanted to ensure the prosperity of their families. Lian nodded. As a talent from a core family with a secondary career, she knew her fate clearly. There was no way to resist. It wasn't just the secondary career core families. The powerful martial arts families were the same. However, there were more martial arts talents in the universe, so it wasn't difficult for the martial arts families to reproduce. It's good that you know what you're doing. Le Pan felt relieved when she saw this. Suddenly, she remembered something and said, Oh, right, you need to be careful of Sang Yi from the Sang family. You might be friends and have a good relationship since you were young, but there's only one man. You can't share him with her, right? You need to be more careful. I know. Lian felt her head spinning when she heard Lapan's long-winded words. His father was more naggy than a lady. Did he become like this because he hadn't found a partner for many years? No, it looked like she had to set her old father up with someone. The father and daughter were thinking about each other's love life. What a filial father and daughter. On the other side, the family head of the Sang family, Sang Ji, was talking to Sang Yi about Wang Teng too. They were astounded when they heard that Wang Teng had cleared the 7th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Not only is Wang Teng's mining mastery amazing, but his soul is also powerful. It looks like his other secondary careers are not bad either. He might become a black horse in this year's exchange event. Sang Ji touched his chin and guessed, "Old man, do you have such high hopes for him?" Sang Yi had already regained her composure. She was surprised when she heard her father's words. "Don't you understand what it means to be able to pass the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda?" Sang Ji asked. Sang Yi nodded. She looked at the screen in the sky and said, "That being said, the competition isn't just about one spirit. There are other important secondary careers too. The stronger his spirit, the greater his spiritual power. His mastery of his secondary careers shouldn't be weak either." Sang Ji smiled. "Do you believe that he can enter the top 10? Top 10? Sang Yi was stunned. She exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such high hopes for him. There are so many talents and all of them have unique skills. It's not easy to enter the top 10. You don't believe me?" Sang Ji glanced at her and asked with a smile. "It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just surprised you don't understand him." Sang Yi shook her head. "Do you want to make a bet with me?" Sang Ji suddenly laughed. "What bet?" Sang Yi raised her eyebrows and asked. "If he enters the top 10, you will pursue him." "What do you think?" Sang Ji said. "What?" Sang Yi widened her eyes in shock. She looked at her father in disbelief. How could a biological father ask his daughter to chase a man? Was he afraid that she couldn't get married? This was too much. "You don't dare?" Sang Ji asked. "Goading me won't work. I won't fall for it." Sang Yi rolled her eyes. "Cough. It's not that serious. It's just a game between us. If you're not interested, forget it." "I wanted to use the starbone as my bet." Sang Ji coughed awkwardly and said, "Skull starbone." Sang Yi's expression changed. She rolled her eyes and continued, "If you want to bet, I can play with you. However, I want to change the bet method." "Oh." Sang Ji was stunned. He asked, "How do you want to bet?" "It's simple. That fellow is a 5-field grandmaster. Besides runes, alchemy, and smithery, he's also a force chef grandmaster and a mining grandmaster. You will bet that 3 of his 5 fields will enter the top 10 at the same time." "That will be more interesting," Sang Yi said with a sly smile. "All 3 fields in the top 10? The muscles on Sang Ji's face twitched. He asked, "Isn't this a little too difficult?" His original plan was great. As long as Wang Teng managed to enter the top 10 with one secondary profession, it meant that his talent was not bad. He was worth the Sang family pulling him over. Sang Yi wouldn't feel wronged if she went after him. His daughter's talent was not bad, but he was worried about her. She was a young lady with a tough personality. Normally, she was carefree like a man. No one dared to chase her. What would happen in the future? That was why Sang Ji came up with this plan. It had to be said that some aspects were similar for Lian and Sang Yi to become friends. Chapter 2604, Great Elders' Speculation. Everyone's reaction, 3 planets. 4. Both of them were arrogant. Normal men wouldn't be able to enter their eyes. As time went by, they became the spinsters. That was why Lapan and Sang Ji were so anxious. They wanted to find a man they liked during this exchange so that they could sell these 2 fellows as soon as possible. Of course, if they met someone better in the future matches, they could ask their daughters to change their candidate. Wang Teng had to be the one, throw a wide net and catch more fish. A core family like theirs would definitely have many talents who were willing to marry into their families. If Wang Teng couldn't do it, they could change to someone else. There would always be someone who met their criteria, However, Sang Ji didn't expect Sang Yi to surpass him, to enter the top 10 with 3 secondary careers. This was almost impossible. He had high hopes for Wang Teng, but he didn't think that he would succeed. Also, the prerequisite was that the guy had to register for multiple secondary career competitions. But was that possible? That was impossible. This meant that he would definitely lose. What was there to bet? "Old man, you don't dare to bet anymore?" Sang Yi sniggered. There was a sly look in her eyes. Every dog has its day. It was her turn to say this. Didn't the old man want her to find a man? No problem. As long as the other party was outstanding enough, she would agree. There was nothing wrong with that. Top 10 in all 3 fields? Don't even think about it, Sang Ji said angrily. 5 secondary careers, 3 into the top 10. It's not difficult, Sang Yi said calmly. She sounded extremely arrogant. If he manages to enter the top 10 in all 3 fields, he won't be interested in you, Sang Ji muttered. What did you say? Sang Yi's face turned black. She squeezed the words out of her mouth and glared at Sang Ji. Nothing, nothing. Sang Ji was a little scared. He said helplessly, "All right, I'll accept your bet. That's more like it." Sang Yi nodded in satisfaction. She was elated and proud. 3 in the top 10. Let's see how the old man will win this time. You want me to pursue someone else in your dreams? Some distance away, the Ti family had turned completely silent. The atmosphere was frighteningly tense. Ti Long, Ti Jing, and Ti Du didn't speak. They stared intently at the screen in the sky as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Ti Du was the first to open his mouth. He looked as if he saw a ghost. All right, we saw it. Ti Long's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He interrupted. Wang Teng, at this moment, he felt frustrated for some reason. He didn't want to listen to his stupid son. If the situation wasn't so bad, he would have hit Wang Teng. It was all this bastard's fault. He caused their family to provoke such a genius. To be able to reach the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda meant that this guy's spirit had surpassed everyone's. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He didn't want to believe it. But he had to admit that this young man was a genius who surpassed ordinary people. Ti Jing wanted to speak, but when he saw his father's expression, he didn't dare to speak any more. However, from his flickering eyes, he could tell how agitated his father was. He stared at Wang Teng as the guy slowly cleared the level at the start. In the end, the guy left everyone in the dust and rushed to the 7th level. His emotions were indescribable. Was that bastard really a peerless genius? We mustn't let him live, Tai Long said in a cold voice after some time. Father, what do you plan to do? Tai Jing's expression changed slightly as he probed. I will discuss with the Ma family again. We must ask them to get rid of this brat. The killing intent in Tai Long's heart had never been so strong since he wanted to do it. He must go all out and kill this kid before he matured. Then the feud was nothing. A talent who hadn't matured was nothing. The Ti family had seen many talents over the years. They weren't afraid of an up-and-coming talent. Ti Jing and Ti Du exchanged glances with each other. They could sense the strong killing intent in their father's voice. They were astounded. It had been a long time since their father showed such an attitude in the great Qian Empire. Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and Grandmaster Hua Yuan were surprised and elated. At first they hoped that Wang Teng would be able to pass the 6th level, but Wang Teng gave them a huge surprise. He reached the 7th level so quickly. This was unbelievable. This is too powerful. Luo Tang was astounded. He couldn't help but exclaimed, I didn't expect Grandmaster Wang Teng's spirit to be so powerful, Grandmaster Susanna exclaimed. Grandmaster Xiejia's face turned green and red. He didn't know what to say anymore. He remembered how he kept teasing Wang Teng and felt a little awkward and ashamed. He wished he could find a hole and bury himself in it. How could this fellow be so powerful? He had only reached the 4th level in the Illusion Heart Pagoda, but the other party had reached the 7th level. What was there to compare? If he didn't compete, he wouldn't know how trashy he was. The Parkers' family was dead silent, especially Gabriel and the furious flaming universe lord. Their faces alternated between green and white. It was a spectacular scene. Chapter 2605, Great Elder's Speculation. Everyone's reaction. 3 planets. 5 from their expressions. Anyone could tell that they were in a bad mood. Crack. At this moment, a jarring sound came from the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Everyone turned and saw the door of the 7th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda opening gradually. A gray whirlpool hole appeared. Then a tall and slender figure walked out step by step and appeared in front of everyone. It was Wang Teng. He's out. Everyone was invigorated. In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on the black-haired figure. Their expressions were complicated. This person was a rare talent who amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. Huh, Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. He looked down in surprise and muttered, "Why is it so quiet?" Everyone? Don't you know why it's so quiet? Everyone was speechless. Didn't this fellow know what he did? Why was he still acting dumb? All right. Great Elder Dan Chen stood up abruptly and said slowly, "Since the last participant has walked out of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, the first round has ended." "It's over? Looks like I'm the last one." Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He couldn't help but look at Great Elder Dan Chen. Great Elder Dan Chen looked over and smiled at him. Wang Teng was stunned. Why was this Great Elder suddenly so kind to him? Did he have some ulterior motive? He suddenly became vigilant and hurriedly walked towards the Great Qian Empire's seat. So many people were looking at him. It was scary. Grandmaster Wang Teng, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the other Grandmasters came forward. They seemed a little excited. What's wrong with everyone? Wang Teng smiled and asked, "Your ranking in the first round?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan said excitedly. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I didn't embarrass the Great Qian Empire in the first round, right?" Wang Teng chuckled. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't know if they should laugh or cry. If this was embarrassing, the others should commit suicide. Luo Tang, Xie Jie, and Grandmaster Susanna looked at Wang Teng with respect. "Look at him. He's already in first place, but he's still so humble. He's the role model of our generation." Even Grandmaster Xie Jie was convinced by Wang Teng now. Her thoughts disappeared when Wang Teng cleared the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. If Wang Teng was at the same level as them, he would have some thoughts of comparing with him. However, Wang Teng surpassed them so much that he had no desire to compare with him. If he compared himself with the other party, he felt that he would be completely burnt. He had a feeling that Grandmaster Wang Teng would amaze everyone in the future matches. As you can see, anyone who can't pass the 3rd level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda will be eliminated. Grandmaster Dan Chen's voice resounded in the plaza once again. Many people turned dejected. At least half of the candidates were eliminated in the first round. These people didn't even have the right to enter the next round. Their enthusiasm was extinguished. It was tragic. However, this was the current situation. The universe was huge, and there were countless talents. Some geniuses who felt that their talents weren't weak paled in comparison to the real geniuses. Their world limited their vision. This was an eye-opener for them. They might have achievements in the future. And the person leading this round is the talent of the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng. He's the only talent who passed the 7th level this year. Do you have any objections? Great Elder Dan Chen glanced at the people below and asked calmly. There was silence below. Even the Great Elders didn't question him. Wang Teng's result was real. There was nothing fake about it. If they jumped out now, they would look like clowns. No one was willing to do this. Even if they wanted to get back a point, they would do it in the next round. There was no point in shouting and questioning in front of everyone. Since no one has any objections, let me talk about the content of the next competition. Great Elder Dan Shen glanced around him and said calmly, "Everyone knows that the most important secondary careers are runes, alchemy, smithery, mining, poison, medicine, and force chef. These secondary careers have their own special characteristics and requirements. Hence, the competitions will be held in different places. The participants for alchemy, medicine, and poison will be entering the herb garden planet to pick all the spiritual herbs you need for the competition. Alchemy participants will need to make a pill. In the end, all the judges will determine your ranking based on the grade of the pill and its efficacy. As for the poison participants, you need to make a poison and feed it to someone. We will prepare some candidates to test the poison. The poison saints here will give you the fairest score for your final ranking. As for medical competitors, they are related to poison competitors. You need to treat the poison that poison competitors have harmed. The holy doctors will judge your final ranking based on the number of poison victims you have treated and the difficulty level. Chapter 2606, Great Elder's Speculation, Everyone's Reaction, 3 Planets. 6. Great Elder Dan Chen paused for a moment as if he was giving everyone time to digest. Everyone was stunned. Then they were astounded. The content of the alchemy competition is within expectations. However, I didn't expect the competitions of the medical and poison paths to be like this. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. As for Force Chef, the participants will need to enter the spiritual beast planet to kill the star beasts raised by the Secondary Career Alliance. Then they will make force dishes. The judges will determine your ranking based on the deliciousness of your force dishes and their effects. The mining path and the smithery path require you to enter the mining planet. You need to find the materials you need to forge a weapon. The level and quality of this weapon will determine your ranking. Mining is about looking for mines. The Secondary Career Alliance has hidden many mines on the mining planet. The ranking is based on the quality of the mines. Great Elder Dan Chen slowly explained the content of the competitions. The expressions of the talents in the plaza turned serious. Every time he talked about a secondary career, the relevant geniuses would become extremely serious, afraid of missing a single word. The competitions are going to be held at the same time? Wang Teng heard the content of the matches without missing a single word. He was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. Then he understood. Let's do it at the same time. Other people wouldn't be able to do anything, but he was different. He had done this before. But these matches are interesting. Excitement gradually appeared on his face. He was completely interested in the content of the competition. Some matches were within his expectation, while others were out of his expectation. However, this made them even more interesting. I must win the 7 secondary career competitions. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings with a sharp glint in his eyes. All right. If you have no objections, prepare to enter the corresponding planet. Great Elder Dan Chen waved his hand, and the Illusion Heart Pagoda in the sky merged into space. Then space fluctuated again, and 3 huge whirlpools appeared gradually. The 3 whirlpools will lead to the herb garden planet, the spiritual beast planet, and the mining planet. The participants will enter the whirlpools. Remember, after you enter the 3 planets, you can fight. Your life and death is yours. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Everybody responsible for their own life and death? Didn't it mean that everyone on the 3 planets could become their enemy? Everyone was in an uproar. However, some people seemed to have predicted this. They sneered and mocked it. Secondary careers weren't as powerful as martial warriors, but they needed to fight too. If not, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. They couldn't be groomed. This was why the secondary careers were allowed to fight freely on the 3 planets, regardless of life or death. Of course, we will give you a chance to give up. Great Elder Dan Chen waited for everyone to digest the information before waving his hand. He sent out numerous rays of light that flew towards everyone. At the same time, he said calmly, "This is the space teleportation token. It's linked to the array on the planet. Everyone will get one. Once you activate this token, you will be considered to have given up. The choice is yours." The tokens flew accurately towards everyone who passed the first round and floated in front of them. One could tell how powerful the control ability of an immortal-level martial warrior was. Everyone instinctively grabbed the token in front of them. Their expressions changed. Abstention. This wasn't an easy choice for them. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and grabbed the token in his hand. A playful smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He suddenly understood what Lei Yan and the others meant by working together. To him, these secondary careers were all weaklings. Keep a low profile. There might be some hidden talents who were pretending to be weak. Wang Teng felt that he should keep a low profile in case he got slapped in the face like he did in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Also, you only have 1 month, starting from the moment you enter the corresponding planet. If you don't complete the competition within 1 month, you will be considered a failure. That's all I have to say. Everyone enter the 3 planets. Great Elder Dan Shen shouted, boom. Everyone turned into rays of light and shot towards the 3 giant whirlpools in the sky. 1 month is enough. It's enough. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt at ease. He was a little slow in the first round, but he was definitely faster than everyone in the second round. If he was the second most powerful martial warrior, no one dared to be the first. That's right. This was what Wang Teng said. Chapter 2607. Wang Teng's operation, exposed, rejected. He would complete 7 secondary career competitions within a month. This was just enough time for most secondary professionals, after all. This included the time needed to find all kinds of materials. Normal people would need to spend most of their time on this. 1 month might seem like enough, but don't forget what Great Elder Dan Shen said just now. All the participants could fight on the 3 planets. That meant that the difficulty had increased. If it was just a normal search for ingredients, they could save some time. However, they had to be careful of other people now. This was a little difficult thus. When Great Elder Dan Chen announced the start of the competition, almost everyone rushed towards the 3 whirlpools in the sky impatiently. However, there were still people who weren't in a hurry. They were waiting for the others to make the first move, especially the core family members. They were all paying attention to other people's movements. They would only move after someone moved. It was obvious that these people were either allies or enemies. The best time for them to act was when they were collecting the materials. Why isn't that fellow moving? After waiting for some time, Lei Yan looked at Wang Teng curiously and muttered to herself. Many people are watching him now. Entering later is the right choice, Lapan said. Lei Yan blinked and nodded. She could only continue waiting. In the Sang family's seat, Sang Yi glanced at Wang Teng. She wasn't in a hurry to move. She was different from Lei Yan. She was a mining engineer, and the mining engineer competition was about finding ores. Hence, she wouldn't work with Wang Teng. But she really wanted to see which secondary career competition that fellow would choose. She knew that Wang Teng had many secondary career talents, but she didn't believe that he could choose all 7 in 1 month. Based on her guess, Wang Teng either chose to enter the mining planet or the herb garden planet. When you entered the mining planet, you could choose the mining engineer, blacksmith, and rune master secondary careers. If you wanted to enter the herb garden planet, you could choose poison master, pharmacist, and alchemist. It wasn't worth it to enter the spiritual beast planet. He could only choose force chefs. This wasn't suitable for Wang Teng, hence she was waiting for Wang Teng to make his decision. At the same time, the Ti family, the Ma family, and the Tai family were paying attention to Wang Teng. There were many other core families too. Wang Teng's performance in the first round astounded everyone. Now they treated him as a formidable opponent, so they paid more attention to him. Many of them wanted to take care of Wang Teng beforehand so that he wouldn't be a threat to them in the next round. Although this method was a little immoral, some people would do anything for the championship title. I didn't expect the Ti family to be willing to pay such a price for us to act. On the Ma family's side, the family head, Ma Lu, was in deep thought. Ma Yan and the other talented poison masters from the Ma family stood behind him silently. All of them had cold expressions on their faces. These members of the poison core families had been exposed to all kinds of poisons all year round, so their personalities had become a little unreasonable and cold. They didn't look like people to be trifled with. They were truly powerful poison masters. They mustn't be underestimated. Ma Yan, it looks like you have to act? Ma Lu pondered for a moment before he said, I understand. Ma Yan nodded. He didn't say much. On the Ti family seat, Ti Long closed his eyes. Ta Du and Ti Jing were waiting anxiously at the side, but they didn't dare to disturb him. After some time, Ti Long slowly opened his eyes. Father, how is it? Ti Du asked hurriedly. Ti Long glanced at him. Ti Du shrunk his neck in embarrassment. Ti Long snorted and said, The Ti family has agreed. Let's wait for the result. That's great. Wang Teng is dead this time, Ti Du couldn't help but say. Ti Jing was elated too. All right, it's time for you to head to the spiritual beast planet. Wang Teng probably won't choose the spiritual beast planet. You don't have to worry, just focus on the competition. Ti Long waved his hand and said, Yes. The two of them nodded and flew towards the whirlpool on the spiritual beast planet, with the other talents from the Ti family. Ti Long looked at them as they disappeared into the whirlpool. He shook his head and sighed. Then he looked in the direction of the great Qian Empire's seat. His gaze landed on the black-haired young man, and his gaze turned cold. However, the next instant, his eyes widened as if he saw something unbelievable. Some distance away, force glows started flowing around Wang Teng's body. Then they turned into two identical figures beside him. They looked exactly like him. Fuck, clone. Even Ti Long couldn't help but curse. He was honestly shocked. He didn't expect Wang Teng to use cloning skills. This was cheating. Plus the main body, the three figures stood together. Anyone with a brain would know that he wanted to enter all three planets at once. A moment ago, he was still confident that the Ti brothers didn't have to worry. But now it looked like they were in danger. For a moment, Ti Long's expression kept changing. It was extremely interesting. If Wang Teng met Ti Jing and his brother on Spirit Beast Planet, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 2608. Wang Teng's Operation Exposed Rejected 2. However, he had already asked Ti Jing and his brother to enter the Spiritual Beast Planet. He didn't have the chance to warn them. How infuriating. Fuck! Le Pan cursed too. She looked at Wang Teng in surprise and turned to ask Li Yan, Is he going to enter the three planets at the same time? Li Yan was speechless. After a long time, she nodded and said, I think so. I underestimated him. He's a 5-field grandmaster. He's participating in all of the 5 competitions, Le Pan said. It looks like his ambition is greater than I thought, Li Yan said with shimmering eyes. Le Pan nodded. He looked at Wang Teng and said, I wonder how far he can go. Clones. The family head of the Sang family, Sang Ji, had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the 3 identical Wang Teng and suddenly found it absurd. He had never seen anyone using clones during a secondary career exchange event. After all, this wasn't a martial arts competition. What was the use of clones? Not everyone was as abnormal as Wang Teng, who was able to grasp multiple secondary careers at the same time, and their grades weren't low. In summary, this amazing move almost broke his back. Wang Teng was the first to do it. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Teng was a little unusual. Not only was his secondary career talent outstanding, but his spirit was also extremely powerful. His future was limitless. Suddenly, he had some confidence in his bet with Sang Yi. Wang Teng might really be able to enter the top 10 in all 3 fields. This fellow, Sang Yi, was astounded. She remained silent and didn't know what to say. Everyone in the Ma family was eerily silent. Family head, what should we do? Ma Yan asked after some time. The corners of Ma Lu's lips twitched. He suddenly felt exasperated. He couldn't differentiate between the real Wang Teng and the fake Wang Teng. When he entered one of the 3 planets later, he wouldn't be able to differentiate between the real Wang Teng and the fake Wang Teng. What should he do? As the family head, he had a headache too. Ma Lu even had the urge to reject the Ti family. This was too frustrating. What kind of people did he have to deal with? No. This difficulty level, they needed to pay more. Wait for a moment. Ma Lu said to Ma Yan before closing his eyes again. He seemed to have conversed with the Ti family. After some time, he opened his eyes again. His expression was gloomy. Family head? Ma Yan asked. When he enters the herb garden planet later, kill him, whether it's his clone or his main body. Ma Lu snorted. Yes, Ma Yan and the others replied immediately. Besides the core families, the other people had similar reactions, who would use a clone to participate in the secondary career alliance's exchange event. Everyone started discussing uncontrollably. At first, everyone paid much attention to Wang Teng. Now they were even more astounded when they saw his amazing actions. On the other side, Wang Teng didn't care about this. He was standing in front of Grandmaster Hui Yuan and the other Grandmasters. All the Grandmasters were dumbfounded. This is clone, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were stunned. Then they understood. They had seen Wang Teng participating in the League of Talents before. At that time, he used this clone skill to enter multiple competition zones and completed the almost impossible matches. He didn't expect Wang Teng to use his clone for this exchange event. This fellow's actions were unpredictable. Before this, they would never have thought that he would use a clone. Honestly, normal people wouldn't be able to think of this. I'm leaving. Wang Teng looked at Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Hua Yuan with shimmering eyes. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you only have 1 month. Are you sure it's enough? Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the 3 Wang Tengs and couldn't tell which one was the real one. He shook his head and asked worriedly. To them, 1 month was too short. They couldn't imagine how Wang Teng would complete the 7 secondary career matches, much less a higher ranking. The higher your ranking, the more difficult it would be. To enter the top 10, you needed to defeat tens of thousands of opponents. This wasn't easy. That's right, there were tens of thousands of them. After the first round of screening, there were only a few tens of thousands of participants left for each secondary career. Tens of thousands of martial warriors might seem like a lot, but it was nothing when viewed from the perspective of the entire territorial domain. Still, this was a frightening number for the exchange event. Even if Wang Teng had cloning skills, it was still too difficult for him to stand out. Hence, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Hua Yuan had to worry. That's right, Grandmaster Wang Teng. Although you can use clones, you only have an advantage when it comes to collecting ingredients. Your clones won't be of much use in the final match, right? Grandmaster Alfred blinked and said, he was right. To the clone, whether it was spiritual power or mastery of secondary careers, they were definitely inferior to the main body. If a secondary professional wanted to stand out in the competition, he needed to give it his all. How could a clone do it? Chapter 2608, Wang Teng's Operation, Exposed, Rejected. 2, however, he had already asked T.I. Jing and his brother to enter the spiritual beast planet. He didn't have the chance to warn them. How infuriating. Fuck. Lapan cursed too. He looked at Wang Teng in surprise and turned to ask Li Yan, is he going to enter the 3 planets at the same time? Li Yan was speechless. After a long time, she nodded and said, I think so. I underestimated him. He's a 5-field Grand Master. He's participating in all of the 5 competitions, Lapan said. It looks like his ambition is greater than I thought, Li Yan said with shimmering eyes. Lapan nodded. He looked at Wang Teng and said, I wonder how far he can go. Clones. The family head of the Sang family. Sang Ji had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the 3 identical Wang Teng and suddenly found it absurd. He had never seen anyone using clones during a secondary career exchange event. After all, this wasn't a martial arts competition. What was the use of clones? Not everyone was as abnormal as Wang Teng, who was able to grasp multiple secondary careers at the same time, and their grades weren't low. In summary, this amazing move almost broke his back. Wang Teng was the first to do it. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Teng was a little unusual. Not only was his secondary career talent outstanding, but his spirit was also extremely powerful. His future was limitless. Suddenly, he had some confidence in his bet with Sang Yi. Wang Teng might really be able to enter the top 10 in all 3 fields. This fellow... Sang Yi was astounded. She remained silent and didn't know what to say. Everyone in the Ma family was eerily silent. "Family head? What should we do?" Ma Yan asked after some time. The corners of Ma Lu's lips twitched. He suddenly felt exasperated. He couldn't differentiate between the real Wang Teng and the fake Wang Teng. When he entered one of the 3 planets later, he wouldn't be able to differentiate between the real Wang Teng and the fake Wang Teng. What should he do as the family head? He had a headache too. Ma Lu even had the urge to reject the Ti family. This was too frustrating. What kind of people did he have to deal with? No, this difficulty level, they needed to pay more. "Wait for a moment," Ma Lu said to Ma Yan before closing his eyes again. He seemed to have conversed with the Ti family. After some time, he opened his eyes again. His expression was gloomy. "Family head?" Ma Yan asked. "When he enters the herb garden planet later, kill him, whether it's his clone or his main body." Ma Lu snorted. "Yes." Ma Yan and the others replied immediately. Besides the core families, the other people had similar reactions. Who would use a clone to participate in the Secondary Career Alliance's exchange event? Everyone started discussing uncontrollably. At first, everyone paid much attention to Wang Teng. Now they were even more astounded when they saw his amazing actions. On the other side, Wang Teng didn't care about this. He was standing in front of Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters. All the Grandmasters were dumbfounded. "This is clone," Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were stunned. Then they understood they had seen Wang Teng participating in the League of Talents before. At that time, he used this clone skill to enter multiple competition zones and completed the almost impossible matches. He didn't expect Wang Teng to use his clone for this exchange event. This fellow's actions were unpredictable. Before this, they would never have thought that he would use a clone. Honestly, normal people wouldn't be able to think of this. "I'm leaving." Wang Teng looked at Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Hua Yuan with shimmering eyes. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, you only have 1 month. Are you sure it's enough?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the 3 Wang Tengs and couldn't tell which one was the real one. He shook his head and asked, worriedly. To them, 1 month was too short. They couldn't imagine how Wang Teng would complete the 7 secondary career matches, much less a higher ranking. The higher your ranking, the more difficult it would be to enter the top 10. You needed to defeat tens of thousands of opponents. This wasn't easy. That's right. There were tens of thousands of them. After the first round of screening, there were only a few tens of thousands of participants left for each secondary career. Tens of thousands of martial warriors might seem like a lot, but it was nothing when viewed from the perspective of the entire territorial domain. Still, this was a frightening number for the exchange event. Even if Wang Teng had cloning skills, it was still too difficult for him to stand out. Hence, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Hua Yuan had to worry. That's right, Grandmaster Wang Teng. Although you can use clones, you only have an advantage when it comes to collecting ingredients. Your clones won't be of much use in the final match, right? Grandmaster Alfred blinked and said, he was right. To the clone, whether it was spiritual power or mastery of secondary careers, they were definitely inferior to the main body. If a secondary professional wanted to stand out in the competition, he needed to give it his all. How could a clone do it? Chapter 20610, Wang Teng's Operation, Exposed, Rejected. 4. It was unbelievable for so many images to be broadcasted simultaneously. Everyone in the plaza shifted their gazes to the screen, searching for the person they cared about. Besides paying attention to the talents from their factions, they would also pay attention to the talents from the other factions who entered the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. These people were strong contenders for the championship title. As the only talent who entered the 7th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, Wang Teng naturally received the most attention. It wasn't just the big and small factions in the universe. Even the core families would look at Wang Teng from time to time. Soon they found Wang Teng's figure on the 3 planets. Discussions were heard. Wang Teng used his clones to enter 3 planets at once. This is surprising. That's right. This operation is amazing. However, he has entered 3 planets at once. Does this mean that he registered for multiple secondary career competitions at the same time? Of course. That must be it. I wonder how many competitions he signed up for? 2 or 3, it's impossible for more. A person's energy is limited. He won't be able to grasp so many secondary careers. That makes sense. He's already a genius among geniuses since he has 3 secondary careers and all of them have reached the Grandmaster level. I don't believe that he has more. From the looks of it, one of them must be a Force Chef Master. I think the other one is a Poison Master or a Doctor. After all, these 2 secondary careers are relatively simple. As for the last one, I can't guess. At the end of the discussion, someone suddenly revealed the truth. You're too naive. Grandmaster Wang Teng has at least 4 secondary careers. 4 gates? Are you kidding? Someone didn't believe it. A few days ago, Grandmaster Wang Teng and Grandmaster Wang Teng were competing in rock gambling. Among the talents, Sang Yi and Tai Lu from the core families lost to Grandmaster Wang Teng. This means that he must be a mining engineer. At that time, I saw 3 emblems on his chest. Do you know what they are? As the person spoke, he kept them in suspense. 3 badges? Oh my God, he's really a quadruple field Grandmaster. Quick, tell me, what's his secondary career? Everyone urged him. Ha ha, if you want to know, you can beg me. Fuck, bitch, tell me quickly. If not, I will follow the Skynet and hit you. Come on, hit me. Fuck, bitch, look at my blade. It's runes, smithery, and alchemy. Someone suddenly interrupted him. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. No one expected the result to be the most mainstream and most difficult 3 fields. Wasn't it supposed to be simpler? Yet Wang Teng managed to grasp the 3 most difficult secondary careers. Was this true? Is this true? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course, many people saw it. Fuck, brother, that's not cool. You stole my line. The person who exposed Wang Teng felt bitter. Serves you right. Why didn't you say that earlier? That means that Wang Teng is a quadruple field Grandmaster. How terrifying. There's the Force Chef. He's a martial arts Grandmaster? Force Chef? Yes. I've eaten his Force dishes before. It's a delicacy. I still have an aftertaste. Oh my God, what does he not know? Doesn't that mean that he's a 5-field Grandmaster? Why don't he learn the remaining paths of medicine and poison too? That way he can make up the numbers. What do you mean by making up the numbers? Is this how you do it? If I don't do it this way, how can I do it? He only needs 2 more. It will make me uncomfortable if he doesn't learn all of them. Fuck. 5-field Grandmaster is enough to make me despair. 2 more will make me die. That's right. 7-field Grandmaster? That's unbelievable. Since he's a 5-field Grandmaster, why don't you guess how many of them can enter the top 10? Or none of them? 5 fields at once. He's powerful, but it's hard to say if he can enter the top 10. Top 100 is good enough. The people on the virtual network were all eager to see the world in chaos. They started discussing fervently. In the end, Wang Teng's 5-field Grandmaster title was exposed. He didn't slack off during the few days he was in the secondary career alliance. He kept causing trouble everywhere, so it was understandable that others knew about it. Currently, only Wang Teng's poison and medical skills were unknown to others. Many people said that he didn't have these 2 skills. 7 secondary careers. It was too scary. No one dared to think about it. Also, many people felt that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to achieve a high ranking with 5 different skills. Even if he passed the 7th level in the first round, it wasn't enough to support 5 secondary careers. The core family members were peeking at the screen too. They were surprised when they saw everyone's discussion. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be a 5-field Grandmaster. This was surprising on the high platform. Great Elder Dan Chen exclaimed, "I didn't expect him to use this method to enter the 3 planets. It's indeed surprising. We didn't expect him to use his clone skill," Great Elder Byers said. Chapter 211. Wang Teng's operation, exposed, rejected, 5. Clone techniques are rare. Normal people won't be able to grasp them. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head. However, he's a martial arts genius. It's understandable that he is able to grasp a clone technique. Wang Teng is indeed a surprise. Great Elder Dan Chen suddenly chuckled. Great Elder Byers and Great Elder Tambeli smiled too. They were getting more and more interested in Wang Teng's performance. This was a bare hill. The peaks of the mountains were not high nor low. They were yellow-brown in color and looked desolate. Occasionally, one could see some greenness embellished between the mountain ranges. This was the only way they could sense a hint of vitality. However, there didn't seem to be any star beasts here. It was extremely quiet. The silence lasted for some time. Then the space above the mountain suddenly fluctuated and a pitch-black entrance appeared abruptly. A figure flew out and stopped in mid-air. This person had black hair and was wearing a secondary career attire. There were 3 conspicuous emblems on his chest. It was Wang Teng. This is the herb garden planet. He glanced around him and muttered to himself. There was astonishment in his eyes. Then he turned around and looked at the space entrance that had disappeared. His eyes shimmered slightly. They teleported everyone randomly? This is a good move. With his mastery of space, he knew how difficult it was to transport everyone randomly to different places. Even an ordinary eternal stage martial warrior couldn't do it. However, Wang Teng found it understandable when he remembered that the secondary career alliance had a large number of divine level and even divine level rune masters. Based on their ability, it shouldn't be difficult for them to build a space array that could teleport people randomly. To think that Lian still wants to cooperate with me. She probably didn't expect this to happen. Wang Teng suddenly thought of something. A gloating smile appeared at the edge of his lips. But Great Elder Dan Chen has a bad sense of humor. He didn't tell anyone about this important piece of information. He shook his head. Wang Teng, Lian sent you a message? Round Ball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, speaking of the devil, do you have to be so punctual? Pick it up for me, Wang Teng said. Okay, Round Ball replied and picked up Lian's call. It didn't project the screen and only used his wristwatch to communicate. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at his wristwatch. Lian's face appeared on it. Brother Wang Teng, send me your location, Lian said the moment she saw Wang Teng. What do you want to do? Wang Teng asked. Lian rolled her eyes at him angrily. Why was he asking when he already knew the answer? She could only say helplessly, do you still remember the collaboration I told you about before? Oh, Wang Teng dragged his words as if he was in deep thought then. He said, I think I do. Lian was speechless. However, she seemed a little anxious. She said hurriedly, the herb garden planet is extremely dangerous. There are many powerful star beasts and the participants. They will cooperate with one another to target the other martial warriors. We are separated, so we need to gather as quickly as possible to protect ourselves. If not, it will be very dangerous. You're the ones in danger, right? Wang Teng replied calmly. I think I'm quite safe. It's hard to fight alone. Don't you understand this logic? How can you fight so many people at once? What's more, the herb garden planet doesn't just have alchemists, it also has poison masters and pharmacists. Poison masters are the most dangerous presences in the past. Many people died at the hands of poison masters. They didn't even have the time to use their tokens to teleport out, Lian explained helplessly. Poison masters? Wang Teng suddenly sniggered. Poison masters were good. He had wanted to look for them. Why are you laughing? Lian frowned. Why was this fellow so unreliable? Didn't they agree to cooperate? Was he going to change his mind at the last moment? It's nothing. Actually, I don't need to cooperate with you, Wang Teng said. Are you confident? Lian furrowed her beautiful brows even more. She suddenly remembered something and sized up Wang Teng with a strange gaze. She asked, oh right, are you a clone or your main form? Guess. Wang Teng chuckled. Guess my ass. Lian wanted to go crazy. All right, that's all. Rather than wasting time talking to me, why don't you find someone else to work with? I really don't need it. Wang Teng shook his head. He wasn't interested in Lian's collaboration with his ability. It shouldn't be difficult for him to find the spiritual herbs he needed. Cooperating with Lian was giving the other party a chance to take advantage of him. There were no benefits. He wouldn't do such a thing. Lian was stunned. She wanted to say something, but Wang Teng had already hung up. What the heck? She was dumbfounded. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. That fellow hung up on her. She was the pride of the Li family. She was beautiful and talented and had always been fawned upon by young talents. Yet Wang Teng hung up on her. She wanted to use this chance to interact with Wang Teng. If she had feelings for him, she might be able to date him. Now, she suddenly felt that she was thinking too much. Chapter 26:12. Wang Teng's operation, exposed, rejected, 6. That guy probably didn't mean it that way. Extreme embarrassment crept into Lian's heart. Her pretty face turned a little red. She was half angry and half humiliated. Wang Teng, you bastard! The next instant, she gritted her teeth. Wang Teng, you're amazing. You rejected a beauty from the Li family. You're so ruthless, Round Ball said in a strange tone. What do you know? I still have many things to do on the herb garden planet. I need to find many things. Why will I bring a burden along? Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said, But she's a genius from the Li family. Aren't you afraid of offending her if you're so heartless? Round Ball asked. You can't spoil a lady, Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. If she's really angry, that's her business. I can't control her. Round Ball, you're so brave. But she did remind me that the poison masters might attack me. If I meet them, hee. Wang Teng touched his chin. Your smile is so scary. Round Ball was speechless. Wang Teng ignored it. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles floating at the entrance of the space. Space 30, Space 12, Space 115. As expected, this is the space attribute. Unfortunately, there's only so much of it. Wang Teng shook his head and activated his real eye to look around him. The force fluctuations in this herb garden planet are extremely thick. Besides that, there seems to be a faint vitality in the air. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. No wonder this planet is used to cultivate spiritual herbs. It's quite special. It's said that the herb garden planet was built by the Secondary Career Alliance after spending countless manpower and resources to allow all kinds of attribute spiritual herbs to grow quickly. Many special environments were constructed on this planet. They are extremely beneficial to the growth of spiritual herbs, Round Ball said. Wang Teng nodded. He lowered his head and scanned the ground below. With his real eye, it was easier for him to find spiritual herbs than a normal person. After some time, he saw a few glaring spots. He immediately dashed down. In a blink of an eye, Wang Teng arrived at the middle of a mountain. There were strange rocks here and no green plants. However, in the middle of the rocks, there was a spiritual herb that was yellowish in color and looked similar to the rocks around it. Obelisk Ganoderma. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized it and nodded slightly. This is a precious earth element, spiritual herb. It looks like it's at least 3,000 years old. Your eyesight is amazing, Round Ball exclaimed. Of course. Look at who I am. Wang Teng smiled proudly. But it's useless even if you pick them. Except the ingredients you need to make alchemists, all the spiritual herbs you pick will be taken away by the Secondary Career Alliance, Round Ball said. I have a way to hide it and not get discovered. Wang Teng smiled slyly. It's useless. Your situation has been broadcasted. Other people know what you picked. Round Ball doused Wang Teng with cold water. What? The smile on Wang Teng's face froze. He didn't feel good. Why did they have to broadcast him picking herbs? Chapter 26:13. Wang Teng's Skills. Torment of the Ti family. Regret of the Ma family. 1. Wang Teng froze on the spot. He looked at the obelisk Ganoderma in front of him and didn't know if he should dig it up. He was in a dilemma. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters have a good plan. They want us to collect herbs for free. After some time, a resentful voice came out of Wang Teng's mouth. It's not that bad. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters won't accept it for free. In the end, they will reward you with some contribution points. It's the same as your contribution points when you were in the branch. Roundball suppressed its laughter and said, "Contribution points?" Wang Teng was stunned. He asked, "Is this written down?" "That's right. Since you met it, you can pick it." Roundball nodded. "All right, since I can get points, I'll do some manual labor for once." Wang Teng nodded. "Also, if you have your eyes on a spiritual herb, you can use your points to buy it from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters." "You have priority," Roundball said. "That means that if I find the Cloud Immortal Milk, I can buy it first?" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. His frustration was gone. "That's right," Roundball replied. Sure. It looks like the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters is quite humane." Wang Teng nodded. Tongya gave him the alchemical manual of a semi-alchemy saint. He owed her a favor, so he had been searching for the Cloud Immortal Milk. If he could find it, he would be returning the favor. Wang Teng stopped hesitating and released his spiritual kinesis. He controlled a jade shovel and dug out the zoysia skillfully. He was extremely experienced. He was well versed in picking spiritual herbs and knew the details like the back of his hand. Very soon, the obelisk Ganoderma appeared in front of Wang Teng. The rhizotomy below wasn't damaged at all. Then he took out a jade box and kept it. "I got my first spiritual herb." Wang Teng sniggered and prepared to keep the jade box. Boom! At this moment, an explosion was heard not far away. "I've been waiting for you." Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the rock on his left. A giant earthworm star beast with the same color as the rocks around it shot out from the rock wall. Its body was originally embedded in the rock wall. As if it had merged with the walls, normal people wouldn't be able to notice it. However, when Wang Teng saw the obelisk Ganoderma, he had already discovered the presence of this giant earthworm star beast. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the surrounding rocks exploded. The giant earthworm star beast opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force surged out. It wanted to suck Wang Teng into its mouth. This scene caused the expressions of many people watching Wang Teng to change. This is dangerous. Wang Teng is too reckless. He should have paid attention to his surroundings when he saw spiritual herbs. That's right. How can there be no star beasts guarding the spiritual herbs? This is common sense. Get lost amidst everyone's discussion. Wang Teng, who was on the screen, remained calm. He shouted and punched his fist out. A fist mark erupted from his fist. Then it landed directly on the giant earthworm star beast's head. Bang! The next instant, the head of the giant earthworm star beast exploded on the spot and turned into a ball of blood mist. The earthworm star beast didn't even have the time to let out a cry of pain before it died. Its huge body plummeted down from the cliff and slammed heavily into the cliff below. Its hard and flexible body swayed in midair. However, its vitality was strong. Even though its head had exploded, its body was still twitching. The people outside were stunned when they saw this scene. Then there was an uproar. Fuck. Is Wang Teng so fierce? He smashed the head of that earthworm star beast with a single punch. It looks like it's a mid-tier imperial tier star beast. Normal Cosmos stage martial warriors might not be able to kill it with a single punch. Is Wang Teng's martial arts ability very strong? He's so cruel and violent. I love it. Oh no. What should I do? I think I'm a fan of this fellow. He punched me right in my heart. What happened just now was a little shocking. He was just a secondary job, but he was so powerful. It caught them off their guards. This stark contrast made it easier for them to be astounded. Tia Long's face turned black. He was screwed. How could this brat be so strong? If his sons met this brat, they would be killed instantly. He had prepared some methods for Ti Jing and his brother so that they could enter the spiritual beast planet, but the effects were limited. It wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with normal secondary professionals. However, if it was Wang Teng, Based on the strength of his attack just now, it would be a little tough. No wonder a Heaven Realm martial warrior like Ti Du was still beaten up so badly. The muscles on Ti Long's face twitched uncontrollably when he thought about this. He could only place his hopes on the Ma family now. He looked in the direction of the Ma family. The seats of the 35 core families weren't far apart. After all, their rankings were similar, so there shouldn't be a huge difference. At this moment, he could clearly see Ma Lu's calm expression. He didn't seem to care at all. He felt more at ease now. It looked like the Ma family was very confident. Chapter 2614, Wang Teng's Skills, Torment of the Ti family, Regret of the Ma family. But he didn't know what a huge loss. What a huge loss. Ma Lu felt exasperated. His expression froze. He had a bad feeling. He felt that this deal was going to be a loss. In the end, he wouldn't be able to get any remuneration, and would have to send his family's talents to their death. No, Ma Yan is the most outstanding talent in my Ma family with his poison mastery. I don't believe that he can't subdue Wang Teng. His martial arts might be strong, but he might not be able to withstand all kinds of strange poisons. Ma Lu shook his head as if he was building his mentality. He picked up the confidence he threw on the ground. He was already at this stage, so he had to fake confidence even if he didn't. If not, he could only watch himself sending the talents of the Ma family into this tiger's mouth. On the herb garden planet, Wang Teng slowly retracted his fist and put on a relaxed expression. Then he kept the jade box and sized up the giant earthworm star beast in front of him. He touched his chin and muttered, "I wonder how it tastes." The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm he met in the flaming river world had a good taste. This star beast in front of him was an earthworm star beast too. They might have the same taste. No one expected this fellow to say such words. He wanted to eat such an ugly worm, as expected of Force Chef Grandmasters. "Their thinking is different from ours," someone exclaimed. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He waved his hand and kept the giant earthworm star beast into his space ring. Then he dashed in another direction without any hesitation. There were many spiritual herbs in this area. Normally, he would be too lazy to look at spiritual herbs with weaker glows. He would only run over and pick spiritual herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. Within a few minutes, Wang Teng had plundered his surroundings. Then he chose a direction and dashed into the distance. "Round Ball, how's your inspection?" Wang Teng asked as he flew in the air. He asked Round Ball to investigate the topography and environment of this planet so that he could save time in finding spiritual herbs based on his experience. He could guess the location of some spiritual herbs based on the terrain and environment. This was a necessary skill for alchemists. Thus, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters didn't tell them the exact location of the spiritual herbs. Instead, they asked all the participants to search for the herbs themselves. "Yes," Round Ball replied. "Show them for me," Wang Teng said immediately. Round Ball responded and opened a 3-dimensional map on its wristwatch. There was a 3-dimensional planet floating above the screen of the wristwatch. It spun slowly so Wang Teng could see the topography of the planet clearly. Wang Teng was elated. Round Ball was indeed reliable. He could save a lot of time with this map. "Have you chosen the pill you want to make?" Round Ball asked curiously. "Of course." Wang Teng smiled. Round Ball wouldn't have thought of the pill he chose. "You have?" Round Ball was stunned. It asked. "I don't know when you chose. You will know when the time comes." Wang Teng smiled mysteriously. "Tisk." Round Ball rolled its eyes helplessly. It was curious, but it couldn't do anything if Wang Teng didn't tell it. "Let's go." The requirements of the pill appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He immediately chose a direction and dashed into the distance. Speaking about it, the pill recipe was recorded in the Semi-Alchemy Saint's letter that Tong Ya gave him. At the same time, in a certain area on the Herb Garden planet, some distance away from Wang Teng, the poison talent of the Ma family, Ma Yan glanced around him and frowned. "Let's collect the poison I need first. Let's talk about Wang Teng later. If we don't meet him, the family head won't blame me." That bunch of useless people from the TI family provoked someone they can't deal with. Yet, they still want to look for the Ma family and waste my time. Then his gaze turned sharp, and a hint of disdain appeared at the edge of his lips. He snorted and dashed in a certain direction. He didn't take Wang Teng's matter to heart. What he cared about the most was the exchange event. He could only rise if he became the poison champion. Everything else was useless. It had nothing to do with him. If Ma Lu knew what he was thinking, he would be delighted. On the other side, Lian had no choice but to face the situation after venting her anger. She immediately contacted the other members of the Lu family and gathered them together to prevent them from getting defeated one by one. Fortunately, the Li family had already grasped the topography of the herb garden planet. Everyone had the relevant information, so they weren't afraid of getting lost. They quickly decided on the meeting place and rushed towards it. How powerful do you think you are? Even without you, I, Li Yan, will be able to find the herbs I need successfully. Go and die, you bastard. Li Yan gritted her teeth and thought to herself furiously. No one had ever angered her to this extent. Mining planet, Wang Teng's clone appeared in a desolate wilderness. The surroundings were yellow, and there were no plants or animals. Chapter 2615, Wang Teng's Skills, Torment of the Ti family. Regret of the Ma family, 3. At a glance, one could only see a long horizontal line and a falling star in the distance. Is this the mining planet? Wang Teng's clone glanced around him. There was a strange look in his eyes. This place was completely different from the herb garden planet. It was desolate. There were all kinds of thick forces here, but there was a hint of vitality missing. It was like cold metal. However, he wasn't too surprised. Mining planets were always like this. Some planets with large amounts of ores didn't even have any living creatures. There were only all kinds of metal ores. Of course, there were special planets too. There were special creatures living on these planets that fed on ores for a long time. Thus, even on a planet like this, dangers were always present. He mustn't let down his guard easily. Wang Teng activated his real eye and looked down. His clone also had the real eye ability. With his current spiritual power, he could divide his martial arts ability and store some of his ability in his clone. It would last for a long time and wouldn't disappear easily. He scanned his surroundings and didn't notice anything special. It looked like he wasn't as lucky as he was on the herb garden planet, where he found the treasure the moment he entered. Wang Teng laughed and shook his head. He didn't mind and wasn't in a hurry to search for it. Instead, he asked Round Ball to investigate the topography and environment of the mining planet to confirm the location of the mine. His mining engineer mastery had reached the late stage of the Grand Master level. He was close to the perfected stage. Hence, he could use his own mastery to determine the location of the mines. Wang Teng? Sang Yi sent a message. Do you want to read it? Round Ball suddenly asked. Wang Teng's clones had one wristwatch each. They could use it at the same time as long as they connected through their identity accounts. Round Ball could also provide information to the 3 Wang Tengs through its wristwatch. Is she here to seek a collaboration too? Wang Teng frowned, but soon he shook his head. There was no chance of mining engineers working together, he said instantly. Answer it. I want to see what she's planning to do. These people are all looking for you. Looks like you're very popular. Round Ball smiled. Do they like me? No, they want my body, Wang Teng said. Round Ball was speechless. To hell with lusting after your body. This fellow's skin was extremely thick, but he was right. The talents from the core families wanted his body. The next moment, it connected Wang Teng to Sang Yi. The other party sized him up a few times when she saw him. Then she asked, Are you a clone or the main body? Guess, Wang Teng said. Pfft, Round Ball almost choked. The people who saw this scene burst out laughing too. All the people who contacted Wang Teng guessed if this Wang Teng was a clone or the real one. This scene was a little funny, especially when they heard Wang Teng's reply, guess the word was infuriating. Of course, everyone was curious as to which was Wang Teng's clone and which was his true form. Some guessed that his true form was on the herb garden planet. while others guessed that it was on the ore planet. After all, only the mining competition was held on the mining planet. The other secondary career competitions were just to find materials. The real competition was to come. As for Force Chef, no one cared. Force Chef Masters had a high status, but they were still a little weaker than the other second careers. This was the truth that everyone acknowledged silently. As expected, Sang Yi was stunned for a long time when she heard these two words. She was speechless and said angrily, "It's all right if you don't want to tell me. Why are you looking for me?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "Let's have a duel," Sang Yi said with an unyielding gaze. She was unwilling to lose to Wang Teng the previous time. Since Wang Teng was participating in the mining competition, she wouldn't let go of this chance. "You want to compete with me?" Wang Teng's expression turned strange. "What's with that expression?" Sang Yi asked. "Nothing. How do you want to compete?" Wang Teng shook his head and asked. "It's simple. We will compete to see whose ranking is higher," Sang Yi said. And then Wang Teng prompted. "What then?" Sang Yi frowned. "Don't you know my habit? I won't compete without any bets," Wang Teng said. Sang Yi suddenly remembered how Lei Yan got tricked. The corners of her lips twitched uncontrollably. She was afraid of getting tricked too. However, since she was the one who suggested the duel, she couldn't reject him. She glared at Wang Teng angrily and said, "If you win, I promise you one thing. If you lose, promise me one thing. That's all. Okay?" Wang Teng was straightforward too. He nodded instantly. "I hope you won't lose too badly." Sang Yi gave Wang Teng a meaningful look and hung up. "Will I lose?" Wang Teng laughed and shook his head. This lady was too naive. However, Sang Yi was fast and straightforward. She wasn't pretentious at all and suited his taste. Chapter 2 Close 6 to 6 Wang Teng's skills, torment of the T family, regret of the Ma family. 4. Interesting. Wang Teng smiled and closed his eyes. He waited for Round Ball's inspection result. On the core family's seat, the head of the Sang family, Sang Ji, felt the corners of his lips twitching when he saw the image on the screen. This young girl was too impulsive. How could she agree to this bet so easily? He hoped that Sang Yi could interact more with Wang Teng, but he didn't want his daughter to get eaten by others. What if Wang Teng had ulterior motives in the bet? It was scary just thinking about it. Sang Ji didn't dare to think further. "Sang Ji, is that young lady from the Sang family close to Wang Teng?" A voice came from the side. "Feng Hua." Sang Ji looked at the Feng family's seat on the left and raised his eyebrows. He was surprised. The person who spoke was the head of the Feng family, Feng Hua. Just like the Sang family, the Feng family was a core family in mining. Many thoughts went through Sang Ji's mind. He replied calmly, "I've only met them once. They're not that close. However, Wang Teng seems to have a good impression of my Sang Yi. You all know that my little girl is always in the limelight, no matter where she goes. It's normal for Wang Teng to be attracted to my little girl." A proud expression appeared on Sang Ji's face. Feng Hua was speechless. He knew what the young lady from the Sang family was like. Sang Ji was lying through his teeth. As long as you're happy." He gave Sang Ji a meaningful look. "Feng Hua, your Feng Liu is not bad. He has the right to be compared with my Sang Yi," Sang Ji said calmly. He didn't care what Feng Hua thought. "Feng Liu's mining mastery is not bad," Feng Hua said calmly with a hint of pride on his face. "However, there's still a gap between him and my Sang Yi. I need to work harder," Sang Ji said. Feng Hua's expression froze, the corners of his lips twitched. "Ha ha ha, Sang Ji, you're still as shameless as ever." Someone laughed at the side. Yan Liang. Feng Hua and Sang Ji turned to look at another seat. This was the seat for the core family, the Yan family. The Yan family was a core family in mining, too. They were much stronger than the two families. "I'm speaking the truth. How dare you say that my Sang Yi can't win with her ability?" Sang Ji glanced at the family head of the Yan family, Yan Liang, and said calmly, "Sang Yi's talent and ability is obvious, but she might not be able to defeat all the talents. Yan Liang said. Oh. Sangji raised his eyebrows and asked, Is there anyone in the Yan family who can surpass our Sang Yi? Yan too is quite famous. However, I remember that he competed with my Sang Yi in the past and lost. Sang Yi was undoubtedly Sangji's greatest pride. She had already cultivated her mystic light sight to an extremely high level. Not many people in the younger generation could be compared to her. Just wait and see. Don't think that you can beat everyone just because your Sang Yi's talent is strong. Looking down on others will cause you to flip, Yan Liang said with a smile. I won't look down on others, however. I have confidence in my Sang Yi, Sangji snorted. It looks like everyone is very confident in their talents. At this moment, another soft laughter was heard. The person who spoke was an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman. She was wearing a long gown with a slit at the thigh, accentuating her voluptuous body and revealing her fair skin. It gave people an indescribable sense of temptation. Sangji and the others looked over. They were astounded. As old perverts know, as a bunch of old men, this kind of beautiful woman was definitely to their taste. This lady still has a taste. The three of them looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. It was obvious that this beautiful lady was from a core family too. She was the last family in the mining industry, the family head of the Roderick family. Arela, I'll feel embarrassed if y'all look at me like this. Arela blinked. A blush appeared on her face as she smiled. Silence. The three old men rolled their eyes uncontrollably. Do you think we will believe you? If this lady knew how to be shy, there wouldn't be any innocent ladies in the world. She was an old demon, but she still wanted to act like a lamb. Ha, ha, family head Arela. Leopold from your Roderick family seems to be an extremely talented mining engineer too, right? The Tai family's seat was very close to the Roderick family's seat, hence, when the other party opened his mouth, he couldn't help but interrupt them. Leopold needs more experience. He can't be compared to the talents in your family, Arela replied humbly. I heard that Leopold has made a name for himself in the outside world. We heard about him when we were stationed at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. This isn't something an ordinary person can do, Feng Hua said. That's right. I heard that Leopold found an extremely precious ice fantasy gold mine for an eternal level family. It's amazing, Sangji said with a glint in his eyes. Chapter 2617, Wang Teng's Skills, Torment of the Ti family, Regret of the Ma family. 5. There was an invisible competition between the core families, so they were all guarding against each other. Thus, whenever there was news of the other party's talent, they would search for it with all their might. They hoped to grasp the other party's talent and ability so that they could make preparations. That way they wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they met the enemy. Just like what they said, Leopold was an exceptional mining talent. Some information wasn't baseless. Arela smiled. You're flattering him. If Leopold loses to you later, it will be embarrassing. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of her for the time being when they saw how smooth she was. Hence, they only took a deep look at this lady, especially her fair thighs. Then they turned their heads and kept quiet. Spiritual beast planet. The instant Wang Teng's clone appeared, he was surrounded by a bunch of star beasts. Roar, 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 furious roars came from all directions. Then the ground started shaking violently. All the star beasts around them charged towards Wang Teng. Fuck, did I fall into a pig pen? Wang Teng glanced around him and cursed uncontrollably. There was nothing except pigs around him. Large and fat pig-like star beasts that were 3 to 4 meters tall dashed towards Wang Teng. Dust flew into the air. They had huge sickle-like fangs protruding out of their mouths. A cold and eerie glow reflected on their surface. It was horrifying. The people outside almost broke out in cold sweat for Wang Teng when they saw this scene. He's so unlucky. He met a pig herd the moment he came in. For some reason, I find it a little funny. Wang Teng entered 3 planets at once. He's a little arrogant. He's unlucky. But this should be his clone on the spiritual beast planet. I heard that the clone's ability is only a part of the main body. I wonder if he can stop that bunch of pig-like star beasts." Everyone discussed fervently. Their gazes landed on the live broadcast of the spiritual beast planet. Some were worried while others were gloating on Spirit Beast Planet. Wang Teng got a shock when he saw the pig star beasts dashing towards him. However, that was because he just came in and wasn't prepared. By the time he regained his senses, these pig star beasts were nothing to be afraid of. He stood on the spot quietly with a calm expression. He didn't seem to care about the star beasts around him. Bang! The ground shook violently. The pig star beasts were getting closer and closer. Wang Teng suddenly gave a strange expression. There was no stench on these pig star beasts. Instead, there was a strange fragrance. What kind of pigs are they? A question crept into his mind. Howl. However, these pig star beasts didn't give him any time to think. A star beast had already arrived in front of him. It opened its huge mouth and was about to bite Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head. He decided to take care of these star beasts first before investigating further. The next instant, he stretched out his hand and pointed his finger slightly in front of him. He tapped the pig-like star beasts that pounced on him on its head. In an instant, the pig-like star beast's body froze. Its huge body stopped in mid-air due to inertia, and it slammed heavily on the ground. Oh my God, what happened? Many people didn't understand what happened when they saw this scene. However, before they could continue being astounded, they widened their eyes in surprise at the next scene. Swoosh! Beams of golden light shot out from Wang Teng's body and formed a golden shield 10 meters around him. The pig-like star beasts got killed the instant they collided. They fell to the ground and died. After some time, more than 10 pig-like star beasts died under the golden light. They scattered around him. This is the skill of a divine spirit master. Many people's jaws dropped when they saw this scene. They found it unbelievable. Wang Teng was a divine spirit master. On the high platform, the great elders exchanged glances with one another and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Good riddance, you're a divine spirit master too. No wonder you're so fearless. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head and exclaimed, "This little fellow surprises us again and again." Great Elders Byers lamented, "I wonder how he cultivated. He has so many skills." Great Elder Dan Chen was astounded. He felt that he couldn't see through this black-haired young man. He has the skills of a divine spirit master. As long as he doesn't provoke those terrifying presences on the spirit beast planet, he won't be a threat, Great Elder Tambeli said. The other two great elders nodded in agreement. The star beasts raised on the spiritual beast planet were mostly ingredients. Their attacking power wasn't strong, but some of them were at a high stage. If Grandmasters met them, they would be in danger too. However, based on the ability Wang Teng displayed, he would be able to escape unscathed as long as he didn't court death. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Wang Teng. He's a divine spirit master. Sangji, Lapan, and the others were astounded too. Divine spirit masters were rare, and there weren't many of them in their families. Yet, Wang Teng had such talent. This was a surprise. Chapter 2617, Wang Teng's Skills. Torment of the Ti family. Regret of the Ma family. 5. There was an invisible competition between the core families, so they were all guarding against each other. Thus, whenever there was news of the other party's talent, they would search for it with all their might. They hoped to grasp the other party's talent and ability so that they could make preparations. That way, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they met the enemy. Just like what they said, Leopold was an exceptional mining talent. Some information wasn't baseless. Arella smiled. You're flattering him. If Leopold loses to you later, it will be embarrassing. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of her for the time being when they saw how smooth she was. Hence, they only took a deep look at this lady, especially her fair thighs. Then they turned their heads and kept quiet. Spiritual beast planet. The instant Wang Teng's clone appeared, he was surrounded by a bunch of star beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars came from all directions. Then the ground started shaking violently. All the star beasts around them charged towards Wang Teng. Fuck, did I fall into a pig pen? Wang Teng glanced around him and cursed uncontrollably. There was nothing except pigs around him. Large and fat pig-like star beasts that were 3 to 4 meters tall dashed towards Wang Teng. Dust flew into the air. They had huge sickle-like fangs protruding out of their mouths. A cold and eerie glow reflected on their surface. It was horrifying. The people outside almost broke out in cold sweat for Wang Teng when they saw this scene. He's so unlucky. He met a pig herd the moment he came in. For some reason, I find it a little funny. Wang Teng entered 3 planets at once. He's a little arrogant. He's unlucky. But this should be his clone on the spiritual beast planet. I heard that the clone's ability is only a part of the main body. I wonder if he can stop that bunch of pig-like star beasts, everyone discussed fervently. Their gazes landed on the live broadcast of the spiritual beast planet. Some were worried while others were gloating on Spirit Beast Planet. Wang Teng got a shock when he saw the pig star beasts dashing towards him. However, that was because he just came in and wasn't prepared. By the time he regained his senses, these pig star beasts were nothing to be afraid of. He stood on the spot quietly with a calm expression. He didn't seem to care about the star beasts around him. Bang, the ground shook violently. The pig star beasts were getting closer and closer. Wang Teng suddenly gave a strange expression. There was no stench on these pig star beasts. Instead, there was a strange fragrance. What kind of pigs are they? A question crept into his mind. However, these pig star beasts didn't give him any time to think. A star beast had already arrived in front of him. It opened its huge mouth and was about to bite Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head. He decided to take care of these star beasts first before investigating further. The next instant, he stretched out his hand and pointed his finger slightly in front of him. He tapped the pig-like star beast that pounced on him on its head. In an instant, the pig-like star beast's body froze. Its huge body stopped in mid-air due to inertia, and it slammed heavily on the ground. Oh my God, what happened? Many people didn't understand what happened when they saw this scene. However, before they could continue being astounded, they widened their eyes in surprise at the next scene. Swoosh, beams of golden light shot out from Wang Teng's body and formed a golden shield 10 meters around him. The pig-like star beasts got killed the instant they collided. They fell to the ground and died. After some time, more than 10 pig-like star beasts died under the golden light. They scattered around him. This is the skill of a divine spirit master. Many people's jaws dropped when they saw this scene. They found it unbelievable. Wang Teng was a divine spirit master. On the high platform, the great elders exchanged glances with one another and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Good riddance, you're a divine spirit master too. No wonder you're so fearless. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head and exclaimed, "This little fellow surprises us again and again." Great Elders Byers lamented. I wonder how he cultivated. He has so many skills. Great Elder Dan Chen was astounded. He felt that he couldn't see through this black-haired young man. He has the skills of a divine spirit master. As long as he doesn't provoke those terrifying presences on the spirit beast planet, he won't be a threat, Great Elder Tambeli said. The other 2 great elders nodded in agreement. The star beasts raised on the spiritual beast planet were mostly ingredients. Their attacking power wasn't strong, but some of them were at a high stage. If Grandmasters met them, they would be in danger too. However, based on the ability Wang Teng displayed, he would be able to escape unscathed as long as he didn't court death. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Wang Teng. He's a divine spirit master. Sangji, Lapan, and the others were astounded too. Divine spirit masters were rare, and there weren't many of them in their families. Yet Wang Teng had such talent. This was a surprise. Chapter 26:19, The Frequent Appearance of Talents. The Strange Man in Black Robe Magnetic Catching Minds 1. The situation on the spiritual beast planet was shown to everyone through the broadcast. Astonishment. A young man attacked a pig. Was this the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? Everyone was caught between laughter and tears when they saw the situation on the screen. Other participants would have knocked the pig-like star beast unconscious or killed it directly. Who would torture a pig for no reason? Suddenly, everyone felt that they had a better understanding of Wang Teng. Black-hearted. His hands were blacker. The pig star beast admitted defeat, but it still got hit. How could a normal person do this? The audience looked at the lightning power coming out of the leader pig's body, as well as its twitching body. Then he listened to its pig-like scream. It was obvious that it was suffering inhumane torture. How tragic. Many people couldn't help but look at the brick in Wang Teng's hand. It looked ordinary, but it was actually so terrifying. The muscles on the faces of the two family heads, Ti Long and Ma Lu, twitched. If he could deal with a pig, what should he do with them? You could imagine, on the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others shook their heads with a strange expression. This little fellow was a little cheeky. Spiritual beast planet. Wang Teng didn't continue. He put away the brick calmly. He specially prepared this for the two brothers from Ti-Jing. If not, it would be with the main body. He looked at the leader pig below him and sized it up carefully. As expected, there was a special fragrance on its body. Honestly, it was a little milky. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This pig smelled like milk. He moved his nose uncontrollably and smelled it carefully. That's right, it was milky. This was simply outrageous. Wait, I remember that there's a pig called the milk fragrance pig. It's said that its body can give off a milky fragrance. The meat is delicious and fragrant. It's an extremely special ingredient. Could it be the pig in front of me? Wang Teng suddenly remembered something. He looked at the pig in front of him and muttered to himself, I think so. I checked just now and the characteristics match. Round Ball agreed. The spiritual beast planet is really interesting. I met this special ingredient the moment I came in. Oh my, what a waste, Wang Teng exclaimed. Then he regained his senses and looked at the milk fragrance pigs around him with a look of pity. A dead milk fragrance pig wouldn't live as well as it did. He could use ice to preserve it so that the milk fragrance pig wouldn't lose any of its nutrition. But if it was alive, some characteristics would still be preserved. There would still be some slight differences. This was a fact that couldn't be changed, especially for high-class force chef masters. These small differences were lethal. Fortunately, I didn't kill all of them. Wang Teng immediately looked at the milk fragrance pigs around him and felt fortunate after. He suppressed the leader. The other milk fragrance pig didn't dare to act rashly. They hid in a corner and trembled in fear. They were as timid as they could be. You will need to pay points if you want to take these star beasts away. Round Ball reminded him. Wang Teng took a deep breath and said, fuck. But in the end, he couldn't give up on these delicious ingredients. To him, these milk-flavored pigs were delicacies. He waved his hand and pulled the milky pigs over. Then he threw them into his devour space. This was the only space that could be connected to the devour space. As long as he didn't devour them voluntarily, living creatures could still survive inside for some time. One had to admit that Wang Teng had many skills. Normal force chefs wouldn't be able to bring living creatures away. As for the dead milk fragrance pigs, he wouldn't waste them, he would keep them. Wang Teng looked at the leader of the milk fragrance pigs and touched his chin. He patted its fat butt and his eyes lit up, so meaty. This milk fragrance pig was indeed better than the other milk fragrance pigs. It was an excellent ingredient, howl. The milk fragrance pig seemed to have sensed someone's evil intention. It shuddered and let out a shrill cry. Let's go! Wang Teng ignored it and threw it into the devour space. Wang Teng, this is the topographic map of the spiritual beast planet. Take a look. Round Ball displayed a three-dimensional map. Wang Teng glanced at it and understood the terrain of the spiritual beast planet. He immediately chose a direction and dashed into the distance. Wang Teng, Yu Shangxiang wants to share her location with you. Round Ball said, "Let her." "I don't know how strong that young lady is. If we meet other people on the spiritual beast planet, it will be a little dangerous," Wang Teng said. Wang Teng would consider the benefits of Lian's cooperation, but he didn't have so many thoughts about Yu Shangxiang. This young lady was an innocent person. At the same time, she helped him a lot. There was no need to think too much. While the people outside were paying attention to Wang Teng, they were also paying attention to the other talents. As the competition started, the talents from various factions finally started to stand out. They displayed their talents and abilities and were like fish in water on the 3 planets. Many people were amazed. The talents from the core families are amazing. That's right. They're extremely familiar with all kinds of spiritual herbs, ores, and star beasts. Looking at their speed, it's as if they entered their backyard. Chapter 2620, The Frequent Appearance of Talents, The Strange Man in Black Robe, Magnetic Catching Minds Too Scary. A normal person would need half a day to find him. After all, there's only 1 month. The time needed to find the ingredients must not exceed half a month. If not, there won't be enough time for the competition. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The audience got to know the talents one by one and started discussing them happily. On the herb garden planet, a slender figure was walking in a dense forest. He looked delicate and refined. She was wearing a long gown, making her look even thinner and weaker. Many spectators felt worried for him as he walked in the dangerous forest. However, this person's identity wasn't simple. He was wearing an alchemy badge with 9 golden constellations on it. This person was a talented alchemist at the peak of the Grandmaster level. This was a young man who didn't look too old. His gaze was calm as he scanned his surroundings, looking for the spiritual herbs he needed. After some time, his eyes lit up. His gaze stopped below a huge tree. There were a few spiritual herbs shimmering with emerald green light growing there. They swayed gently in the breeze as if they were alive. Emerald luminescence grass. The young man was elated. He glanced around him and walked forward. A jade shovel appeared in his hand, and he picked the 2 spiritual herbs. Swoosh. At this moment, an evil gust of wind came from the young man's right. Just when many people thought that the young man didn't have the time to dodge, he disappeared on the spot. All that was left was a lingering shadow. The next instant, the young man's figure appeared a few hundred meters away. He ran away at a fast speed. So fast. Is that the talented Dan Yuan from the core alchemy family? Yes, it's him. I've been following him for a few days. He's so fast. He doesn't look like an alchemist at all. I think he has found more than 70 spiritual herbs. It has only been 3 days. This is terrifying. He found more than 70 spiritual herbs in 3 days. Is there a spiritual herb detector in his eyes? This is really scary. Another talent from the alchemy family, Li Jin, only managed to find 30 spiritual herbs. There's also the Mo family. They are both core alchemist families. Mo Cheng has already found more than 50 herbs. There's not much difference. The spectators outside were stunned. Many of them didn't expect this scrawny young man to possess such speed. It was unbelievable. Dan Guang, the family head of the Dan family, was a little proud. Dan Yuan was the most outstanding talent in his generation. He had high hopes for him. On the other side, the Mo family and the Li family didn't look good. The talents from their families were obviously suppressed, especially the Li family. Their talent, Li Jin, only managed to find more than 30 spiritual herbs. It was only half of the Dan Yuan. This efficiency was too poor. This is just the start. No one knows what will happen in the future. The family head of the Li family, Li Zhengqing, snorted. Haha, don't worry. It won't be too late if they can find the ingredients within the time limit. The family head of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, sniggered. He didn't seem worried at all. You make sense. The competition has just started. Dan Guang glanced at them. He didn't argue with them and just smiled. In a swamp on the herb garden planet. A figure wrapped in a black robe was walking slowly in the swamp. There was even a hood on his head so no one could see his face. Almost all the participants were wearing secondary professional attires. Only this person was wearing a black robe that covered himself up tightly. After walking in the swamp for more than half an hour, he suddenly saw some movement in front. Boom, 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 explosions resounded above the swamp. Force impact swept over from the front. He saw a figure fighting with a few star beasts that looked like lizards. Looking at the badge on the other party's chest, he should be an alchemist. Also, based on the fluctuations he gave off, he was a heaven lord. The lizard star beasts were mostly at the mid-tier imperial level. Although there were a lot of them, there was still a huge gap between them and the person. They weren't a threat to him, as expected. After some time, the lizard star beasts were taken care of. "Who is it?" The person panted heavily. He turned his head abruptly and shouted in a cold voice. The figure in black gown didn't reply to him. He just walked over slowly from afar. "Friend, don't come any closer. If not, don't blame me for being merciless." The doctor held his battle sword in his hand and frowned as he looked at the man in the black gown. However, the other party wasn't affected. He continued walking towards him calmly. "You're tempting fate," the doctor shouted. He slashed his battle sword at the man in the black gown. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, the man in the black gown, who had been quiet all this while, snorted. He seemed to be looking down on Wang Teng. The doctor frowned uncontrollably. He stared at the other party coldly. Swoosh! At this moment, a green glow shot out from the black-gowned figure's body. It shattered his opponent's sword glow and continued dashing forward with the same presence. Chapter 2621, The Frequent Appearance of Talents, The Strange Man in Black Robe, Magnetic Catching Minds. 3. What? The doctor's expression changed. He retreated instinctively. However, it was too late. The green glow was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye. The sharp wind conscious shot towards him. He was flabbergasted. He didn't understand why there was such a powerful presence among the secondary professionals. However, there was no time to think. He took out his token and wanted to leave this place. Splat! A sharp sound was heard. Then he felt the world spinning as if the sky was turning around. He saw a headless corpse as well as the pillar of blood that spurted out. His pupils constricted. That was his body. The next instant, endless darkness swept over. Gasp! The audience gasped in shock. Their eyes were wide open. This scene was displayed in its entirety. It was even magnified and placed in the most conspicuous spot. This was an automatic function. Once there was an abnormality or a special situation, it would be magnified for everyone to see. Fuck, he's dead. His head was chopped off. He's so cruel. This is the first person to be killed. He didn't even have the chance to give up. He died so miserably. Fuck. This is a secondary career competition, not a martial arts competition. Do you have to be so brutal? There was a huge uproar. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They couldn't accept this scene. There would be deaths during the exchange event, but it wouldn't be so brutal. The scene just now gave everyone a huge shock. The expressions of many core family members changed. This person wasn't easy to deal with. Their talents would be in danger if they met someone like him. If Wang Teng was the only one who made the Ti and Ma families feel threatened. This person was the one who made all the core families feel threatened. On the high platform, the three great elders frowned slightly. Who is he? How can he be so cruel? Great Elder Tambeli couldn't help but ask, based on the information, the other party is a talent with a secondary career from the Tianlan territorial domain. His name is Julius, and his usual performance is normal. There's nothing special about him. Great Elder Dan Chen looked at the information and frowned even more. Nothing unusual. That scene just now didn't seem like it, Byers said in a meaningful tone. Yes, this is the strangest part. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. Pay close attention to this person. If there's anything amiss, expel him immediately. Great Elders Byers said. If the other party is ruthless and didn't break the rules, we can't act recklessly. Great Elder Dan Chen said helplessly. If there's anything amiss, he will reveal himself sooner or later, Great Elder Tambeli said. The outside world was in an uproar because of the death of a talent with a secondary career, but the people who were participating in the exchange event knew nothing. Danger was brewing silently. At the same time, in a secluded valley north of the herb garden planet, Lian met up with the Lei family and prepared to leave to search for herbs. Everyone in the Lei family treated her as their leader. After all, Lian was the most outstanding alchemist in the Lei family. The others were slightly inferior to her. Also, Lian was extremely amiable towards everyone and didn't put on any airs. The Lei family was naturally happy to follow her. Sister Lian, we have a piece of news for you, a young man from the Lei family suddenly said. Leping. Lian was stunned for a moment. Then she asked, If you have any news, you can tell me. We are all family members, so we will naturally cooperate with each other. There's no need to be suspicious. I know a talent from the Lan family. We can work with him, Leping said. A talent of the Lan family, Lian was stunned. She asked, Is it the Lan family? One of the core poison families? Yes, Leping nodded. Lian was elated. However, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked, Is it reliable? He's reliable, Leping replied hurriedly. He's saved my life in the past. That's why I trust him. How's his ability? Lian asked again. He's not weaker than Ma Yan from the Ma family. I saw him killing a Heaven Stage martial warrior with poison in the past. The other party didn't even have the ability to resist, Leping said. Poisoned and killed a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Lian was astounded. What's his name? The most outstanding talent of the Lan family should be Lan Shang, right? Is there anyone who can be compared to him? His name is Lan Yu. He should be from the branches of the Lan family. His status isn't high, but from what I see, his ability shouldn't be weaker than Lan Shang, Leping said sternly. Your evaluation of him is so high. I'm a little interested. A hint of interest appeared on Lian's pretty face. She nodded and continued, In that case, contact the other party and tell them that we agree to work with him. Leping smiled happily. I notice that he's not far away from us. If we meet up with him, we won't need to spend much time. Hey, look, Lian has already met up with the Le family. She only found 30 spiritual herbs in the past. She's still a distance away from Dan Yuan and the others. Chapter 26-22. The Frequent Appearance of Talents. The Strange Man in Black Robe. Magnetic Catching Minds. 4. Lian isn't very strong, otherwise she wouldn't have collaborated with Wang Teng. Unfortunately, she got rejected. What a poor lady. Puh, what do you mean by poor? She's the talent of the Li family. Many young talents are fighting to work with her. Look, she's working with the Lan family now. Wang Teng rejecting her is his loss. Come on, Wang Teng doesn't care about this. Look at the mining planet. Sang Yi from the Sang family even challenged him voluntarily. As for the spiritual beast planet, he has already met up with Yu Shangxiang from the Yu family. Fuck. Speaking of which, why is this fellow accompanied by beauties wherever he goes? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Didn't you notice Wang Teng's speed of picking? He picked more spiritual herbs than Dan Yuan. I did a rough calculation just now. There are at least 100 of them. Gasp, more than 100, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Didn't you notice? He's the first person to pick spiritual herbs. It looks like he's indeed the first person to pick spiritual herbs. Many people arrived at the herb garden planet earlier than him, but they didn't manage to find the spiritual herbs immediately. Only Wang Teng found them immediately. He found it immediately. Is he lucky? It's hard to say. If it's one, he's lucky. However, he has already found more than 100 of them. How can he be considered lucky? Everyone turned silent. They found more than 100 spiritual herbs in 3 days. This wasn't something that could be summed up by luck. Without a certain level of eyesight and a deep understanding of spiritual herbs, it was impossible to reach this stage. Sometimes speed was a manifestation of one's ability. The most important part of this round seemed to be at the later stages, but the search for the ingredients was crucial too. If they couldn't find the ingredients, they wouldn't be able to achieve their goal. The requirements for ingredients were extremely strict, whether it was pills, smithery, runes, poison, medicine, etc. Some people at the peak of the Grand Master level would definitely want to push their mastery to the maximum. However, the higher the level of the pills, medicine, poison, weapons, and array, the higher the level of the ingredients needed. The more complicated the ingredients, the harder it was to find them. Time was tight, and there was no specific location. It wasn't an easy task. Not only that, look at Wang Teng's performance on the mining planet. He found 18 types of ores in 3 short days. Most people only found a few ores and metals, but Wang Teng has already found 18. He's close to finding 20. It looks like, not only is his alchemy mastery strong, his mining mastery isn't weak either. I'm really anticipating his performance. Mining planet. Wang Teng was running in the wilderness. He had been here for 3 days, but he was still surrounded by a vast desert. The barrenness gave him an unbearable sense of dead silence. For the past 3 days, Wang Teng couldn't find anyone. His plan to pick up attributes was put on hold. This mining planet is huge. It's 10 times bigger than a normal planet. Wang Teng wondered to himself, I don't have a choice. I can only look for the materials I need to forge and carve runes. As for the mines, I've analyzed a few places using the topography. There's a high chance that the largest mine on this planet is in those places. If I can confirm it, it shouldn't be difficult for me to beat others. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, causing his eyes to glitter. He scanned his surroundings as he ran, searching for a mine. Ha! Suddenly, a soft exclamation came out of his mouth. Right in front of him on the left, the outline of tall mountains appeared on the horizon. From this spot, he could only see a small portion of them. There was still a distance between them. Come, let's take a look. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He increased his speed and dashed towards the tall mountains. As they got closer, Wang Teng could see that the mountains were linked into a mountain range. There weren't just a few mountains. This place? Wang Teng gradually stopped. He placed his hands behind his back and stood in the air, looking at the mountain range below. The knowledge and experience of mining surged in his mind. It's not enough. It's too low. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. This mountain gave him a special feeling, but he wasn't sure. The next instant, he flew higher and higher. He turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. If he wanted to see the entire mountain range, he needed to look down from a higher place. Huh? Did Wang Teng discover something? He seems to be planning to take a look at the entire mountain range. This is the method of a mining engineer. Did he discover an ore mine? Really? They found the mine so quickly. The others are still searching. Is he the first person to find the mine? The audience started discussing in astonishment. Sang Ji, Tai Huai, Feng Hua, and the other family heads of the core mining families had a sudden thought. They turned serious and squinted slightly as they looked at the screen. Chapter 2623, The Frequent Appearance of Talents. The Strange Man in Black Robe, Magnetic Catching Mines. 5, however, the screen only showed a portion of the situation. Outsiders couldn't see the entire picture. What's more, they couldn't feel the aura and force fluctuations outside. Thus, even if there was a saint-level mining engineer, it would be hard for them to find any useful information in such a limited situation. Wang Teng flew higher and higher, reaching at least tens of thousands of meters in the air. Then he circled the mountain range in front of him. Gradually, a huge outline appeared in his eyes. In an instant, the mountain range in front of him seemed to have turned into a giant python that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. A faint earth force floated above the mountains, forming a special domain. An ear-shattering roar suddenly sounded in his mind. No one could hear his roar. Wang Teng wasn't shocked. Instead, he was elated. It was indeed a mine. The state and power of the combined domains were undetectable from a single point of view. However, when he saw the entire mountain range, the mine seemed to have come alive. It was like a real giant python. However, not everyone could see this giant python. Normal mining engineers wouldn't be able to see it if they didn't have enough mastery. To them, this was just an ordinary mountain range. Let me see the core of this mine. Wang Teng flew towards the giant python's eyes. Very soon he arrived above its eyes. This should be it. He lowered his body and wanted to descend. However, at this moment he stopped on the spot and turned his head calmly to the other side. A figure was rushing over from afar. The other party seemed to have seen Wang Teng too. His gaze landed on Wang Teng's chest and flashed slightly. He landed and cupped his fists. "Are you a blacksmith?" "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. "I'm a mining engineer. Our aims shouldn't conflict." The person was a middle-aged man. He smiled slightly. "You're right." Wang Teng suddenly smiled. His smile was amiable. "You can look for your target, and I'll look for mine. Let's not disturb each other." That's exactly what I wanted. The middle-aged man nodded. "Please." Wang Teng cupped his fists and said. The middle-aged man saluted back and ignored Wang Teng. He started observing his surroundings. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that he kept glancing at Wang Teng. He was still guarding against him. Wang Teng didn't care. He stood at the side and watched as if he was watching a show. Why do I feel that Wang Teng's smile is a little strange? He's a mining engineer, but he's pretending to be a blacksmith. Is he trying to cause trouble? I wonder if he discovered anything. It looks like he's not worried that the other party will beat him to it. Everyone was puzzled when they saw the situation on the screen. No one could guess what Wang Teng was planning to do in the great Qian Empire's seats. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others had strange expressions on their faces, based on their understanding of Wang Teng. Why do I feel that Grandmaster Wang Teng is going to create trouble? Grandmaster, Alfred whispered. I agree. Grandmaster Hua Yuan nodded and replied. The others nodded. They had the same feeling. This was a strange scene. They wouldn't believe that Wang Teng would let go of the mining engineer so easily. Why are you staring at me? The mining engineer couldn't resist Wang Teng's gaze and asked after walking around for a long time. I've always yearned for mining engineer skills. It's rare to see one today, so I want to take a look. Don't worry, I'm a blacksmith. I won't fight with you for anything. Wang Teng glanced at him and picked up the attribute bubbles he dropped. He started spouting nonsense. Don't you know that mining engineers can't be disturbed when they are mining? The mining engineer's expression turned grim. I'm not disturbing you. Which eye of yours saw me disturbing you? Wang Teng said calmly. I advise you to continue looking for ores. Don't harm yourself. The mining engineer. What do you mean by don't harm yourself? This was a threat, a blatant threat. He squinted and sized up the black-haired young man. This was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. There was nothing to be afraid of. A cold snort came out of his mouth. It looks like you want to have a duel with me. Do you want to fight with me? Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. Whether we fight or not is up to you, the mining engineer said coldly. Really? Why don't you look for ores obediently? Fighting isn't suitable for you, Wang Teng said. The mining engineer felt the corners of his lips twitching. He said coldly, You're not strong, but you're quite arrogant. Since you want to provoke me, don't blame me for being merciless. Boom! The instant he finished speaking, he dashed towards Wang Teng and released his 5th-level Heaven Realm ability. A giant axe appeared in his hand as he raised it high and hurled it at Wang Teng. Sigh! Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. Why do you have to do this? The mining engineer's expression was cold. Earth constellation force surged out and congregated into a huge glow on his battle axe. A terrifying aura erupted. Wang Teng stood on the spot and looked at the axe glow calmly. He slowly stretched out his hand. Chapter 26-24. The frequent appearance of talents. The strange man in black robe. Magnetic catching mines. 6. You're looking for death. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of the mining engineer's lips. This fellow wanted to use one hand to receive his axe glow. Was there something wrong with his brain? However, the next moment, His expression froze, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Bang! A dull thud was heard. The hand grabbed the axe glow firmly and squeezed it gently. The axe glow shattered and turned into countless light spots. You? The mining engineer looked at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. Too weak. You're just a secondary professional. Fighting and killing isn't good for you. I've already said that it's not suitable for you, but you didn't believe me. Wang Teng shook his head. The mining engineer's expression froze. He didn't know what to say. He didn't expect this Cosmos Stage martial warrior to be so powerful. Was he really a Cosmos Stage martial warrior? Was he a wolf in sheep's clothing? This was abnormal. Silence at the same time, the people watching the competition outside felt awkward. They felt that Wang Teng dissed them too. Secondary careers were not suitable for fighting and killing. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but why did it sound so uncomfortable? This brat. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head. He was caught between laughter and tears. If there's a chance, I will teach him a small lesson. How dare he look down on secondary professionals? Great Elder Tambelli snorted. Wang Teng didn't know that he offended the Great Elders with a single sentence. But you couldn't blame him. He wasn't boasting, he was just making a casual remark. At this moment, the lightning slap appeared in his hand. He walked towards the mining engineer in front of him. It wasn't easy for him to find one. He needed to get more attribute bubbles out of him. Mister, I think this is a misunderstanding. The mining engineer's expression changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Wang Teng smiled calmly. No, it's really a misunderstanding. I will leave immediately and give this mountain range to you. I will never come back, the mining engineer promised hurriedly. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that this person was a little naive. He kept quiet and disappeared on the spot. The mining engineer's expression changed entirely. He immediately scanned his surroundings, trying to find Wang Teng's swoosh. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew behind his head. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A dull thud was heard, and he felt a sharp pain on his head. At the same time, he felt a numbness spreading from the back of his head to his spine. His entire body started trembling uncontrollably. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. Wang Teng didn't give the other party any chance to react. He slammed his lightning slap down multiple times, causing him to drop attribute bubbles continuously. Even the martial warriors couldn't resist Wang Teng's lightning slap, much less a secondary professional. The mining engineer fainted beautifully. His face was swollen, and he looked miserable. He didn't even have the chance to give up. The people outside gasped when they saw this scene. Their expressions turned strange. Wang Teng was ruthless. He beat up an honorable mining grandmaster until the guy was like this. He didn't give him any face at all. If the other party woke up, he would die on the spot. Secondary professionals were a bunch of people who placed high importance in their reputation. Now that the other party was beaten up like this, he had lost all his dignity. You can't withstand a beating. Wang Teng looked at the unconscious mining engineer and shook his head. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Mining skill 200, mining skill 300, mining skill 500, HIV in realm spirit 1200, HIV in realm spirit 1200. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind. Some turned into mining enlightenment, while others turned into pure spiritual power and merged into his small universe. He felt refreshed. My spiritual power can finally rise again. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with obvious joy. Ever since his spiritual power reached the heaven realm, he could continue improving. He didn't need to waste his spirit attributes anymore. Spirit, 6480 heaven realm. This time he received 4,800 points of spirit attributes from the mining engineer. It was a sizable gain. Mining engineer, 203,800 Grandmaster. His mining engineer attribute rose too. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected Grandmaster level. I should be able to reach the perfected stage after hitting a few more mining engineers. Wang Teng thought to himself. Then he smiled and looked at the giant python below. He had a sudden thought, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Rather than spending time exploring, why not? Wang Teng immediately sat down, cross-legged in the air, and activated his heart of magnetic essence. A strange fluctuation spread out from his body and swept in all directions. It engulfed the entire mountain range below. What is he doing? The people outside were stunned. They were puzzled. Why was this fellow sitting cross-legged in the air? Was he tired? But before they could think further, boom! At this moment, a violent explosion came from the mountain range below. The entire mountain range below started trembling. With Wang Teng's current ability, the power of the heart of magnetic essence talent would be terrifying. Even if it was an ore mine with special energy, he could pull it out forcefully. What's more, he didn't just use the heart of magnetic essence talent. He also used the magnetic domain to cover this entire area. Of course, if he wanted to dig a mine out of the ground forcefully, he needed to have great control over it. Brute force alone wasn't enough. The mountain range below trembled even more violently. The ground was shaking, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The mountain fell apart, and huge rocks kept rolling down. This scene was like a terrifying natural disaster. "Get up!" Wang Teng released his heart of magnetic essence and magnetic domain to their maximum potential. A loud shout came out of his mouth. "Roar!" A terrifying roar echoed in the sky. Wang Teng wasn't the only one who could hear it. The huge mountain range below cracked entirely. An earth-yellow giant python twisted its body and gradually appeared in front of everyone. The boundless magnetic power seemed to have turned into a huge hand. It clawed its way into the ground and pulled the giant python out. Chapter 2625, Advancement of Various Secondary Professionals. Outstanding Talents. Found. 1. Silence. The plaza suddenly turned silent. Everyone looked at the largest screen in the sky. They were astounded. Even the 3 great elders sitting on the platform straightened their backs. They were astounded. Many of the saint-level elders stood up and stared at the scene on the screen in astonishment. The core families, especially the core families of the mining industry, were all in a state of shock. This is the vein-searching dragon-catching skill. Sang-ji felt his throat turning dry. He swallowed his saliva and spoke in a hoarse voice. This is the skill of a saint-level mining engineer. Only a few peak Grandmaster-level mining engineers can grasp this skill. He, the head of the Feng family, Feng Hua, was flabbergasted. He hesitated. The black-haired young man on the screen was either a top-tier mining engineer or a saint-level martial warrior. He preferred the former possibility. But no matter which possibility it was, it meant that Wang Teng's mining mastery had reached the peak of perfection. I didn't expect to see this skill in this exchange event. Yan Liang took a deep breath and sat down slowly with a complicated gaze. The family head of the Tai family, Tai Huai, had a complicated expression. Wang Teng's talent was stronger than he had imagined. It looked like Tai Lu wasn't his match. Wang Teng didn't know anything about this vein-searching, dragon-catching skill. He just wanted to save some time so that he could do more things. If he went down to the mine to explore the mine, he would need at least half a day to a day. The tens of thousands of miles long mine was forcefully dug out by Wang Teng. It was like a huge python writhing on the ground as it struggled to escape from Wang Teng's magnetic power. However, this mine had no life. Its struggle was just a kind of domain power. It was bound to the ground. Rise. Wang Teng shouted again. The power of magnetism released by the heart of magnetic essence resisted the domains below with the help of the magnetic domain. They were at a standstill. However, this stalemate was quickly broken. Under Wang Teng's continuous output of magnetic power, the domain in the mine finally collapsed. Boom! An explosion occurred. Dust flew into the air, and an invisible force in the mountain range was destroyed. The terrifying yellow giant python was finally caught. "Congregate," Wang Teng laughed. He opened and closed his hands. Then he pushed them down forcefully. Magnetic force erupted and acted on the entire yellow giant python. a powerful pressure surged out. Crack! A series of ear-piercing noises resounded in the air. The giant python started shrinking at a visible speed. Scary. Wang Teng is so powerful. It's said that only a few peak Grandmaster-level mining engineers can use this skill, the vein-searching dragon catching skill. Vein-searching dragon catching. Why does it sound so dangerous? Gasp. Doesn't that mean that Wang Teng is a peak Grandmaster mining engineer? He must be. If not, he wouldn't be able to do this. I've never seen a Grandmaster mining engineer with this skill. The people outside were flabbergasted. They gasped uncontrollably. The great elders felt the corners of their lips twitching when they saw this scene. The domains we took so much effort to set up got destroyed, just like that. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head. Those saint-level rune masters will probably complain again. Great Elder Dan Chen thought of something interesting and burst out laughing. This little fellow's destructive power is not bad, Great Elder's buyers lamented. That's right. With this method, the mines on the mining planet will suffer. Great Elder Tambeli gave a bitter smile. I wonder how many mines he can find. Great Elder Dan Chen pondered. This mine should be a yellow cloud stone mine. Its quality isn't low, but it's not enough to surpass other mining engineers. The yellow cloud stone mine is just an auxiliary material for forging Heaven Realm weapons. It's not worth much. Great Elder Tambeli was a blacksmith, so he was familiar with all kinds of ores. It looks like there's more to compare, Great Elder buyers said. Their gazes shifted to the screen again. The other talents hadn't displayed such astonishing skills, but no one knew who would amaze the crowd with a single brilliant feat on the mining planet. Wang Teng stared intently at the yellow giant python in front of him. Under the compression of the magnetic power, the giant python had shrunk from a few 100,000 kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers. He couldn't shrink it anymore. It would be useless no matter how hard he tried, unless he refined it. He gave up the idea of increasing the power of magnetism. He waved his hand and pulled the shrunken mine in front of him. He observed it carefully. This is the yellow cloud stone mine. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He touched his chin and said, "It's just barely enough." Chapter 2626, Advancement of Various Secondary Professionals. Outstanding talents found. 2. He shook his head and kept the mine. It was impossible to win with this mine alone. This is too much. You took out the entire mine, Round Ball said uncontrollably. Don't you think that I saved a lot of time? Wang Teng asked. Round Ball was speechless. He didn't expect this fellow to create such a huge commotion just to save time. If other mining engineers knew about this, they might cry. Yes, they would definitely cry. This was a huge stimulation. Wang Teng ignored Round Ball. After putting away the mine, he looked at the mountain range that had been messed up by him. He had to admit that the destructive power of strong martial warriors was astonishing. He only used some skills and destroyed a mountain range to a normal person. This was a catastrophe. However, he quickly shifted his attention away. There were many attribute bubbles floating in the ruins of the mountain range below. Get them. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately used his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles below Earth Domain. Actualization Phase, 200. Earth Domain Actualization Phase, 300. Magnetic Domain, 500. Magnetic Domain, 600. Magnetic Domain, 300. Magnetic Domain. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect to pick up Magnetic Domain here, but after some careful thought, he was enlightened. When he used his magnetic domain, he felt that the domain below was similar to his domain. This pulling force was undoubtedly the effect of the magnetic domain. However, that domain was mainly an earth element domain, so he didn't notice it immediately. He treated it as a normal earth element domain. He didn't expect the magnetic domain to exist in the earth domain. This was a pleasant surprise. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, domain enlightenment appeared. One part was the Earth domain, while the other part was the magnetic domain. Two special domains appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Each of them occupied half of the brain, and there was a hologram floating in each domain. Day after day he sat in meditation and enlightenment. Enlightenment flashed in his mind, and his memory gradually deepened until it was etched in the deepest part of his memory. Puff. In an instant, he heaved a sigh of relief and completed his enlightenment. The Earth domain he received this time was an actualization phase domain. It looked like the level of enlightenment wasn't low, so it was of great help to him too. Earth domain, 7300 8000, actualization phase, 8th level. Magnetic domain, 1200 5000, rank 5. There were many attribute bubbles covering the entire mountain range. After Wang Teng picked them up, the magnetic domain attribute rose exponentially. It jumped from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank. It had risen by 2 levels. His Earth domain didn't rise much because his realm was high. It was still at the 8th rank, but it was good enough. It was close to the perfected stage. He might be able to break through to the 9th rank of the actualization phase the next time. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it. He turned and dashed into the distance. Except this yellow cloud mine, there was nothing else here. It wasn't worth staying. After some time, the mining engineer who fainted woke up gradually. He touched his head unconsciously and gasped. Ouch, it hurts. Then his expression changed violently, as if he finally remembered something. Where am I? He crawled up from the ground and looked around him. The ground seemed to have been bitten by a dog. He was confused. Oh, right, where's the devil? But soon he couldn't care about this anymore. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly and finally heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Wang Teng wasn't around. He flew up and wanted to determine his location so that he could leave this place quickly. In the end, the scene below astounded him. Then he widened his eyes in disbelief. This is that mountain. What happened here? Is it him? Many questions appeared in his mind. The astonishment on his face got thicker and thicker. No one knew what he was thinking. In an instant, he felt uncomfortable. He turned and ran away like a panicked rooster. Days passed. The competition was in full swing. Very soon, 7 to 8 days had passed. At this moment, 3/5 of the secondary professionals on the 3 planets had been eliminated. This elimination rate was terrifying. However, this proved how difficult this competition was. Normal secondary professionals wouldn't be able to make it to the last round. These few days, the people who hadn't met before finally met one another. Naturally, there was a fight. Some people were eliminated purely because of the dangers on the 3 planets. There were many star beasts on the spiritual beast planet and the herb garden planet. Some secondary professionals would take the risk to kill advanced rank star beasts in order to get more advanced rank spiritual herbs or ingredients. In the end, some of them succeeded, but most of them were eliminated. It was a pity. There might seem to be no life forms on the mining planet, so it wasn't dangerous. However, there were many dangers. Too many people had to go deeper into the mines to find ores. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 powerful star beasts or strange life forms in these mines. Chapter 2627, Advancement of Various Secondary Professionals. Outstanding Talents. Found 3. There weren't many of them. However, in a complicated environment like the mines, star beasts and strange life forms were harder to deal with. Many people got eliminated because of this. At the same time, there might be some special domains in the mine. They were a source of danger, too. A moment of carelessness, and they might be killed or trapped by the domains. Those who were trapped could leave as long as they gave up, but those who were killed didn't even have the chance to give up. They died aggrievedly. The scenes were presented to the audience through the live broadcast. At first, many people didn't know how difficult the Secondary Career Alliance Exchange Conference was. Now, after seeing those scenes, they finally understood that one needed extremely powerful talent and ability to stand out from the crowd. In this situation, the audience admired the talents who were still searching for materials on the 3 planets. The popularity of these talents rose gradually and entered the vision of the various factions in the universe. This was how the Secondary Career Alliance groomed talents. Secondary professionals needed to be famous, so that the various factions would fight to get them and treat them as distinguished guests. This would increase the influence of the Secondary Career Alliance. During these few days, Wang Teng didn't waste any time. His two clones and his main body were searching for all kinds of materials on the 3 planets. At the same time, if he met any talents with secondary careers, he would interact with them politely and get some attributes from them. The talents with the secondary careers were polite too. They might have bad tempers at times, but they still left some benefits behind. Good people, you could say that Wang Teng's main body and his 2 clones advanced together. In the past few days, the attributes of his secondary careers rose tremendously. Rune Master, 8,500,000 Grandmaster. Blacksmith, 10,000, 20,000 Grandmaster. Mining Engineer, 28,1,000, 30,000 Grandmaster. Poison Master, 3,000, 630,000 Grandmaster. On the herb garden planet, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on a huge rock and rested. He closed his eyes and scanned his attributes board. Happiness flashed past his eyes. At first, there was still some difference in the Rune Master attribute. Now it was almost at the perfected Grandmaster level. His blacksmith attribute had reached the perfected Grandmaster level, allowing Wang Teng's blacksmith mastery to reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. At this moment, he suddenly had a strong desire to forge a weapon to prove his current smithery mastery. Next was his mining mastery. Wang Teng's mining mastery had improved tremendously over the past few days. He wasn't far from the perfected stage. Finally, there were the poison master and doctor attributes. These 2 attributes were at the master level, but they had advanced to the grandmaster level. They were only at the beginner stage of the grandmaster level, but it was a huge leap for Wang Teng. The other talents wouldn't think that a master-level martial warrior like him would dare to participate in the exchange event at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. This was like a dog hiding among a pack of wolves. What's more, this dog was a husky. After some time, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes on the giant rock. He was on a bare mountain peak and was hiding halfway up the mountain. There were many giant rocks blocking him so he wouldn't be discovered. I found many spiritual herbs, including many poison element spiritual herbs that can be used to make poisons. However, based on the pill prescription, I need to find a main ingredient. Wang Teng thought to himself, I need to find the cloud immortal milk, too. There are 6 days left. It should be enough. However, I haven't confirmed the prescription for the poison. I just found some secondary poisons. It will be great if I can find a saint-level prescription. If there's no other way, I can only use the poison battle techniques I received on the Scorpion King Star to make a hybrid poison with these poison spiritual herbs based on the rarity and complexity of these poisons. Others might not be able to solve them. However, this is my first attempt. Accidents might happen. If there's no need, I won't try. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. When he was at the Scorpion King Star, he received many poison battle techniques. These battle techniques could be released using force. At the same time, he could use the same rules to make poisons using medicines. Actually, it was the same. The spiritual herbs were the amalgamation of force. Wang Teng just changed the force into spiritual herbs. But he wouldn't try this method until the last moment. This was a competition, after all. If he made a mistake and lost, he would be in trouble. If he could get a saint-level poison prescription, he would surpass everyone. Wang Teng stood up abruptly and dashed in a certain direction based on the terrain and environment of the herb garden planet. There was a high chance that the cloud immortal milk was there. Wang Teng increased his speed to the maximum. Within half an hour, he arrived at a special mountain range. Looking down from the sky, there were patches of green peaks situated on the ground. These peaks were half covered with moss and green plants, while the other half was covered with gray-white rocks. They looked like giant tortoises carrying plants on their backs. Chapter 2628, Advancement of Various Secondary Professionals. Outstanding talents found, 4. The ground was green, too. There were many plants covering it. Also, there were rivers winding through the mountains, flowing into the distance. This should be it. Wang Teng immediately activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. He walked forward while observing his surroundings. After some time, they noticed a few figures. They were the talents in the competition. From the emblems on their chests, they were either alchemists or poison masters. The other people would keep their distance when they saw a poison master. They didn't want to get too close, as if they were afraid that the other party would attack them. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. This place was not bad. He didn't expect it to attract so many talents. He thought for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to look for treasures. He landed on a mountain peak and observed the secondary professionals. The talents didn't make pills, medicines, or poisons, but they dropped some attribute bubbles when they were looking for the ingredients. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. He released his spiritual kinesis and swept it towards them silently. Poison skill, 150. Poison skill, 140. Poison skill, 160. Medical skill, at 10. Medical skill, 150. Alchemy, 150. Alchemy, 80. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into 3 different enlightenments. They raised Wang Teng's 3 fields. Most of these attributes were related to spiritual herbs. However, they were also part of poison, medicine, and alchemy. Besides, they were all talents in their secondary careers and had unparalleled achievements in their fields. Hence, the attributes they dropped were of great help to Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng wasn't satisfied. This isn't good. The efficiency is too low. Also, these attributes lack some core enlightenment. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He touched his chin and wondered to himself. The next instant, he got up from the ground and disappeared on the spot. It's over. The talents with secondary careers are going to suffer. Wang Teng is going to do it again. Hasn't he attacked many talents in the past few days? However, he did it honestly. He didn't eliminate the talents with the secondary careers. He just knocked them unconscious, and they will wake up in half an hour. It won't affect the rest of the competition. Yes, but he's a little ruthless. He might leave an indelible psychological trauma in the hearts of those talents. Didn't Wang Teng say that he's helping the talents to stand out during the exchange? What do you mean by outstanding? It's impossible to believe him. Silence. The people outside saw Wang Teng's sneaky expression and immediately knew what he wanted to do. Wang Teng had knocked many talents unconscious over the past few days. He always used the brick that could release electricity and smashed their heads directly. The talents with secondary careers got bruised and swollen. Their heads were covered with bumps, and he even said that he was helping them stand out. Shameless. Most importantly, the talents from the Herb Garden planet, the Ore planet, and the Spirit Beast planet were all implicated. No one was spared. This was a disaster. If it was someone else, even if they were a little ruthless, the talents on one planet would be the ones suffering. Yet they met a pervert like Wang Teng. All the talents on the 3 planets were harmed. This was a fair share of benefits. However, for some reason, even though they despised Wang Teng, their attention towards him remained high. It even exceeded that of the other talents. Even Dan Yuan from the Dan family, Lei Yan from the Lei family, Feng Liu from the Feng family, and Yan Tu from the Yan family couldn't be compared to Wang Teng. The only people who could be compared to Wang Teng were the men in black gowns who massacred on the 3 planets. That's right, a few. What's more, they appeared on all 3 planets at once. They didn't just appear on the Herb Garden planet. After so many days, the people in black gowns were well known. They were known for their ruthless methods. Almost all the talents who met them were dead. All of them died a terrible death. But those people didn't break any rules. Just like the others, they were looking for all kinds of materials to prepare for the final match. However, some unlucky talents with the secondary careers met them and got killed mercilessly. This was what it looked like. There was nothing strange. The only abnormality was that they were all wearing black gowns and their attacks were all ruthless. They looked a little strange. Many people were guessing their identities, but they didn't know anything. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Teng. Compared to the men in the black gown, they preferred to look at Wang Teng's side. After all, it wasn't that heavy. There was even a hint of joy in it. However, this was a little inappropriate for the other secondary career talents on the screen. Wang Teng was silently closing in on an alchemist. The alchemist was a pretty lady. She was hiding behind a huge rock and peeking at a star beast in front. To be more precise, she was peeking at the spiritual flower beside the star beast, but she didn't realize that a figure was silently closing in behind her. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 2629, Advancement of Various Secondary Professionals. Outstanding Talents Found. 5. What a poor lady. I can already foresee her ending. This is a beautiful young lady. Will Wang Teng be so ruthless? You're too naive. This is a ruthless person. How many ladies have landed in Wang Teng's hands? Oh no, I'm getting excited. You sound weird. Many people felt a little excited when they saw this scene. Think about it. A pretty female alchemist was squatting in front of them, and a black figure was silently closing in on her, preparing to do something bad. No, I can't think further. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Many people shook their heads hurriedly. They felt that they weren't perverts. They were led astray by Wang Teng. Now, on the herb garden planet, the female alchemist's eyes flashed and she launched her attack. Swoosh! A sword glow shot out from her hand, aiming straight for the star beast's head. Swoosh! A hissing sound was heard. Before the star beast could scream in pain, it died on the spot. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. Even Wang Teng was astounded. This female alchemist was something. Her actions were fast, accurate, and ruthless. As compared to the other secondary professionals, she was considered not bad. Many pure martial warriors might not be able to surpass her. "Ha ha, my dear, this little flower is mine." At this moment, a soft laughter came out of the female alchemist's mouth. There was a hint of happiness in her voice. Everyone, they observed 3 seconds of silence. Many people couldn't bear to look at him anymore. Wang Teng smiled and disappeared on the spot. The next instant, he appeared silently behind the female alchemist. He raised the lightning slap in his hand in mid-air and smashed it down lightly. He should be gentle with such a cute lady. Bang, swoop, boom. A dull thud was heard along with the sound of thunder. The female alchemist was stunned then. Her body started twitching uncontrollably as if she was dancing. What's more, it was a devilish dance. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop, boom. His actions were ferocious. A beauty turned into a swollen pig. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles and the spiritual flower. Then he hid his achievements and disappeared without a trace. Everyone, the talents with secondary careers, got attacked too. Their ending was the same. They laid on the ground with bumps on their heads and twitching their bodies. Half an hour later, shrill and furious roars were heard. Who on earth did it? Which bastard hit me? Come out! Bastard, you're so vicious. The sound echoed in the mountains, alerting many star beasts. They roared and thought that some enemy was preparing to invade. How tragic, everyone lamented. They sympathized with these people. However, if you observed them carefully, you would notice a tinge of red on their faces. They seemed to have experienced something exciting. In a dark cave, Wang Teng suddenly stopped. He placed his hand on his ear and listened carefully. I think I heard someone cursing me. Round Ball was speechless. Be confident. Don't use I think. You sound as if I'm an evil man, Wang Teng said in embarrassment. What did you do, don't you know? Round Ball sniggered. What do you know? I'm letting them experience the dangers of cultivation personally so that they can be more careful in the future. I don't want them to lose their lives, Wang Teng said seriously. You can even turn black into white. Round Ball rolled its eyes. It was too lazy to continue discussing this matter. Wang Teng's character wouldn't change anyway, so there was no point in talking about it. It changed the topic and asked, Are you sure there's cloud immortal milk in this place? I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. If there's nothing, forget it. I've already tried my best, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Roundball nodded. Wang Teng kept quiet and used his shadow power to merge into the shadows around him. Ever since he received the shadow power, he liked to use it. He wouldn't use the shadow merging secret skill unless absolutely necessary. Also, this was the broadcast. How could he use his dark force? Honestly, the shadow power allowed him to merge into the shadows. Sometimes the effects were better than the shadow merging secret skill. What's more, Wang Teng had the black shadow scripture from the shadow fortress. He was constantly absorbing the power around him, merging his aura with the sky and the earth. The combination with the shadow power was seamless. Even Wang Teng didn't expect the combination of the shadow power and the black shadow scripture to be so amazing. With his concealing skills, even universe-stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to discover his presence. Wang Teng seemed to have disappeared from the cave and merged with the shadows. Even his footsteps had disappeared. No sound could be heard. Huh? He disappeared. Everyone was flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Teng to have such concealing skills. What a mysterious concealing skill. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw Wang Teng disappearing on the screen. They were astounded. This fellow knocked so many talented secondary professionals, except the few times he showed himself voluntarily. No one noticed his presence. He must have some mysterious concealing skills. If not, he wouldn't have been able to do it, Great Elder's buyers said calmly. He seemed to have guessed it. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli were stunned for a moment. Then they understood and nodded in deep thought. The cave in front of him was very deep. Wang Teng had to increase his speed, but he still took a few minutes to reach the interior. A huge karst cave appeared in Wang Teng's vision. Drops were heard from all directions. This karst cave was special. There were stone pillars hanging down from the top, and many stone pillars rising from the ground. They seemed to be connected, but they weren't really. Wang Teng activated his real eye and saw a few dazzling balls of light. Found it? Happiness appeared in his eyes. He immediately headed in that direction carefully. He had to be careful. Not only was there the glow of a treasure in front, but there was also a ball of dazzling star beast. The glow given off by a star beast was different from the glow given off by a treasure. Besides the thick force glow, there was also the glow of life and the glow of soul. It was more complicated. While the glow of a treasure was purer, it looked like an amalgamation of forces. Of course, these were just some conspicuous differences. There were subtler and more profound differences. Words couldn't describe them. Did Wang Teng find something? The people outside couldn't see Wang Teng's figure, but they more or less knew where he was. They were all curious and even a little excited. Wang Teng had found many special spiritual herbs over the past few days. It was an eye-opener for everyone now that they saw him being even more cautious than before. They wanted to see what other spiritual herbs he could find. Unknowingly, this exchange event was turning into a treasure hunt show. The great elders were caught between laughter and tears when they saw this scene, but they had to admit that they were curious about Wang Teng's whereabouts. They wanted to know what he would find. After some time, Wang Teng suddenly stopped and looked in front. There was a platform in the middle of the stone pillars. It seemed to be protected by the stones around above his head. A sharp stone pillar hung down. It had a pointy bottom and was snow-white in color. It was different from the other stone pillars. At the same time, a faint ball of white light was shimmering on the stone platform. It was rhythmic like the beating of a heart. The white light was holy and gentle. It was like the rays of dawn calming people's mind. No matter how restless their emotions were, they couldn't help but calm down when they saw this light. This is a light element spiritual herb. The spectators outside were attracted by this scene. They were flabbergasted. Chapter 2, 630. Universe Behemoth. Sunlight Slug. Chase and Escape. 1. In the dark karst cave, the holy and gentle white light wasn't dazzling, but it was eye-catching. Anyone with eyes could see it at first glance. The audience outside noticed the presence of the stone platform immediately. At the same time, they understood that Wang Teng came for this. It's a light element spiritual herb. We hit the jackpot. I don't think anyone has found a light element spiritual herb among all these talents. That's right. No one else found a light element spiritual herb. This kind of spiritual herb is too rare. Wang Teng is so lucky. Lucky? You're thinking too much. I prefer to call it ability. That makes sense. I don't believe that he's just lucky. Wang Teng's performance over the past few days is enough to prove his ability. You're exaggerating. Light element spiritual herbs aren't easy to find. Look, the other talents can't find them either. I don't deny Wang Teng's ability, but this is definitely luck. Is there anyone who wants to know what this is? I'm very curious. That's right. Take a look at what it is. I don't see any star beasts guarding it. Is it hiding? Danger, let's see how Wang Teng is going to break this stalemate. Silence. The people outside started discussing. Some felt that Wang Teng relied solely on his ability, while others felt that he was just lucky. But soon they shifted their attention back. Compared to the debate of whether Wang Teng relied on luck, it was better to focus on practical things. There must be star beasts guarding this light element spiritual herb. The atmosphere turned a little tense in the core family seats. The family head of the Lei family, La Pan, was astounded. She muttered to herself in surprise, Wang Teng is quite powerful. He can even find light element spiritual herbs. Did you notice that he seemed to have discovered the presence of spiritual herbs a long time ago? He had a strong motive from the start. Dan Guang, the head of the Dan family, pondered and said. The family heads of the core alchemist families were stunned for a moment. Then they regained their senses and were astounded. Even a saint-level martial warrior like him was surprised. This proved how rare light element spiritual herbs were. Mind you, light element spiritual herbs could only be born if they had extremely thick light element energy and special terrains. However, he couldn't see anything special about this cave. It didn't look like a place with thick light force. It was different from the light element environment they knew on the high platform. That place, Great Elder Dan Chen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have discovered something. You know what it is? Great Elders asked in surprise. I'm not sure. However, based on the environment, it should be that thing. As a divine-level alchemist, Great Elder Dan Chen had a wide field of vision. He could more or less see something. What is it? Tell me about it. Great Elder Tambeli asked curiously. Cloud Immortal Milk. Great Elder Dan Chen didn't hesitate and said the name slowly. Cloud Immortal Milk? Great Elder Tambeli exchanged glances with Great Elder Byers and asked, This is a light element spiritual herb that can be used to make saint-level pills. It's extremely rare. You might not be able to find another one on the herb garden planet. Great Elder Dan Chen explained, spiritual herbs for making saint-level pills. Great Elder Tambeli was astounded. Although they didn't know much about the Cloud Immortal Milk, they knew how rare and precious spiritual herbs that could make saint-level pills were. What's more, this little fellow was looking for spiritual herbs that could make saint-level pills. What was he planning to do? Don't think too much. The Cloud Immortal Milk can be used to make a Grandmaster-level pill, too. It's just a little wasteful. Great Elder Dan Chen smiled and replied. His words dispelled Great Elder Tambeli's doubts. They couldn't believe that Wang Teng could make a saint-level pill, so he's planning to use this Cloud Immortal Milk to make a Grandmaster-level pill. Great Elders Byers asked, based on my guess. That should be the case. Great Elder Dan Chen stroked his white beard and said confidently, You need to mobilize eternal matter to make a saint-level pill. With his current stage, it's impossible for him to mobilize eternal matter. That's why it's impossible. The two great elders nodded. They agreed with Dan Chen. This was why they didn't think that Wang Teng could make a saint-level pill. It wasn't just the saint-level Dans. It was the same for the saint-level weapons and the saint-level arrays. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening outside, much less the surroundings. He was unaware that Great Elder Dan Chen guessed that the cloud immortal milk might be hiding here. He relied on his real eye to get here step by step. That was how he confirmed the presence of the cloud immortal milk. One could only say that the immortal level was indeed frightening. At this moment, he was squatting behind a stone pillar that required 3 people to hug it. He scanned the stone platform in front of him, but he didn't act rashly. In his vision, a ball of white light was entrenched above the stone platform. It had almost merged with the stone pillars, so it was hard to see it. Also, in this dark environment, normal people wouldn't be able to discover its presence. Chapter 2631, Universe Behemoth, Sunlight Slug, Chase and Escape. 2. It said that the Cloud Immortal Milk will be guarded by Ultimate Stage, Imperial Level and above Star Beasts. From the looks of it now, it's not bad. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. They didn't give me any chance at all. Ultimate Stage Imperial Level Star Beasts were as powerful as Universe Stage Martial Warriors. With his current ability, he wouldn't be able to deal with them without using all his skills. Fortunately, his real aim was to snatch the Cloud Immortal Milk, so he didn't need to kill the Ultimate Stage Imperial Level Star Beast. It should be easier. Wang Teng gradually decreased the effects of his real eye and finally came out of his spiritual sight state. Then he saw the appearance of the Ultimate Stage Imperial Level Star Beast above. The next moment, his expression turned strange. This was the first time he saw such a star beast. It was an eye-opener for him. It was a star beast that looked like a slug. Its entire body was white, and it was lying weakly in the gaps between the stone pillars at the top of the cave. Its body was completely merged with the stone pillars like a pool of liquid. However, if you observed it carefully, you would notice that there were 2 antennas on its head. They were similar to the cone-shaped stone pillars around it. This increased its disguise effect. This looks like fuck. Wang Teng looked at the appearance of the star beast in front of him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened gradually, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't help but curse sunlight slugs. A special name appeared in his mind. This information came from the Devour Nihility Beast's memory. It was carved in the deepest part of the Devour Nihility Beast's memory and was extremely important. If it was Wang Teng, he wouldn't have known about the existence of this star beast. This was because this star beast was too special, Universe Behemoth. In the Devour Nihility Beast's memory, this was an extremely powerful Universe Behemoth. It wasn't an ordinary Ultimate Stage Imperial Level Star Beast. Don't be fooled by this small lump in front of you. Its body can be huge, big enough to cover the entire planet. As for why there was only a small lump in front of him, one had to start from the beginning. This was a light element star beast. It was extremely rare because it was special. As a light element star beast, it loved dark and humid environments. This was a contradiction, but it was a special trait of the sunlight slug. It would only appear in the early morning and absorb the weak rays of light. This was how they got their name. Even though the sunlight slug seemed to be absorbing a faint glow to grow, one must not underestimate its power. Actually, this kind of star beast had frightening talent and attacking power. If you looked down on it, you would suffer greatly. Any star beast that could reach the Ultimate Stage Imperial level was blessed by the heavens. They had special traits and advantages that other star beasts couldn't be compared to. What's more, it was a Universe Behemoth. This kind of sunlight slug possessed a special talent. It could even be said to be an abnormal talent, divide, as its name suggested. It was able to split its body into many small parts. Not only was it hard to kill, but it also had a powerful absorption ability. Numerous small bodies could absorb a large area of light at the same time to provide for their cultivation needs. This talent was extremely frightening. The more powerful it was, the more bodies it would have. For instance, this Ultimate Stage Imperial Level Star Beast had enough bodies to cover the entire planet. Wang Teng felt his head hurting after he received this piece of information. Fuck, if this was really Sunlight Slug, what should he do? This was troublesome. It was really hard to deal with. Wang Teng could imagine what would happen if he fought head-on with this ray of light slug. He might really be crushed. A normal ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast wasn't something he could fight with, much less a universe behemoth with such a strange talent. Anyway, its splitting ability is a clone, right? Wang Teng touched his chin and sized up the sunlight slug in front of him. That means that this is probably just a clone. Its other bodies might still be in different parts of the herb garden planet. Or they might not even be on the herb garden planet. A surprising thought appeared in his mind. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible based on the intensity of the light. This ray of light was only as big as an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. However, the universe behemoth couldn't be compared to normal star beasts. For instance, when Wang Teng first met the Devour Nihility beast, it was only at the mid-tier Imperial level. However, the light it gave off was bigger than an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. Wang Teng almost thought that he met a terrifying presence. Actually, it was an extremely terrifying presence. He almost got devoured by the Devour Nihility beast and died. He still had lingering fears when he thought about it. No, we need to think about this carefully. Wang Teng immediately rejected the idea of charging over that would be tantamount to sending himself to death. In terms of life, this sunlight slug wasn't as scary as the Devour Nihility beast. However, it was at the ultimate stage Imperial level compared to the mid-tier Imperial level Devour Nihility beast. It seemed even more terrifying. Chapter 2632, Universe Behemoth, Sunlight Slug, Chase and Escape. 3. Charging forward was tantamount to sending himself to death. His spiritual power had reached the heaven realm and could barely fight with a universe-level martial warrior. Mind you, his martial arts stage was still at the cosmos realm, so his body's ability to withstand the pressure was limited. He could only use his heaven realm spiritual kinesis temporarily. He couldn't use it infinitely. So, the question is, what's the weakness of this sunlight slug? Wang Teng took a deep breath. Many thoughts went through his mind as he searched for an opening. Why isn't Wang Teng moving? That's right. We have been waiting for a long time, but there's still no movement. Is he afraid? The light element spiritual herb is right in front of him. Are you telling me that he's afraid? But it does look like it. This isn't right. In the past, even when he met high-tier Imperial-level star beasts, he wasn't this timid. Why is he afraid now? Is it possible that there's an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast in that area? Gasp! Ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. Really? What's the point of doing that? Hurry up and run. No matter how precious light element spiritual herbs are, your life is more important. Wang Teng didn't move for a long time, and the people outside were anxious. No one knew what he was doing. They were filled with curiosity. But soon, someone guessed Wang Teng's concern. They even guessed that he might be facing an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. This fellow isn't a reckless person. There must be ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts beside the cloud immortal milk. If we act recklessly, we won't be able to succeed. Great Elder Dan Chen smiled and said, "His martial arts talent is not bad, but there's a limit. As a Cosmos Realm martial warrior, he has no chance of winning against an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast," Great Elders said. "Let's see what he will do. I wonder what kind of star beast is guarding the Cloud Immortal Milk?" Great Elder Tambeli asked. The Cloud Immortal Milk is a light element spiritual herb, so its guardian star beast is naturally a light element star beast. Great Elder Dan Chen frowned. Light element star beasts were normally powerful and hard to deal with. With Wang Teng's ability, he might not be able to get the Cloud Immortal Milk. What are you thinking? A question appeared in Great Elder Dan Chen's mind. Wang Teng had already discovered the ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, but he didn't leave. This meant that he hadn't given up. This made Great Elder Dan Chen a little curious. What method could a Cosmos stage martial warrior have to get the Cloud Immortal Milk from an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast? Oh, right, Wang Teng thought for a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed past his mind. The reason why the sunlight slug loved dark and damp talents was because it wasn't just a light element star beast. It also possessed the water talent. Also, the water talent played a special role in its body. However, many people didn't know this weakness. They only knew that the sunlight slug was a light element star beast. This was the weakness of the sunlight slugs. The next instant, Wang Teng silently retreated to the back, away from the sunlight slug. He activated his heart of magnetic essence and dug up the rocks around him. Then his body sunk into the ground. The heart of magnetic essence talent was a special talent Wang Teng received after merging the heart of Zhongyan and sand control talent. It allowed him to control all kinds of soil and rocks. Very soon, Wang Teng disappeared from everyone's vision and entered the ground. This time, Wang Teng's figure disappeared from the screen. The broadcast couldn't reach below the ground. Why is he underground? Sneak, attack from the ground. But this fellow is really good at making holes. Silence. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what Wang Teng was doing. Even Great Elder Dan Chen and the others frowned slightly. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. Then their expressions turned strange. Was he really going to launch a sneak attack from the ground? Although everyone was teasing them, this was the only possibility they could think of. After Wang Teng entered the ground, he slowly approached the location of the sunlight slug. A smile gradually appeared at the edge of his lips. The next instant, a green flame appeared in his hand. He pasted it on the stone wall at the side. The emerald glazed flame, under the heat of the divine flame, the stone walls turned into lava and flowed down slowly. At the same time, the terrifying heat spread out along the stone walls and enveloped the sunlight slug. The temperature wasn't too high at the start. It only caused the temperature in the cave to rise a little. However, the sunlight slug still felt something amiss. It raised its head slightly and moved its antennas around, trying to find the reason for the rise in temperature. However, Wang Teng had already activated his space concealment skill and hid himself in the space crack. Even ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts like the sunlight slug couldn't sense his presence. The sunlight slug gradually quietened down. They laid at the peak of the cave and seemed to be going back to sleep. Wisps of divine flame spread out from Wang Teng's hand and merged into the walls around him. The temperature in the cave rose gradually. There were traces of mist rising from the body of the sunlight slug. It was as if the water had evaporated. Squeak. The sunlight slug woke up with a start. It raised its head and made a strange sound. What's going on? What happened? Chapter 20633, Universe Behemoth, Sunlight Slug, Chase and Escape. 4. Why was the temperature of its nest rising? It was astounded. At the start, it didn't notice anything amiss. However, the temperature around it rose gradually, making it feel as if it was in a furnace. The water power in its body was evaporating. Its body was special. Most of it was made up of water force. This was the reason why it was splitting, but this was also the reason why the water force in its body would evaporate if it got burned by the flames. To an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, ordinary flames were nothing. They couldn't evaporate the water force in its body either. However, Wang Teng's flame was extraordinary. The divine flame countered its ability perfectly. Squeak, squeak, squeak at this moment. The sunlight slug started screeching agitatedly. Strange noises came out of its mouth. Its body started squirming restlessly. The sound of water splashing echoed in the air like waves. The image on the screen finally landed on its body. It was presented to everyone. There was an uproar among the spectators outside. What kind of star beast is this? It looks so strange. It looks like a pile of soft mud. It looks like a snot beast. There was a huge commotion. Most of the people didn't recognize this star beast. Even if they saw the true face of the star beast, they wouldn't know what it was. Even the 3 great elders frowned. They were puzzled. In the cave, the body of the sunlight slug started squirming. Then it suddenly shrunk towards the top and flowed out of a hole like water. The temperature kept rising. It couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave instinctively. At this moment, everyone finally saw that there was a hole about a meter in diameter at the top of the cave. A faint light was shining in through the hole. This star beast ran away. Why did it run away? What happened? Did Wang Teng do something? I don't know. Wang Teng didn't appear, so I don't know what he's doing. The people outside didn't know what happened. They were surprised and confused when they saw this scene. Below the ground, Wang Teng saw the movement of the sunlight slugs through his real eye. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Cooking the slugs in warm water succeeded. However, he noticed that the sunlight slug hadn't left the cave entirely. It was lying in the middle of the hole, away from the temperature inside. After all, Wang Teng didn't dare to raise the temperature too high. Hence, the temperature was limited to the cave. Once it went beyond this range, the temperature would return to normal. The sunlight slug wouldn't let the cloud immortal milk leave its sight easily. Wang Teng blinked. The emerald glazed flame started spreading towards the sunlight slug. The ray-light slugs was in the hole less than a meter in diameter. They could be cooked. The temperature in the long hole leading to the outside world gradually rose. Steam appeared on the body of the sunlight slug again. Squeak. Squeak. Strange cries came out of its mouth. They formed echoes in the cave and resounded continuously. Small fry, why aren't you leaving? The smile on Wang Teng's face grew wider. The temperature he was using now wasn't enough to cause much damage to the sunlight slug, but it would still make it uncomfortable. That way there wouldn't be too much resistance and the sunlight slug would go out to get some fresh air. His goal was achieved. Squeak. The sunlight slugs finally couldn't bear with it anymore. It retreated out of the hole like a tsunami. Done. Wang Teng sniggered, using the heart of magnetic essence. He appeared beside the stone platform and looked down. There was a medium-sized hole on the stone platform. Inside the hole there were strings of liquid that looked like ambrosia. The gentle and holy white light came from the liquid. Is this the cloud immortal milk? Wang Teng was astounded. He had seen the description of the cloud immortal milk, but he had never seen it personally. Now that he saw the real thing, he realized that the cloud immortal milk was even more divine than the description. Thick light force spread out. Just by standing at the side, he could feel the light force in his body getting restless. However, the light force seemed to be restricted within the stone platform. It didn't spread out. This stone platform is a little special. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately noticed the problem. However, this wasn't the time to probe further. He needed to leave this place immediately with the cloud immortal milk. He might have forced the sunlight slug away temporarily, but it would definitely come back soon. The next moment, he took out a battle sword and slit the bottom of the stone platform. The stone platform wasn't hard. It got chopped into two by Wang Teng's eternal level battle sword. Wang Teng waved his hand and kept the entire stone platform. The incision was only revealed now. It was as smooth as a mirror. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at the milky white stone pillar above him. He waved his battle sword again, and the cone-shaped stone pillar fell. If he didn't catch it, the stone pillar would stab into Wang Teng's head. But before he could do anything, the cone-shaped stone pillar disappeared on the spot when it was about to touch his head. Chapter 2634, Universe Behemoth, Sunlight Slug, Chase and Escape, 5. After completing everything smoothly, Wang Teng used his real eye to scan the area and confirmed that he didn't miss anything. Then he disappeared on the spot. Squeak. At the same time, the sunlight slug seemed to have noticed the disappearance of the cloud immortal milk. A shrill cry came from the hole above. Crack. Started spreading out with the hole as the center. They looked like spider webs. The sunlight slug's body flowed back into the cave instantly. Wang Teng rushed out of the cave and came outside. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The mountain below exploded instantly, and countless broken rocks shot into the sky. Oh my God, he reacted so quickly. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to waste any time and turned into a ray of light as he escaped into the distance. Squeak. A shrill cry was heard behind him. The sunlight slug shot out from the mountain peak and turned into a ray of light as it chased after Wang Teng. Oh my God, that's fast. Wang Teng turned around and squinted. He activated his light bolt skill and turned into a beam of light. His speed couldn't be compared to a normal person's, but he didn't think that the sunlight slugs could turn into rays of light too. Also, it was an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast, so it was faster than him. Wang Teng didn't have the time to think. He activated his wings of holy light, and a pair of wings formed from light spread out behind him. His speed increased exponentially. Fuck. Fuck. Wang Teng is in danger. Based on its speed, that star beast must be an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. This is so scary. What kind of presence did Wang Teng provoke? Does he want to die? Light element star beasts have the fastest speed among all the star beasts. Some star beasts with special light speed skills are even faster than wind element star beasts. But didn't you notice that Wang Teng's speed is on par with an ultimate stage star beast's? Oh my God, Wang Teng is a light element martial warrior too, and he has a light element speed battle techniques. No wonder he dared to provoke this ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. Impressive. Those holy light wings are so handsome. What kind of battle techniques is this? Can someone explain it to me? It looks like some kind of talent? Huh, it looks similar to the talent of the feather race. However, Wang Teng's wings are formed from light force. He doesn't have real wings. Wang Teng's martial arts ability is quite strong. He isn't even afraid of an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. The audience were stunned when they saw this scene. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The human and the beast's speed was unbelievable. They turned into two rays of light in the sky as they chased each other. One could not escape, and the other could not catch up. They were at a standstill. Squeak. The sunlight slug kept screeching in anger. At the same time, rays of white light congregated around it and shot towards Wang Teng. The white light shot out like an arrow and was extremely fast. It caught up with Wang Teng in an instant. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He activated his space flash without any hesitation. Space fluctuated slightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Rays of white light penetrated Wang Teng's body. Everyone was astounded, however. They soon realized that it was just a lingering shadow. It wasn't the real Wang Teng. Wang Teng appeared a few hundred meters away and turned into a ray of light again. This is a space skill. The people who came to watch the exchange were all universe stage martial warriors and above. They immediately noticed Wang Teng's skills and were astounded. A cosmos stage martial warrior used space methods. This was astonishing. This fellow has become much stronger. Furious, Flaming Universe Lord and the others from the Parker's family had ugly expressions. They didn't dare to provoke this ultimate stage Imperial level light element star beast. Yet, Wang Teng provoked it, and even managed to get a spiritual herb from it. This method astounded them. The eternal level martial warrior from the Parker's family finally opened his eyes gradually. He looked at the screen in the sky with a stern gaze. It was obvious that Wang Teng's talent and ability was enough for him to view him with high importance. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others felt anxious for Wang Teng. This fellow was too reckless. How could he provoke such a terrifying presence? Spiritual herbs were good, but if he couldn't escape the pursuit of an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast, the loss outweighed the gain. That was dangerous. In the sky, Wang Teng raised his speed to the maximum and remained vigilant of any movement behind him. The attack just now left him with lingering fears. If he didn't have the space flash, a space shift battle techniques, he wouldn't be able to evade it. He mustn't underestimate the strength of this sunlight slug. Squeak. The sunlight slug was infuriated when it saw that the thief in front of it managed to evade its attack. It let out another shrill scream. Swoosh, swoosh, beams of white light congregated again and rained down on Wang Teng. Fuck, how vicious. Wang Teng didn't dare to be careless. He activated his space flash again and shifted to the side. I can't go on like this. I'll get killed by the sunlight slugs sooner or later. After all, he was only at the cosmos realm. Comparing stamina with an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast was a stupid move. All kinds of skills flashed through Wang Teng's mind. In the end, he stopped at a new skill he'd just received. All right, it's you, he turned serious and shouted in his heart. True Dragon Battle Physique, activate. Ancient God's Body, activate. Divine Constellation Physique, activate. 5-element Divine Physique, activate. Powerful physiques were activated at the same time. A terrifying power erupted from Wang Teng's body. With the help of the True Dragon Battle Physique, his divine flame congregated into fiery scales on the surface of his body, but in order not to attract too much attention, he had already put on a battle armor. To outsiders, there was nothing special about it. It would be strange if they didn't use their battle armor when they met a powerful star beast under the cover of the battle armor. The commotion caused by Wang Teng using his divine flame was completely covered up. He even used the ancient god's body, the occult golden patterns on his forehead, the endless starlight of the divine constellation physique, and the 5-colored glow of the 5-element divine physique were all hidden under his battle armor. After all, this was the secondary career alliance competition with so many people watching. He felt that he should keep a low profile. With the help of multiple physiques, Wang Teng felt that his body had become extremely powerful. A terrifying strength flowed through his muscles. He clenched his fist and felt as if he was about to fly. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He turned serious and released his heaven realm spiritual power, Illusion Heart Scripture. His spiritual power had turned into an illusion in a strange way. The sunlight slug stopped in its tracks. It was covered in light so no one could see its appearance. What? What happened? Why did it stop? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It's indeed effective. Wang Teng was elated. His spiritual power had reached the heaven realm, but based on his calculations, it should be on par with the universe level. It looked like he was right. To most star beasts, spiritual power had always been their weakness. This was Wang Teng's bet. At this moment, wisps of spiritual power trapped the sunlight slug on the spot like strings. They turned into an illusion and caused it to fall into an indescribable dream. Even Wang Teng didn't know what illusion the sunlight slug was in, but he knew that he had successfully trapped it. He stopped hesitating, and a battle sword appeared in his hand. The power of space surged out of his body and congregated on his battle sword. It turned into a strange sword glow, the Godslayer sword scripture. The second move, Void Shatter. Underneath the battle armor helmet, Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He swung his sword in an instant. Boom! A dazzling sword glow cut through the air and slashed towards the ray of light slug behind. Squeak! At this crucial moment, the sunlight slug finally sensed danger. It gave a shrill cry and seemed to have escaped from the illusion. But it was already too late. Wang Teng's battle technique was one of the divine level space battle techniques. It was powerful and possessed the special characteristics of space. Boom! In an instant, the sword glow landed on the sunlight slug's body. An explosion occurred, and the sunlight slug's body exploded. Chapter 2635, Talent Skill Divide, a Trade with the Sunlight Slug. 1. The body of the sunlight slug exploded like fireworks. Its body was already filled with white light, so the instant it exploded, it looked exceptionally gorgeous. The image in the sky seemed to have stopped. Wang Teng glanced around him, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to stay any longer and dashed away. Damn it, the sunlight slugs couldn't be killed. With his real eye, he could see the thick vitality of the sunlight slug. His sword attack didn't cause much damage to it. However, the sword attack just now was useful. There were many attribute bubbles around the sunlight slug. While Wang Teng was escaping, He didn't forget to release his spiritual kinesis to collect the attribute bubbles. Light Constellation Force 3500. Light Constellation Force 42000. Light Ultima 6000. Light Ultima 8000. Light Domain 1000. Light Domain 1200. Origin of Light 500. Origin of Light 700. Heaven Realm Spirit 4500. Heaven Realm Spirit 5000. Divide 2000. Light Bolt 4000. Dawn Bolt 3000. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind and turned into pure energy and mysterious enlightenment. There are so many attribute bubbles, Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He found it unbelievable. There were 12,500 points of constellation light force alone. Wang Teng's constellation light force rose tremendously. Constellation light force. 13,700, 3,000 third-level cosmos realm. Wang Teng's constellation light force was only at the third level of the cosmos realm. It was much weaker than the other forces. It took much effort for it to rise a little, but it still couldn't break through to the third level. Next was the Light Ultima. He received 14,000 points of it, allowing Wang Teng's Light Ultima to skyrocket. Enlightenment appeared in his mind, allowing his understanding of the Light Ultima to reach a new level. Light Ultima by 1,000 for 1,000, 7,000, 7th level. In an instant, Wang Teng's Light Ultima rose from the 4th level to the 7th level. His Light Element Ultima had always been low, but it finally rose this time. The Sunlight Slugs was an ultimate stage Imperial level martial warrior, so every attack contained the power of Ultima. That was why it dropped so many Ultima attributes. Then there were 3,900 points of Light Domain attributes. It wasn't a small number. Light Domain, 43300, 5,000 rank 5. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. His Light Domain had improved, but it was stuck at the 5th rank. It was still a little short of achieving a breakthrough. This was awkward. He was just short of 700 attribute points. He felt helpless. Since he couldn't raise it temporarily, he stopped looking at it and continued looking at the attribute bubbles below. Origin of Light. There were 1,200 points in total. As an ultimate stage light element star beast, how could it not have the origin of light? At this moment, the relevant laws of origin enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Occult light runes congregated and turned into droplets of light. They merged into the depth of his memory. His origin of light increased tremendously. Origin of light, 3,000, 10,000, 1st rank. Although it was still the 1st rank power of origin, it had improved greatly. It was a good gain for Wang Teng. Then there were 9,500 points of Heaven Realm Spirit. This was quite a lot. Wang Teng's spirit attribute rose a little. The spiritual power he used to execute the Illusion Heart scripture was replenished. Good Lord, you came at the right time. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He sniggered, but soon he turned serious and looked at the last 3 attribute bubbles. The attribute bubbles were the most important. Divide. This was undoubtedly the talent of the Sunlight Slugs. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He absorbed the bubbles without any hesitation, and a special enlightenment appeared in his mind. In his mind, Wang Teng felt that he had turned into a slug. A sunlight slug. Then his body started disintegrating under some mysterious rule. This was a strange feeling. It was as if his body was cut, but there was no pain. Instead, every part that got cut had its own consciousness. This consciousness was controlled by the main consciousness. It was similar to the clone skill. However, the division of the Sunlight Slugs had its own characteristics. For instance, after splitting, it could absorb the light force in the sky and provide nourishment for itself. As long as it didn't retract its consciousness, it could allow the clone to continue existing. Of course, if it was killed, that was another story. After absorbing all the enlightenment of the Divide skill, Wang Teng finally couldn't control the happiness on his face. With this skill, his clone skill would be even more perfect and powerful, As Wang Teng's ability increased, his clone skill couldn't catch up with him. If he didn't instill the power of origin into his clones on a whim, he would have been eliminated with the darkness clone technique. Also, this skill could be used to absorb force and store it in the body. When it merged with the main body, it could increase the main body's ability. This was how frightening the sunlight slug was. Divide, 2,000, 10,000, thirst rank. Chapter 2-3-6, Talent Skill Divide, a trade with the sunlight slug. 2. This is a talent skill. Wang Teng was surprised. However, this was better. Talent skills could be upgraded. There was no level restriction. Divide was only at the first rank, so it wasn't enough for Wang Teng. However, as long as it was above the 5th rank, it would be a divine skill for him. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. Then he looked at the 2 attribute bubbles behind him. Light bolt. Dawn, light arrow. They also came from the sunlight slugs, but they weren't talent skills. It was a legacy similar to the battle techniques. Wang Teng was extremely familiar with one of the battle techniques, light bolt. So many light element star beasts are able to grasp the light bolt battle techniques. Wang Teng was enlightened. Light bolt meant that one could turn into a ray of light and increase their speed to the maximum. These powerful light element star beasts were able to grasp this skill. Light bolt, universe level, 1355,000, specialized. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, Wang Teng's light bolt skill increased tremendously. It was as if he had cultivated for a long time. Day after day, the enlightenment merged into his memory. It was natural. Lastly, there was the other battle technique, Dawn Light Arrow. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind. He immediately understood how to execute this battle technique. This battle technique was the light rays that attacked him just now. It was indeed troublesome. If he wasn't fast enough and could execute space shift, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack. Dawn Light Arrow, Eternal Level, 3,000, 5,000. Foundation. This is an Eternal Level battle techniques. Wang Teng was stunned. He knew that this attack was powerful, but he didn't expect it to reach the Eternal Level, as expected of a universe behemoth. Not only did it have an extraordinary talent, Divide, but it also had an Eternal Level skill, Dawn Light Arrow. If it was someone else, they would definitely die. Even Wang Teng only managed to escape with his life. But honestly, this was a pleasant surprise for a moment. Wang Teng even wanted to turn around and fight with the sunlight slug. It would be a pity if he didn't collect more attribute bubbles, but in the end he didn't dare to. He managed to stop the sunlight slug with much difficulty. Was he going to send himself to death? All these happened in a blink of an eye. Wang Teng picked up all the attribute bubbles and increased his speed to the maximum. He escaped thousands of miles away in an instant. Squeak! But the sunlight slugs didn't give up. An astonishing scene appeared in mid-air. Beams of light gathered from all directions and congregated into the body of the sunlight slug again. This time it was bigger than before. Swoosh! In an instant, it turned into a ray of light and chased after Wang Teng. As it flew, rays of light shot over from afar and merged into the sunlight slug's body, causing it to expand continuously. Gradually, it covered the sky and the sun. It swept forward like a wave, giving off a frightening aura. Damn it. The audience outside widened their eyes in surprise when they saw this scene. Their jaws dropped. Was an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast so scary? At first, they thought that this was just an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. However, after seeing the eruption of the sunlight slugs, the universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors changed their minds. This was an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. Did they think they were blind? However, they were puzzled. Why did this light element star beast suddenly become so terrifying? From its aura, it was indeed at the ultimate stage Imperial level. It wasn't that scary. Sunlight slug on the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen stood up abruptly. There was disbelief in his eyes as he looked at the image on the screen. The calm and composed Grand Elder was flabbergasted and astounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked as if he saw something unbelievable. Sunlight slug? Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers didn't recognize this star beast. They were stunned when they saw Dan Chen's expression. They asked, "Dan Chen, what kind of star beast is this? Universe behemoth?" Great Elder Dan Chen swallowed his saliva before he said these two words sternly. "What?" The two great elders stood up at the same time and looked at the screen in the sky in astonishment. More accurately, it was the terrifying star beast on the screen. "Are you kidding? How can there be a universe behemoth on the herb garden planet?" Great elders frowned. "There's no mistake based on its characteristics. It's the universe behemoth, the sunlight slug." Great Elder Dan Chen nodded sternly. "How did it enter the herb garden planet?" "This doesn't make sense. If a universe behemoth wants to enter the Netherworld array at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, it will be discovered, right?" Great Elder Tambeli asked. "Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape detection, much less a universe behemoth," Great Elders said. "How would I know?" Great Elder Dan Chen gave a bitter smile, "But this star beast is definitely the universe behemoth light slug. I can't be wrong." Chapter 2637, Talent Skill Divide. A Trade with the Sunlight Slug, 3. "Why don't we ask Great Elder Lao Tuo, who's in charge of the herb garden planet, to take a look?" Great Elder Byers suggested. "Yes." Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. He immediately opened his wristwatch and contacted Great Elder Lao Tuo. "What about this little fellow?" Great Elder Tambeli asked. "Don't worry, he won't die for the time being." Great Elders Byers glanced at the situation on the screen and smiled. The fellow that Great Elders said wouldn't die was running away frantically. The sunlight slugs was already closing in on him. Wang Teng didn't have any thoughts of farming attribute bubbles when he saw the sunlight slug's appearance. His priority was to escape Universe Behemoth. This was the Universe Behemoth. The aura it gave off was terrifying. Damn it. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. He didn't think that the sunlight slugs would be so hard to deal with. He managed to escape with much difficulty, but the other party caught up with him within a few seconds. He didn't want to let go. Wang Teng felt helpless. He would have given it a try if he knew this was going to happen, but he still felt helpless when he experienced how hard the sunlight slugs were to deal with. Squeak. The sunlight slug screamed in anger when it saw Wang Teng. Rays of light shot towards him, covering the entire sky as if it was raining cats and dogs. Space flash. Wang Teng turned serious. He immediately activated his space flash and disappeared on the spot. He didn't have a better way to deal with this airtight dawn light bolt. Even his dawn light bolt wouldn't be able to dodge it. He could only use his space flash. The next moment he appeared a few thousand meters away. This time he had increased the distance of his teleportation. He hoped that he could use this chance to get rid of the sunlight slug behind him. Squeak! However, at this moment his pupils constricted. 2 rays of light shot towards them from the left and right. They were 2 sunlight slugs too. Fuck. Wang Teng cursed instantly. This was a clone of the sunlight slug. He guessed that the sunlight slug guarding the cloud immortal milk wasn't the only main body. It came true. 1, 2, including the one behind him. There were 3 of them. They formed a triangle and surrounded Wang Teng. Wang Teng was like a turtle in a jar. He had nowhere to run. He could already feel the space around him freezing. The sunlight slugs was an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. They could seal off the space around them. This is troublesome. The muscles on Wang Teng's face twitched. He stopped on the spot and didn't continue charging forward. It was useless. In a short time, he wouldn't be able to break the space lock of the sunlight slugs. Its intelligence was no different from a human's. During the chase just now, Wang Teng wasn't the only one who grasped some of its skills. It also grasped some of Wang Teng's skills. Squeak! There seemed to be a hint of pride in the sunlight slug's voice. It surrounded Wang Teng at a fast speed, not giving him any time to react. As it closed in on Wang Teng, light gathered from all directions and merged into the bodies of the three sunlight slugs. Their bodies grew bigger and bigger until they covered the sky and the sun. Finally, they merged into one and formed a huge shield around Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked up. The light above his head was blocked, and only the white light around the slug was visible. It wasn't glaring, but it still made his eyes uncomfortable when he was surrounded by white. It was like a normal person standing in the white snow. If you looked at it for a long time, your eyes would feel uncomfortable, and you might even have some special symptoms. At the same time, the people outside lost sight of Wang Teng once again. In the Great Qian Empire's seat, Grandmaster Hua Yuan clenched his fists uncontrollably and turned serious. He was worried for Wang Teng. This star beast is very powerful. Grand Duke Pingtian's solemn voice was heard. He didn't expect such a terrifying star beast to appear on this planet where the Secondary Career Alliance specialized in growing spiritual herbs. What's more, the beast was provoked by the people from the Great Qian Empire. He felt that the Great Qian Empire might become famous because of this. It didn't matter if Wang Teng was dead or alive. However, he still hoped that Wang Teng could stay alive. He had to admit that Wang Teng's martial arts talent and secondary career talent were both extremely powerful. He was worth winning over. If a talent like him died, it would be a huge loss for the Great Qian Empire. Can't this fellow be more stable? Why does he have to make it so thrilling? Grandmaster Alfred complained uncontrollably. The Grandmasters were speechless. The furious Flaming Universe Lord from the Parkers family and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord exchanged glances with each other. A cold smile appeared at the edge of their lips. That brat better die. That way they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. As for whether he was a genius or not, anyone who opposed the Parkers family would die on the high platform. Dan Chen, did you manage to contact him? Great Elders Tambeli frowned and asked, "If we don't hurry, that little fellow will be swallowed by the sunlight slugs." Cough. I don't know what Great Elder Lao Tuo is doing. He didn't answer the call. Great Elder Dan Chen said awkwardly, "In that case, let's ask the eternal-level martial warrior from the headquarters to act. This young man's talent is not bad. We can't let him die in the hands of the Universe Behemoth. This Universe Behemoth has exceeded his ability to deal with it. Even if they interfere, it won't be a violation of the rules," Great Elder said. Chapter 2638, Talent, Skill, Divide, a Trade with the Sunlight Slug, 4. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded and immediately sent a few orders through his wristwatch on the Herb Garden planet. The movement of the sunlight slugs attracted a large number of participants. All of them looked up at the sky in astonishment. What's going on? What's that? What a terrifying aura. Hurry up and leave. Stay away from it in case you get implicated. I wonder who provoked this terrifying fellow. What an unlucky fellow. That's right. You will definitely die if you meet such a presence. Many questions appeared in the hearts of the secondary career talents. However, they didn't think too much and immediately flew away. They didn't dare to stay too close. However, after flying for some distance, they didn't leave in a hurry. They continued looking at the sky, wanting to see what kind of star beast it was. Some people even wanted to see if there were any bargains to pick up. At this moment, Wang Teng was in a dilemma. His surroundings were completely enveloped by the sunlight slugs. Also, the body of the sunlight slug was still shrinking gradually. Wisps of sticky liquid secreted out of its body, giving off a faint white glow. He wondered what it was. Slap. A drop of sticky liquid the size of an adult's head suddenly dripped down. Wang Teng took half a step to the left and evaded the sticky liquid perfectly. It landed directly on the body of the ray of light slug below and splattered everywhere. However, Wang Teng was floating in midair, so the liquid didn't touch him. The only thing that made him uneasy was the viscous liquid was getting thicker and thicker. There was already a small lake below. The water level of the lake was rising gradually. This was partly because the body of the ray-light slug was shrinking, and partly because more and more viscous liquid was secreting. What on earth is this? Wang Teng frowned. Even in the Devour Nihility beast's memory, there was no description of this sticky liquid. He thought for a moment and took out an energy stone. He threw it at the sticky liquid below. Swoosh! The instant the energy stone touched the sticky liquid, a ball of white light exploded and swallowed the energy stone. It disappeared from Wang Teng's vision at a visible speed. Gasp! Wang Teng gasped. He was terrified. Damn it! This sticky liquid was terrifying. If a Cosmos stage martial warrior fell down, he would be devoured within a few seconds. Even with Wang Teng's physical strength, he didn't dare to promise that he could resist the sticky liquid. Slap! Slap! Drops of sticky liquid dripped down from the sky. Wang Teng became exceptionally careful. He wore his battle armor and released his spiritual kinesis, guarding against the sticky liquid dripping down from the sky. The viscous liquid got thicker and thicker. Wang Teng's frown got deeper. He couldn't continue like this. His mind worked furiously as he tried to think of a way to break this situation. The next moment, his eyes lit up. He thought of something, and a holy white flame appeared in the depth of his palm. Holy flame. The holy flame appeared in Wang Teng's hand. Among all his skills, only the dark force could curb the light force. However, he couldn't use the dark force now, so he could only use the light force. After all, only magic could deal with magic. Also, the sunlight slugs was afraid of fire, so using the holy flame was the most effective method. He didn't hesitate anymore. The holy flame in his hand expanded instantly with the addition of the constellation light force. It spread out in all directions. Boom! Towering flames filled up the entire space. The sticky white liquid got ignited the instant it touched the holy flame. It started burning furiously. Squeak! An ear-piercing scream was heard. The shrunk starlight slugs started expanding again. The space inside became bigger. It's useful. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. At first, he was making a last-ditch effort. He didn't expect the sunlight slugs to be afraid of the holy flame. He immediately increased the output of his constellation light force, making the holy flame even more vigorous. Then it swept out in all directions. Squeak! Squeak! Screams of anger were heard continuously. However, the sunlight slugs was unwilling to open the seal around them. I know that you understand my words. Release the seal and let me out. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Wang Teng released a spiritual fluctuation. He had interacted with star beasts before. Some star beasts had high levels, but they didn't know the human language, so they could only use their spiritual fluctuations to communicate. However, after waiting for some time, there was no reply. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. He continued burning the holy flame in his hand. The sticky liquid was no longer a threat to him. It evaporated under the scorching heat of the flames. It was more violent than the burning of petrol. If he was outside, he would be able to see steam rising from the sunlight slugs. The steam even congregated into a ball of mist in the sky, enveloping the sunlight slugs. Bad guy. A voice suddenly sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. Wang Teng was stunned. He was in a daze. What do you mean by bad? He waited for a long time for a reply, but this was all he got. Chapter 2639, Talent-Skill Divide, a Trade with the Sunlight Slug. 5. Was this really released by the Sunlight Slug? He didn't look like one at all. Why was a universe behemoth complaining weakly like a child? Bad guy. Just when Wang Teng was in deep suspicion, the voice was heard again. This time, he finally heard it clearly. The voice didn't sound like a child's, and he couldn't tell if it was male or female. It sounded like a neutral voice with a hint of grievance, as if Wang Teng had done something heinous. Wang Teng felt extremely awkward. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He just took some cloud immortal milk. Why did this beast have to be so bitter? It was as if he had abandoned it. Are you the sunlight slug? Wang Teng blinked and coughed awkwardly. Bad guy. Wang Teng was speechless. Can you speak properly? If you can't, I'll continue burning. The holy flame in his hand expanded again as he spoke. It burned the sticky liquid around him. There wasn't much liquid left. The sunlight slug knew that it was useless, so it stopped secreting. "You stop!" The sunlight slug sounded a little angry. "Let me out and I won't burn you." Wang Teng fiddled with the flames in his hand and said calmly, "Give me back my treasure," the sunlight slug said. "That's mine," Wang Teng replied. "Mine," the sunlight slug retorted angrily. "Did you write your name?" Wang Teng asked. "Shameless." The sunlight slug was silent for a moment before it said angrily, "Let me out quickly. If not, don't blame me for being merciless." The holy flame in Wang Teng's hand burned furiously, giving off a scorching heat. "Your flame is special," the sunlight slug suddenly changed its tone. "It's all right. Have you heard of the holy flame?" Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. Then he said proudly, "This is a light element, divine flame. Be careful not to turn you into a dried slug." "You." The sunlight slug was infuriated by Wang Teng again. It couldn't speak. "What about me? Let me out quickly." Wang Teng blinked and said firmly, "This is the Herb Garden Planet, the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. They must have discovered the appearance of a universe behemoth here. Be careful not to get killed by powerful martial warriors." The sunlight slug turned silent. "I am only a split body. My main body isn't here." "Oh!" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "He was right," he asked. "How did you enter the Herb Garden Planet? Why do I have to tell you?" The sunlight slug almost told him how he entered the cave, but he changed his words at the last moment. "It's all right if you don't want to tell me." Wang Teng pretended that he didn't care. "However, if you get discovered by the powerful martial warriors here, you won't get anything. They might even discover where your main body is. At that time, you will be dead. No one can discover where my true form is." The sunlight slug sounded confident. "Really?" Wang Teng was surprised. This sunlight slug wasn't so easy to fool. He thought for a moment and asked directly, "What do I have to do before you let me out?" "Lend me your holy flame. I won't pursue the matter of you snatching my treasure." The sunlight slug contemplated for a moment before saying, "You want to borrow my holy flame?" Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect this request. "Yes," the sunlight slug replied. "Why are you borrowing it?" Wang Teng blinked and asked curiously. He was honestly curious. This sunlight slug wanted to borrow the holy flame from him. Wasn't it afraid of fire? Why did it need the fire? Was it tired of living and wanted to barbecue itself? "Are you going to lend it to me?" The sunlight slug had learned its lesson. It didn't answer Wang Teng's question and asked him directly. "What if I don't?" Wang Teng asked. "If you don't, we won't stop until one of us dies," the sunlight slug said. "Even if my clone dies, my main body, my countless clones will take revenge on you." "Do you have to be so ruthless?" Wang Teng paused and asked, "What if I lend it to you? I have stored many spiritual herbs on this planet. If you want them, I can give them all to you." The sunlight slug said, "Good riddance, a carrot after a stick. Why are you suddenly so generous?" Wang Teng hesitated before asking in surprise. "I can't bring them anyway," the sunlight slug said. You make sense?" Wang Teng believed him surprisingly. He asked again, "Just borrow, you're not snatching, right?" "Why will I snatch it? Do you think I can subdue a divine flame with my special ability?" the sunlight slug asked. "Oh, you're right." Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. "In that case, all right, I agree. Just in case, you need to sign a spiritual contract with me," the sunlight slug said. "Sure." Wang Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the sunlight slugs to understand it so well. But he was relieved. Someone's here. The sunlight slug's voice suddenly turned anxious. Its huge body suddenly shrunk at an astonishing speed. Amidst a flash of white light, it turned into a palm-sized slug and landed on Wang Teng's shoulder. "You take care of it." Wang Teng was stunned. Before he could react, he realized that the sunlight slugs had shrunk and a figure was stepping out of space. Chapter 2630. The Attitude of the Secondary Career Alliance, 3 eternal level warriors. 1 silence. Wang Teng turned and looked at the shrunken sunlight slug on his shoulder. Then he looked at the figure stepping out from the void in the distance. He was stunned. It was quite unexpected. The tense atmosphere disintegrated in an instant, catching everyone off their guards. This situation was out of his expectation. The middle-aged man who stepped out of the void seemed a little stunned, too. Didn't they say that it was dangerous? But he couldn't tell at all. This didn't feel right. An eternal level presence. Wang Teng looked at the other party's figure and felt the faint aura. He immediately saw through the other party's identity. It looked like the Secondary Career Alliance had high hopes for him. They even sent an eternal level martial warrior to save him. He suddenly felt touched. Before he could think further, the space beside him started distorting again. 2 other figures stepped out. 2 more eternal level martial warriors. Wang Teng was stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. 3 eternal level martial warriors were sent out. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was a little scary. No wonder people always said that the Secondary Career Alliance couldn't be offended. Look at this casual lineup. The 3 eternal level martial warriors appeared at the same time and surrounded Wang Teng. Then they looked at the sunlight slug on his shoulder. With their cultivation, they were able to see the sunlight slug at first glance. It was useless, even if it became smaller. At this moment, Wang Teng felt the body of the sunlight slug trembling. "You're afraid too?" Wang Teng asked, using voice transmission with a strange expression. 3 eternal level martial warriors. "Are you afraid?" The sunlight slug said angrily. "Honestly, I'm not afraid," Wang Teng replied. The sunlight slug was speechless. He suddenly felt that he was speaking nonsense. These 3 eternal level martial warriors were here to save him. "You're Wang Teng, right?" the eternal level middle-aged man who appeared first asked. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded calmly. However, the 2 of them seemed to be chatting casually. This didn't match the situation at all. The eternal level middle-aged man was stunned once again. He remained silent for a moment before asking again, "What's the situation now?" "Oh, I need to explain this." "It's a little troublesome to explain," Wang Teng said. "Let's make a long story short," the eternal level middle-aged man said. All right. Simply put." Wang Teng was stunned. Many thoughts went through his mind. In the end, he said, "We reconciled. The 3 eternal level martial warriors. I ask you to be brief, but you don't have to be so short. The great elders at first, they were worried about Wang Teng's safety, but they didn't expect to hear this sentence. Reconciliation. Reconciling with a universe behemoth sounded unreal. The group of people exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what to think. Was this reconciliation the same as what they understood, or was he forced to reconcile? "Are you being threatened?" The eternal level middle-aged man glanced at Wang Teng and asked using voice transmission. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He had no choice but to explain. Of course, he hid many things. He couldn't tell the other party everything, really. The eternal level middle-aged man asked curiously. "Huh, I won't joke with my life." Wang Teng smiled and nodded. The 3 eternal level martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. There was astonishment in their eyes. They conversed for some time before nodding at Wang Teng. Then they merged into space again and disappeared on the spot. Finally, Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect your words to be so useful. I've already decided to give up on this clone." The sunlight slug had been silent for some time. Now, it looked at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. Its eyes were strange. They were below the 2 tentacles. They didn't look like the eyes of a normal creature. Instead, they seemed to be pasted on its soft body. They looked like 2 planes, and its eyeballs were flowing like liquid. "Of course. I'm so talented, they won't want me to die," Wang Teng said proudly. "The ray of light slug. Tisk, Wang Teng." There was an uproar after the 3 eternal level martial warriors left. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. What was going on? The 3 eternal level martial warriors came and left. What was going on? Also, why was that star beast on Wang Teng's shoulder? Was it not going to kill him? Was this a joke? Also, what did the eternal level martial warriors and Wang Teng talk about? Countless questions appeared in everyone's mind. There was a strange feeling everywhere. They didn't know what was going on, but they were extremely curious. It was like 100 claws scratching their hearts. That fellow seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the Sunlight Slugs, Great Elder, Dan Chen said in deep thought. He reached an agreement with the Sunlight Slugs. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers were astounded. They looked at Great Elder Dan Chen curiously. Don't look at me. I don't know what it is either. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head. Great Elders and Tambeli were astounded. Never mind. That's his own business. It has nothing to do with us. As long as it's not against the Secondary Career Alliance, there's no need to care about it. Great Elder Dan Chen said. Chapter 206-41, The Attitude of the Secondary Career Alliance. 3 Eternal Level Warriors 2. Are we not going to deal with the Sunlight Slug? Great Elders Byers asked. It's just a clone. There's no point in killing him. Why don't we do him a favor and let him go? We won't lose anything anyway, Great Elder Dan Chen said. If you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have known that such a special universe behemoth exists in the universe, Great Elders. Tambeli lamented. It's indeed hard to kill it since it can split infinitely. Letting it go is a choice too. Great Elders Byers nodded with a stern expression. Wang Teng is a member of the Secondary Career Alliance. If he can become a core member, his status will be different. With him around, we will have a connection with the Sunlight Slug, Great Elder Dan Chen said with a smile. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Why do I feel that you're scheming something? Great Elders, Tambeli pouted, you have many thoughts in your dirty heart. Great Elder Dan Chen. Great Elders Byers glanced at Dan Chen. A strange smile appeared at the edge of his lips. The two of you, Great Elder Dan Chen pointed at the two of them. He was caught between laughter and tears. Besides having the ability to split, the Sunlight Slug can greatly promote the growth of spiritual herbs. That's why I think that it might be a good thing if we can let it leave a clone on the herb garden planet in the future. There's such a thing? Great Elder Tambeli was surprised. Why don't we keep this clone? Great Elders Byers asked. We can force it to stay, but it's better to stay voluntarily. Great Elder Dan Chen smiled and replied, Indeed, I should stay away from you in the future. Great Elders, Tambeli touched his chin. Great Elder Dan Chen, the 3 Great Elders kept quiet and started thinking about their own things. They were a little curious when they saw Wang Teng's figure on the screen. What happened when the Sunlight Slug engulfed Wang Teng? In the end, not only was he unscathed, but he also reached an agreement with the Sunlight Slug. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. On the Great Qian Empire's side, Grand Duke Pingtian and the Eternal Stage Martial Warriors were surprised too. Their gazes flickered as they looked at Wang Teng in a different light. He was chased by a star beast that surpassed the ultimate stage Imperial level. Yet he wasn't injured and even managed to solve this matter successfully. All these proved how extraordinary this young man was. They were even more astounded when the Secondary Career Alliance sent 3 Eternal-level martial warriors from their headquarters. The star beast looked powerful, but 1 Eternal-level martial warrior should be enough to take care of it. Hence, there was no need to mobilize a huge force. This also meant that the Secondary Career Alliance had high hopes for Wang Teng. Normal people wouldn't receive such treatment if they sent 3 Eternal-level martial warriors. The Furious Flaming Universe, Lord, and the Flaming Phoenix Universe, Lord, froze. They stared at the black-haired young man in astonishment. He didn't die? Was that fellow a cockroach? The Star Beast was terrifying, but it was still defeated by Wang Teng. It was rather anticlimactic, even the Eternal level. Parker's family martial warrior had a grim expression. Wang Teng gave him a sense of fear. Although the 3 Eternal-level martial warriors were from the Secondary Career Alliance and had nothing to do with Wang Teng, The fact that the secondary career alliance sent 3 eternal-level martial warriors for him proved his worth. As expected, this young man had matured and possessed the ability to threaten the Parkers family. Grandmaster Huayuan and the other Grandmasters heaved a sigh of relief. They still had lingering fears. The Star Beast was terrifying. They didn't expect this to be the result. The family heads of the core families let out a long sigh. They were astounded and surprised. This brat, Lepan, Sangji, and the others found it unbelievable. They were in a dire situation, but they were still able to solve it so easily. Even saint-level martial warriors like them found it unreal. They exchanged glances with one another and had the same thought. No wonder Wang Teng was valued by the Virtual Universe Corporation and became the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract. This ability wasn't something an ordinary martial warrior could possess. It's over on the Herb Garden planet. The people watching from afar were puzzled. Before they could react, the battle had ended. They didn't even fight. Why did it feel like child's play? Some people wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't. They didn't even get a single cent. But the Star Beast must be quite powerful, since 3 Eternal Stage martial warriors came for it. That Star Beast seems to be on that fellow's shoulder. Has it been tamed? How is that possible? Didn't you see how terrifying that Star Beast is? How can it be tamed? But if that's the case, we can't afford to provoke that fellow. While everyone was discussing, Wang Teng had already turned into a beam of light with the sunlight slug and sped away. Soon he disappeared in front of them. The onlookers saw that there was no show to watch, so they shook their heads and left in disappointment. Wang Teng counted his gains as he flew in the sky. Chapter 2642, The Attitude of the Secondary Career Alliance. 3 Eternal Level Warriors, 3. It was dangerous, but he received many attribute bubbles from the sunlight slug. All his attributes rose again. Spirit, 7'd 1,000s, 50,000s, Heaven Realm. Light Constellation Force, 520 4,000, 4,000, 4th Level Cosmos Realm. Light Ultima, 350 8,000, 8th Level. Light Domain, 1300 6,000, 6th Rank. Origin of Light, 4,300, 10,000, 1st Rank. Divide, 1,500, 30,000, 3rd Rank. Light Bolt, Universe Level, 350, 10,000, Small Achievement. Dawn Light Bolt, Eternal Level, 2,500, 8,000, Well-Versed. Wang Teng scanned the attributes board. An unnoticeable smile appeared on his face. His Heaven Realm Spirit attribute rose again and reached more than 70,000 points. This was a good start. He felt that it wasn't difficult to raise his Heaven Realm Spirit. He was risking his life. His light constellation force finally rose from the 3rd level Cosmos Realm to the 4th level. Wang Teng's ability improved again. The Light Ultima rose from the 7th level to the 8th level. It was at the perfected 10th level soon. If he could get more attributes from the Sunlight Slug. Wang Teng glanced at the Sunlight Slug on his shoulder. Why are you looking at me? The Sunlight Slug noticed Wang Teng's gaze and felt that there was something wrong with it. Nothing? Wang Teng turned around and continued counting his attributes after the Ultima was the domain attribute. It rose by a level from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Wang Teng's grasp of the light domain increased tremendously. It even gave birth to another light domain, Light Erosion Domain. This domain was the domain the Sunlight Slug used to surround Wang Teng. At that time, it looked like it was just wrapping Wang Teng with its body, but it was actually a domain. The sticky liquid inside contained the power of domain. If not, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Also, Wang Teng managed to reach the 6th rank in one go. This saved him much time and effort. Next was the power of Origin of Light. It was still at the 1st rank, but it was an improvement for Wang Teng. What Wang Teng cared about the most was the Divide talent. It didn't disappoint Wang Teng either. It rose from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank directly. It rose 2 levels. The 3rd rank Divide was just right for Wang Teng's Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng immersed himself in enlightenment. Instantly, he felt a mysterious feeling. To him, this skill couldn't split himself apart like the sunlight slug did, which could split his body into two. However, it was almost the same. He only needed to use the constellation force and the constellation light force as carriers. Then, he would add some blood and he would be able to achieve the same splitting effect. The difference was that the sunlight slug used its body as its carrier while Wang Teng used his force and blood. However, the clones formed using the divide talent were indeed more mysterious than normal clones. They possessed abilities that normal clones didn't have. Wang Teng's clone had already reached the 3rd rank. He felt that if he created a clone, it would have the ability of a cosmos realm martial warrior. It wouldn't be much different from his true form and would be able to carry all his talents to the greatest extent. This was what Wang Teng was most satisfied with. Even though his clones were modified by him, the process was much more complicated. They wouldn't be able to inherit his talent completely. However, things were different now. As long as he used this divide talent to create clones, they could perfectly inherit his talent. This was the reason why the sunlight slug was able to make every clone look like the main body. As for the last 2 battle techniques, Light Bolt had already reached the small achievement stage from the specialized stage. It was a qualitative leap. After reaching the small achievement stage, Wang Teng's Light Bolt would definitely be faster than before. The Dawn Light Bolt had also reached the well-versed stage, allowing Wang Teng to execute this battle techniques skillfully. He might not be as skilled as the Sunlight Slug, but he wasn't a newbie. After counting his attributes, Wang Teng was in a good mood. This Sunlight Slug was his lucky star. He didn't expect it to give him so many attributes. This was a blessing in disguise. "You seem happy?" The Sunlight Slug suddenly asked. "It's all right? Is it that obvious?" Wang Teng was surprised. "I'm sensitive to the emotions of humans. Also, I'm so close to you, so I can feel it clearly," the Sunlight Slug said. "This is amazing." Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He had a new understanding of the Sunlight Slug's ability. He asked, "Do you have other abilities?" The Sunlight Slug remained silent for a moment before replying, "I'm not telling you." "Wang Teng? Ha ha ha! Wang Teng, you have your moments too." Round Ball's laughter echoed in Wang Teng's mind. "Scram!" Wang Teng replied angrily. "I found some information about the Sunlight Slug. Don't you want to know?" Round Ball teased. Chapter 2643, The Attitude of the Secondary Career Alliance, 3 Eternal Level Warriors, 4. Huff, please tell me. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and replied politely. "I'm not telling you," Round Ball replied. Wang Teng's face turned black. "Round Ball, do you still want to advance?" "Cough, all right. I was just teasing you. I'll send you the information." Round Ball coughed awkwardly. It stopped wasting time and sent some information about the Sunlight Slug to Wang Teng. Wang Teng snorted. He immediately scanned through the information and was astounded. He said to the Sunlight Slug, "Your ability can actually help the growth of spiritual herbs?" "How do you know?" The Sunlight Slug was stunned. "I'll know after some investigation," Wang Teng replied calmly. Round Ball, the Sunlight Slug was astounded. "So what if you know?" "Nothing. I'm just a little curious. You have many abilities," Wang Teng said. "I'm a universe behemoth. Do you think an ordinary star beast can be compared to me?" The Sunlight Slug said calmly. It sounded proud. "Be careful. You might get caught and taken to plant spiritual herbs." Wang Teng scared it on purpose. "No one can catch me," the Sunlight Slug said confidently. "It's not good to be too confident," Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. "So what if I catch it?" "The universe behemoth will never surrender," the Sunlight Slug said. "Wow, you're quite proud," Wang Teng said. The Sunlight Slug snorted softly. "Wang Teng, since this Sunlight Slug is so proud, let's teach it a lesson," Round Ball said. "There's no hurry. Let's get its collection first. The competition is more important." Wang Teng blinked and asked, "Where are your spiritual herbs? Hurry up and lead the way." "What about the spiritual contract?" the Sunlight Slug asked. You are really stubborn." Wang Teng felt a little helpless. He took out a spiritual contract from his space ring and wrote the content on it. Then he left his spiritual mark on it. The sunlight slug's small body started shimmering with white light. Then a small ray of white light landed on the spiritual contract and turned into another spiritual mark. This spiritual mark was a little special. It looked like a small-sized sunlight slug. All right, you can speak now. Wang Teng glanced at the spiritual mark left by the sunlight slug in surprise. Follow me. The sunlight slug flew up from Wang Teng's shoulder without any hesitation and turned into a ray of white light. It changed its direction and headed towards the northeast. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately activated his light bolt and followed Wang Teng. The human and the slug turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. They flew through the air at high speed. Your speed seems to have increased. The sunlight slug's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Actually, I didn't use my full strength just now, Wang Teng said. That's impossible. When you were evading my attacks, you were much slower, the sunlight slug said. Believe it or not, Wang Teng replied calmly. The sunlight slug felt frustrated. Every time it spoke to this fellow, it was always at a disadvantage. This human was evil. He wasn't a good person. Wang Teng and the sunlight slug spent the rest of the journey bickering with each other. They didn't mention what happened in the past anymore. As for the cloud immortal milk, it landed in Wang Teng's hands successfully. After traveling for half a day, Wang Teng finally entered a mountain range in the northeast under the lead of the sunlight slug. The temperature here started to get colder, especially after entering the mountains. Is your collection hidden here? Wang Teng asked curiously. There's still some distance, the sunlight slug replied. Wang Teng didn't probe further. They flew for another 10 minutes before they suddenly heard a commotion in front. Someone's here. Wang Teng paused and exclaimed in surprise. Shall we go around them? The sunlight slug asked, or should we kill our way over? Aren't you afraid that the secondary career alliance will look for you? Wang Teng asked helplessly. That's why I'm asking you, the sunlight slug said. Are you trying to make me the scapegoat? Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily and ignored it. He released his spiritual kinesis and sensed his surroundings. His expression turned strange. It's someone I know, Chapter 2644. Familiar face. There's something strange about this black robe. One? An acquaintance? The sunlight slug was surprised. Let's take a look. Wang Teng took the lead and sneaked forward. He hid in the shadows as if he had disappeared. The sunlight slug was surprised. It asked, Did you use this method to fool my senses? This is just one of them, Wang Teng replied calmly. The sunlight slug remained silent and didn't probe further. Wang Teng quickly saw the situation in front. A group of people were fighting in the forest. The scene was tragic. One side had more people while the other only had one person. However, it wasn't the side with more people that had the advantage. It was the side with only one person. It was a man in a black gown. He was extremely powerful, and he was holding a battle sword in his hand. Green sword glows shot out from the sword and suppressed the people opposite him. A few people had already fallen. Their heads were chopped off and they were dead. They didn't even have the chance to give up. So ruthless? Wang Teng squinted. He was stunned by this scene. He had experienced many massacres, some of which were even more terrifying than this. He was experienced, so he wasn't frightened. However, this was the exchange event of the secondary career alliance. How could such a brutal scene appear? It was a little surprising, then. He looked at the group of people who were retreating. He saw a familiar figure among them. It was Li Yan. This was unlucky. Wang Teng was speechless. He purposely evaded the other party, but he still met her here. What a coincidence. While Wang Teng was complaining in his heart, the Li family outside were extremely tense. Their expressions turned ugly as they looked at the situation on the screen, especially Le Pan. Her face turned black, and she clenched her fists uncontrollably. Everyone knew that the man in black gown was a killer. Everyone who met him was dead, and their heads were chopped off. He was extremely brutal. Thus, the core family members prayed that their talents wouldn't meet this person. In the end, the Le family still met him. How unlucky was she? The other core family members looked at Le Pen with sympathy. Not only was there a talent from the Le family, but there was also his biological daughter, Le Yan. The most important thing was, Le Yan was the top talent of this generation. It would be the greatest loss for the Le family if she died. Many core families were secretly gloating. Not far away from the Le family's seat, a cold smile appeared at the edge of the family head of the Ruskin family, one of the core alchemy families. The family head of the Ruskin family had always been at loggerheads with the Le family. Hence, they were secretly elated when they saw this scene. The people from the TI family gloated when they saw this scene. They didn't forget what happened in the transaction hall. Didn't the Le family look down on them? Let's see how unlucky they were now. Le Pen, you don't have to worry too much. The Li family has many people, and there are a few poison talents from the Lan family. I think they're quite powerful. Dan Guang consoled her. Indeed, Lan Yu is indeed a surprise. I didn't expect the Lan family to have a talent on par with Lan Shang. The family head of the Li family, Li Zhengqing, nodded and said, even so, they didn't have high hopes for the talents from the Le family and the Lan family. Their opponents were too strange and powerful. Many talents with secondary professions had already died in his hands. Lan Yu's poison mastery was not bad, but it was still a little difficult for her to deal with a real formidable martial warrior. The secondary professionals felt helpless too. Their specialization was their secondary profession. No matter what, their martial arts ability was their weak point. Of course, there was still hope, hence they stared at the screen nervously and waited for the result. Would the talents from the Li family and the Lan family be able to escape? Le Pen shook his head when he heard the comforting words of the two family heads. He didn't say anything. He knew the situation clearly. Escape from the man in black gown wasn't an easy feat. He wished that Lian would give up immediately, but he understood her well. With her pride, she wouldn't give up until the last moment. On the other side, the family head of the Lan family. Lan Ji didn't look good either. He should be happy that a talent comparable to Lan Shang had appeared in the Lan family, but under such circumstances, he couldn't be happy. Damn it. Lan Ji gritted his teeth and cursed when he saw the situation on the screen. He even started complaining about the Le family. After all, to him, if he didn't work with the Le family, his family's Lan Yu wouldn't be in this desperate situation. In summary, it was the woman's fault. Le Pen felt the corners of his lips twitching uncontrollably when he saw Lan Ji's gaze. He could feel the expressionless family head of the Lan family looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. Wang Teng and the others had no idea what was happening outside. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions were heard continuously in the forest. The residual impact of the force spread out, pushing down the trees one by one. Holes were formed on the ground, and sword marks were formed. Chapter 2645, Familiar Face. There's something strange about this black robe. 2. The person in the black gown was a wind element martial warrior. The sword glows he released were all green in color, and there was a thick wind force in them. Wang Teng could feel it from afar. Le Yan and the others were in a miserable state. They didn't even have the chance to soar into the sky. They were blocked by the other party's domain. Ah, a blood-curdling scream was heard. A secondary profession talent was beheaded. Blood spurted out of his neck. It was more than 10 meters long. So tall. Wang Teng looked up and muttered to himself, how could a normal person's blood spurt so high? Anyway, martial warriors could do it. Suddenly, his expression turned strange. The martial warriors who got killed were very close to Lei Yan, so a lot of blood splattered on her pretty face. She was in a daze for a moment. To be able to reach her stage, she must have seen life and death before. However, this was probably the first time she saw her comrade getting beheaded at such a close distance. She was a little absent-minded. But in this environment, a moment of absent-mindedness was enough to kill her. Be careful. A soft shout was heard. Li Yan's expression changed entirely. She stared at the green sword glow flying towards her. Fortunately, the young man beside her acted in time and pulled her to the side, evading the lethal blow. This lady is still absent-minded at this crucial moment. Wang Teng was speechless. Outside, Pan was sweating profusely. His back was drenched in sweat. Yan regained her senses. Her face, which was already a little pale, turned paler. However, she was still a talent, so her mentality exceeded that of an ordinary person. She immediately calmed down and spoke to a young man in the distance using voice transmission. "Brother Lan Yu, do you have a way to deal with this person?" "I need 30 seconds, the young man called Lan Yu said using voice transmission as he evaded his opponent's attack. His expression was cold. "All right, we will buy you 30 seconds. Yan gritted her teeth and shouted at the others using voice transmission, "We must hold this black-robed man back for 30 seconds. Lan Yu has a way to deal with him. If we work together, we might have a chance of survival." Everyone knew that there was no better way, so they nodded their heads sternly. "Li family, follow me and form an array," Yan shouted. She took out a round plate and instilled force into it. The remaining members of the Li family seemed to understand what she wanted to do. They were elated and immediately changed their direction. In an instant, everyone formed a strange formation. Coincidentally, Yan was in the center. This is a human array. Wang Teng was surprised. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw this scene, his interest was piqued. A human array was an array formed with humans. By creating a simple array, one would be able to exert more power than oneself. This method was much easier than creating a large array. It was easy and didn't require much time, but there must be one crucial thing. That was the round plate in Yan's hand. This was an array plate. It was a round plate carved by a rune master. There was a miniature version of the array on it, with it as the foundation and a martial warrior as the core. The rune master could activate it and use people to form the array as a grandmaster level rune master. Wang Teng had some understanding of this method. However, he didn't dabble in it. The knowledge was quite occult and rare. Also, the array plate was part of the ancient runes. Very few rune masters had access to it. Even the rune grandmasters from the Great Qian Empire didn't have this knowledge reserve. The reason why Yan had this array plate was probably related to the fact that she was from a rune core family. The Li family was a core family in alchemy, but it was hard to guarantee that they weren't related to a certain rune family. These core families had their own fields, but they were closely related too. Wang Teng stopped and waited to see if he could pick up any relevant attribute bubbles. To him, picking up attributes was the most important thing. The rest were not important. Boom. As the Lei family got into position, Yan immediately activated the array plate in her hand. A buzzing sound was heard. Then, with Yan in the center, a circular array rose and enveloped the Lei family. All of this sounded long, but it happened within a few seconds. The man in the black gown had already slashed multiple times with his battle sword. Boom, green sword glows slammed onto the array formed by Yan and the others. Explosions were heard. The array that was just formed started vibrating violently. Yan and the others were too hasty. As the array vibrated violently, the people setting up the array took a few steps back involuntarily. They almost couldn't maintain the array. Yan turned serious. She didn't dare to be negligent and activated the array board. Fire pillars rose from the array and congregated into a terrifying fire python. It circled around the array and gave off astonishing fluctuations. Interesting. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was interested. The power of this array was comparable to a Heaven Realm martial warrior. What's more, it was a powerful Heaven Realm martial warrior, unlike weaklings like Yan. They only had martial arts cultivation, but they couldn't release 20% of it. He felt that they were the weakest among the weaklings. Chapter 2646, Familiar Face. There's something strange about this black robe. 3, go. As the fire python congregated, Yan shouted and pointed forward. Boom. The fire python hissed as if it was alive. Then it shot out and hurled itself at the man in the black gown. Multiple talents from the Lei family were congregated in this array. It was indeed powerful, however. The man in a black gown snorted in contempt. He said in a hoarse voice, "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Boom. The next instant, a dazzling green glow congregated on the tip of his sword. It turned into a terrifying sword glow and slashed out. Boom. In an instant, the sword collided with the fire python. A terrifying force explosion occurred. Wind and fire force swept out in all directions. Wherever it went, the trees would either get chopped into pieces or lit up. They turned into ashes instantly. Lian stared intently in front of her. However, at this moment, the fire python suddenly disintegrated and was forcefully chopped into two by the green sword glow. Her expression changed entirely. She was flabbergasted. She didn't expect the man in black to be so powerful. Even if she used her array plate, she couldn't resist his attack, retreat. Lian couldn't care about anything else and shouted at everyone hurriedly. Everyone was still in a daze. They didn't have the time to dodge, so they could only watch the sword glow flying towards them. Lian's expression turned ugly. She knew that it was too late, so she gritted her teeth and activated the array plate with all her might. Buzz as the force was instilled into the array. The array around them became brighter. Boom! The sword glow arrived in a blink of an eye and slammed into the array. Crack! In an instant, the array collapsed under the sword glow. Everyone in the array vomited a mouth of blood and flew out. Lian's face turned pale. She took a few steps back, and the array plate in her hand couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. It shattered into 8 pieces. However, she couldn't care about that now. She immediately looked at Lan Yu and shouted, "Brother Lan Yu!" The cold-looking young man's eyes flashed. He immediately threw a gray-green ball at the man in the black gown without any hesitation. The gray-green ball turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of the man in the black gown in a blink of an eye. The man in the black gown snorted. He swung his battle sword casually, swoosh. The gray-green ball was chopped into 2. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Boom. The gray-green ball exploded and turned into a ball of thick gray-green mist. As the residual impact swept through the area, it spread quickly and enveloped everyone. Lian was flabbergasted. She saw Lan Yu retreating furiously and disappearing from the forest in a blink of an eye. He ran away? In an instant, despair surged into her heart. She wasn't willing to accept this truth. However, when she turned her head, she saw Leping's face full of despair. Hence, she had to accept the reality. The other party abandoned them and ran away. A bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. This woman was stupid. How could she trust others so much? He wondered how she managed to survive until today. Based on their interactions in the past, she shouldn't be such a brainless person. He didn't expect her to gain so much knowledge today. Aren't you going to save her? The Sunlight Slug's voice was suddenly heard. Why should I save her? Wang Teng asked. Isn't she someone you know? The Sunlight Slug was stunned for a moment before asking. An acquaintance is an acquaintance, not a life or death friend. Also, the person in the black gown is troublesome. I don't want to create trouble for myself. Wang Teng continued calmly. Also, she has one last choice, forfeit. It shouldn't be my turn, right? Ah, is that so? What a heartless human, the Sunlight Slug lamented after a moment of silence. Wang Teng, hey, where did you get your emotions from? He just didn't want to cause trouble. How was he heartless? Wang Teng was unconvinced. The gray-green mist lasted for some time before dissipating, revealing the situation inside. The man in black gown stood on the spot. His face was covered by the hood so his expression couldn't be seen. Some distance away, most of the Li family members were unconscious. Their faces were green and gray. They had been poisoned. Lian sat cross-legged on the ground. Her pretty face was greenish-gray, too, but she didn't faint. Instead, she quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, temporarily suppressing the greenish-gray color. She stared intently at the man in the black gown. As long as this person was poisoned, there was still hope. However, reality gave her a ruthless blow. The man in the black gown didn't seem to be poisoned. He walked towards Liane and the others slowly with his battle sword raised. He looked like a butcher walking towards his prey on the chopping board. Despair appeared on Liane's pretty face again. Outside, Pan clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't help but glare at the family head of the Lan family. Lan Ji? Why are you looking at me? Is it all right for Lan Yu to choose to protect himself in that situation? Lan Ji asked calmly. The family heads of the core families had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Pan with sympathy. Chapter 2647, Familiar Face. There's something strange about this black robe. 4. Pan took a deep breath. In the end, she didn't say anything. Her gaze returned to the screen and she looked at Liane. Forfeit, Yanner. Forfeit. On the herb garden planet, Liane looked at the Lei family members lying around her. The despair on her face got stronger. She could take out her token and choose to give up. But she was the one who brought her family into danger. What right did she have to escape? This lady didn't choose to give up. Wang Teng was speechless. The man in black slowly raised the battle sword in his hand. He seemed to like to see his prey struggling like this. A green sword glow congregated on the battle sword. The sword glow shot out and plummeted down. Boom. However, the sword glow wasn't heading towards Liane. Instead, it turned and slashed towards a certain spot behind. Huh! Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately evaded and appeared a few hundred meters away. Bang! The tree he was hiding behind was chopped into two instantly. It fell slowly with a cracking sound. I've been discovered. Wang Teng was surprised. How could he be discovered? Your concealing skill is amazing. How did you get discovered? Sunlight Slug was surprised too. Who am I supposed to ask? Wang Teng replied angrily. On the other side, Liane was already waiting for death. The moment the black-robed man's battle sword landed, she closed her eyes and silently savored the despair in her heart. After the explosion, the pain she expected didn't happen. Instead, it was as if nothing had happened. She had no choice but to open her eyes. In the end, she saw someone she didn't expect. Wang Teng. In the distance, a figure walked out of the forest slowly, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He didn't seem to care about the danger here. Am I seeing things? Liane blinked and wondered to herself. Wang Teng! There was an uproar outside, too. Fuck. Why is he there? Wait, why wasn't he broadcasted just now? I know. The screens overlapped. Wang Teng and Liane's screens are in the same area, so there's only one image. We didn't notice his presence. Fuck, you can do this. Pan was astounded, too. Then she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Wang Teng was the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract of the Virtual Universe Corporation. His martial arts ability must be extraordinary. With him around, Liane still had some hope on the herb garden planet. Wang Teng looked at the man in black and asked, "How did you find me?" The man in black didn't reply to him. He turned to face Wang Teng, and a dazzling sword glow erupted from his battle sword. Wang Teng seemed to be a threat to him. Wang Teng, he looked at me just now, the Sunlight Slug suddenly said. Look at you. What do you mean, wait? Wang Teng was stunned. Then he thought of something and squinted. He activated his real eye and looked at the man in black gown. But an astonishing scene appeared. The black gown seemed to have the ability to block detection. He couldn't see through it. This was the first time he saw a black gown blocking his real eye. There's something strange about this black gown. Wang Teng muttered to himself. The man in the black gown didn't waste any time. He waved his battle sword and slashed it at Wang Teng. Boom. The green sword glow shot towards Wang Teng at the speed of lightning. Don't be so nervous. Wang Teng moved his body and evaded the attack again. He smiled and said, I'm just passing by. I didn't see anything just now. Do you want to continue? I won't disturb you. Liane. The hope that just rose in her heart was doused with cold water. She gritted her teeth. This bastard. Chapter 2648. Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate, Goo Poison, Dark Erosion, 1. Lei Yan hated Wang Teng to death. He had the ability to save her, but he acted like a coward. What kind of man was he? Why did he ask the man in the black gown to continue chopping her head? Wasn't it a pity that her beautiful head was chopped off? Bastard! At this moment she was cursing Wang Teng in her heart. She wished she could rush forward and argue with him, but she couldn't stand up. Silence. The people outside were speechless too. What was Wang Teng doing here? Lei Yan was a beauty from the Le family and was famous, yet he was willing to not save her. What if a hero appeared and he fell in love with her? At that time, if he became the son-in-law of the Le family, he would be able to marry a rich and beautiful lady and reach the peak of his life. Other people would be envious of him. If it was other people, they wouldn't think this way. After all, the man in the black gown was too cruel. He needed to have the ability to save the beauty. If he didn't, he would be seeking death. However, Wang Teng was different. His ability was obvious. His battle with the sunlight slug ended in an anticlimactic manner. However, a normal person would have died a long time ago. They wouldn't be alive and kicking like Wang Teng. This meant that he had the ability that normal secondary professionals didn't have. Also, based on his performance over the past few days, they would be blind if they couldn't see through his ability. They felt that Wang Teng had the ability to fight with the man in the black gown, but he didn't want to do it. This included Le Pan. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This brat was his daughter, so unworthy of his attention. It was fine if he didn't agree to cooperate with her. After all, he knew that if Wang Teng agreed to cooperate with him, Lei Yan would be the one taking advantage of him. However, this was a critical moment. What was wrong with helping him? Would the Lei family ask him to help for nothing? The more Le Pan thought about it, the angrier he got. He wished he could rush in and teach Wang Teng a lesson on the herb garden planet. The man in black ignored Wang Teng's words and continued attacking. He seemed determined to kill Wang Teng. "You're so unreasonable. I'm leaving, but you still want to kill me?" Wang Teng felt helpless. "Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?" As he spoke, he picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by Lei Yan and the others. Constellation Force Fire 87700. Constellation Force Fire 7500. Constellation Force Fire 7200. Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate 3000. Poison Constellation Force 5500. Blue Loach Poison 1800. Constellation Force Wind 12,000. Wang Teng's attention was attracted by one of the attribute bubbles, the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate. An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It turned into occult ancient runes and intertwined with one another. Finally, they congregated and formed a huge circular array, Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate. This is how Lei Yan's array plate is constructed. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He stayed behind to see if he could pick up the attribute bubbles on the array plate. In the end, the man in the black gown discovered him. Fortunately, the result didn't disappoint him. If not, he would be in trouble. After obtaining the enlightenment of the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate, Wang Teng immediately grasped the construction method of the array. There were many differences from the construction of a normal array. The most important ones were the core of the array board and the array foundation. The core of the array plate referred to the array plate itself. This was the most important thing. When constructing it, ancient runes needed to be linked and carved. It was different from a normal array. The array foundation was an auxiliary part of the array. It was also carved with ancient runes, so the material needed to be the same as the array plate, and it would correspond with the runes on the array plate. When there was a need for multiple people to form an array, they needed to hold the array foundation and activate it. This way, the array in the array plate could be activated. Just like how Lei Yan activated the array on the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array Plate's array plate. She needed the cooperation of multiple Le family members. All the Le family members had an array foundation. Lei Yan offered it to them in advance, so that they could use it when needed. Another interesting thing was the number of array foundations wouldn't affect the activation of the array board. It would only affect the power of the array. It meant that even without the array foundation, the array plate could still be activated. However, the number of array foundations would affect the power of the array. The more array foundations there were, the stronger the array. Li Yan gathered the forces of multiple Li family members and activated the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array. It wasn't weak. However, the Li family were all secondary professionals, so their ability was limited. What's more, they were facing a formidable martial warrior like the man in the black gown. Naturally, they were at a disadvantage. If the powerful martial warriors grasped the array foundation and activated the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array plate, the power of the array would reach a frightening level. The man in the black gown might be smashed into pieces within a few minutes. In summary, in Wang Teng's hands, the Great Flaming Elemental Python Array plate would be able to release more power than Li Yan. Of course, he needed to find the materials to build an array plate. Great Flaming Elemental Python Array plate, 1/5000, well-versed 3000 points of attributes, allowed Wang Teng's mastery of the array plate to reach the well-versed stage. If he wanted to build an array plate, it was barely enough. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.